Cantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents It's Your Turn Now by Theo Baxter, narrated by Marnie Young. 1. This is my life. The phone rang. Negative emotions like fear, sadness, and disgust washed over me as I realized who was calling me. Again. Of course it was him. Few people had my phone number to begin with. I felt like the biggest fool. Had I really expected this day to be any different? That today, of all days, he would be different? The sad truth was that I had. For some unexplainable reason, I had still hoped. There must be something seriously wrong with my head. All the concussions I have had messed me up. I was sure of it. It was the only explanation. And why was I constantly expecting, no, hoping, things would be different? I had no reason to expect anything of the sort because all of the evidence pointed to a different outcome. I couldn't even have a few measly hours to myself without him calling. And just because he promised didn't mean anything. He had promised a lot of things over the years and had broken every single oath. Not to mention how many times he broke my heart in the process, among other things. At the same time, he always made good on his threats. Those he managed to keep. I shuddered, although it was a warm day. His threats were precisely why I didn't allow this call to go to voicemail. "Hello?" I answered, trying to keep my fear of him from my voice. "Where are you?" Bruce demanded. There was no hello, there was no how are you, and sadly, this was his usual manner of communication, at least with me. I got used to it and didn't react to it at all. "I just left the doctor's office," I explained. And that was true. It was as though he was psychic or something and knew just the right moment to call. Then again, he called once while I was in the waiting room, and once during my exam. He asked to speak with the doctor. He wanted to make sure I wasn't lying about my health, and that the doctor was actually a woman. I knew he would have an issue with me going to the doctor, so I made sure I chose one he couldn't be jealous of. He still made a fuss, but he finally relented, knowing he couldn't have his way if there was something genuinely wrong with me. All the same, that didn't stop him from grumbling, accusing me of simply seeking attention, accusing me of unnecessary spending on non-important things, money he worked hard to earn, accusing me of wanting to run away during one of our more extreme fights. But eventually, he came to peace with my appointment, and it killed him he couldn't come with me because he had to work and couldn't get off. "Are you on your way home?" That was the only thing he cared about. I wanted to say, "My doctor's appointment went fine, thanks for asking. I'm healthy and in perfect shape," but held my tongue. "Be careful how you drive. If you damage the car, I'll take it away from you," he threatened. He was waiting for any kind of excuse to take my car away from me. It was my car. I got it from my parents when I graduated from high school. It was old, but it got me from point A to point B, and it represented a fragment of freedom, the last I possessed. Of course, since he didn't buy it for me, Bruce hated it. He even tried to convince me a couple of years ago that it was time I upgraded. He offered, ever so generously, to buy me a new car, but I refused. I fought him tooth and nail and managed to keep it. I promised myself I would drive it until it completely broke down under me. Despite it being mine, he never failed to threaten me with it, since he paid for all the maintenance and the gas. I would gladly do it myself. Unfortunately, I had no money of my own. "Are you on your way?" he repeated, as though speaking with a child. "Not yet. I have one more stop to make." "That's not what we agreed upon," he snapped. I knew he would react like that, which was precisely why I hadn't told him. I'd hoped I would be able to do my last errand without having to go through this. Sadly, I wasn't that lucky. I was never that lucky. It will only take a minute. There's a bookstore across from the doctor's office, and you know I wanted the new James Morgan novel. You don't need another book. The house is turning into a library, and you know I don't like that. I made a face, knowing he couldn't see me. Of course he didn't care for books. He hadn't read a single book in his entire life, and was actually proud of that fact. It's my favorite author. I tried to reason with him. I want you home as soon as possible. Don't take too long. Get that damn book and get out, he ordered. That's the plan, I replied, keeping my tone light. See you when you get home, I added, needing to end this conversation so I could get inside. Once we disconnected, I opened the door and entered the bookstore. I took a lungful of the wonderful smell of all the new books inside. I adored that smell. It was the only time I felt at peace and free. Sadly, Bruce was trying to take even that away from me, but I wasn't going to let him. He was simply acting unreasonably, like he always was. I was only 20 minutes away from him, in Charleston, South Carolina, yet he acted as though I'd driven to the other part of the country. We lived in a small town called Graceville, where all the neighbors knew one another or had gone to school together. I moved there once I married Bruce. It was lovely. There was just one thing I didn't like about it. I lived there with Bruce, and his father was the mayor. I guess those are two things. Mayor Michael Costigan was the most powerful man in Graceville, and Bruce worked for him. Nepotism was alive and well in Graceville. On the other hand, I was a stay-at-home wife with a huge emphasis on stay-at-home because Bruce didn't want me working or to continue studying once we got married. And he really didn't like me going anywhere without him. At first, I simply thought he was overprotective, out of love. Now I knew better. Many would ask why I agreed to such a living, being confined and constricted. And the short answer was that I didn't. It all happened gradually. To be perfectly honest, once we got married, he did state his wishes for me not to continue with my studies, and I agreed, not because I was lazy, but because I believed we would immediately start a family, and I didn't want to be one of those parents not involved in my children's lives. I wanted to be there for them as they grew. Yet here we were, 10 years later, and it was still just the two of us. And although it sounded horrible, I was glad we didn't have children. I was glad Bruce was not a father, because he was a terrible husband, and I was sure he would be an even worse father. Bringing a child into my life, into my household, would be beyond cruel. Bruce blamed me for not having children. He accused me of being defective many times, although I now had all the doctor's results that proved there was nothing wrong with me. I didn't care. I thanked God I wasn't able to conceive. Suffice it to say, I didn't like my life very much. There weren't enough distractions in this life to make me forget how glum everyday existence was. I cooked, I cleaned, I took care of Bruce, and that was it. That was my entire purpose in living, and I hated every part of it. Banishing all that, I tried to focus on the books in front of me. I only had a few precious moments for myself, and I needed to use them in the best possible way. As I had that thought, my phone started ringing again. What does he want now? I thought grimly. Why can't he leave me alone? Hello? I answered, trying really hard to hide how annoyed his call made me feel. Are you on your way home yet? He demanded to know. Not yet. I kept my voice neutral, as though it was perfectly normal he was calling so soon after we'd just finished our conversation, demanding to know where I was when he already knew the answer to that question. It was better not to antagonize him. Me showing how frustrated I was with his behavior would only make matters worse, and I definitely didn't want that. Especially not today, when I was finally away from home, at least for a little bit. Why not? He asked. He didn't hide how irritated he was with me. I was used to that, too. No matter what I did, Bruce was never satisfied with my behavior or my actions. I just entered the store. I'll need a moment to find what I'm looking for, I explained. You're taking an awfully long time for such a simple task. You know I don't like when you dawdle around. Dawdle? I resented that. My every waking hour was programmed thanks to him, yet he still found ways to complain. It's a huge bookstore, Bruce. I will need a moment to get my bearings and find the right section. As soon as I find my book, I will head home, I promised. I want you to stop wasting time and head home immediately. You have work to do, he said sternly. I hated when he acted like that, completely unreasonably because things weren't going his way. If he were here with me now, he wouldn't let me inside the bookstore in the first place. He would drag me home immediately after my appointment. That was precisely why I'd made an appointment during the day, when he was at work and couldn't get out of it to come with me. It was a small act of defiance on my part, and I believed Bruce knew that, which was why he was giving me such a hard time at the moment. When he was in one of his moods, there was no reasoning with him. I still tried, desperate to have a few moments all to myself, away from the house, from him. Especially since it was becoming more and more clear I wouldn't be able to get rid of him once I got home. I also suspected I wouldn't be able to sleep either. He would give long speeches and lecture me about my poor behavior. He would resent that, according to him, I neglected my responsibilities to wander around Charleston. The fact I was visiting a doctor would have no impact on him. Bruce would simply see how it all affected him, and nothing else. He would berate me for leaving the house I needed to take care of. He would punish me for being a bad wife to him. That same routine had happened so many times over the years, I knew it by heart, and the fact I knew exactly what waited for me at home made matters worse, because there was no escaping it. In the early days of our marriage, I took everything to heart. I stressed that I had done something terrible to provoke him, hurt him unintentionally, to make him act in such a manner. Shamefully, I even believed I deserved to be smacked around for making mistakes, for enraging him when all he did was care for me and try to provide for me. Now I knew better. He was a terrible person, selfish, violent, and a monster. He tried to control me in any way possible because he perceived me to be his property. I sighed, if only inside my head. Please, Bruce, don't be like this. So now I'm the reason you're not taking care of your responsibilities? He accused. I finished all my chores in advance, and I'll make dinner when I get home. Everything is under control. Your control. And while I'm here, do you want me to buy you that cheese you like so much? I tried to placate him. I don't want any damn cheese. I need my wife home taking care of me, he ranted. I gritted my teeth. He wanted me home with the rest of his things. I'll head home as soon as I finish my shopping. I stood my ground. Of course, standing up to him was never a good idea, and I would probably have to pay for it later. I didn't care, because it was worth it. You're being stubborn again, Daisy, he warned. The same could be said about him. And you know I don't like that. Why are you trying to make me mad? There were a lot of things he didn't like, and truth be told, he really didn't need me to be mad. There was always something he could use to accuse me of being a bad wife, to be mad, to punish me. I bit my tongue not to say all that out loud. I would truly be in trouble then, and despite everything, I was still desperately trying to defuse this situation. I'm sorry, Bruce. That wasn't my intention. I misspoke. I'll finish everything up really quickly and head home, I promised. He wasn't budging. If you don't do as I say, I'll take your car for the foreseeable future, seeing how you are untrustworthy and unreliable. I wanted to scream hearing that. That was always the ultimate card he played, knowing how much my car meant to me. Having a car is a privilege, Daisy, not a right, especially in this economy." What did he know about the economy? Everything he hadn't had to work for. His father gave it all to him on a silver platter. A college degree, a well-paid job. Even the house we live in he'd bought as a wedding present for us. Bruce was the biggest hypocrite on the planet. Not that I could ever say that. At least not to his face. "Please, Bruce, don't be mad at me. I didn't mean this to turn into an argument," I begged. "I think you did this on purpose. I really don't understand you. Why do you like to do this to me? To us?" He sounded almost exasperated. "I'm sorry. I really am." There was a pause, and I waited on pins and needles for his reply. "You have until 4:30 to get home and get dinner on the table, and not a second longer," he declared. I closed my eyes for a moment, relieved. "Of course," I replied. "And don't forget to buy me my cheese." He hung up. I sighed with relief. Free at last. If only until 4:30. 2. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. I checked the time after my conversation with Bruce. It was just going on 3, which meant I had an hour and a half to get home and prepare dinner for Bruce. And it was a 20-minute drive home. I had already prepared most of the dinner this morning, so I didn't have to do it from scratch once I got home. The last thing I wanted was to be forced to cut this visit to the bookstore short. I indulged myself with a small smile. Bruce unknowingly gave me more time to spend in Charleston than I would have given myself. My smile was unfortunately short-lived. It was beyond sad that I took pleasure in such a simple thing as spending an hour and a half alone. It was only additional proof of how miserable my life truly was. How miserable I was. And the worst part was that I had no idea how to get out of my prison, aka marriage with Bruce. Most would say, just get a divorce and be done with it. Don't stay with a man who is emotionally, psychologically, physically, and financially abusive. Sadly, getting a divorce wasn't an option for me. And I wasn't saying that out of some religious belief. After being married to Bruce, after all he'd done, I had stopped believing in God. There was no doubt in my mind that he would kill me if I tried to leave him. After the first time he hit me, I threatened to walk away and return home to my parents, but he only beat me harder because of it. Suffice it to say, I never mentioned that again. And because Providence wished it so, his bad temper wasn't the only despicable characteristic about him. In our small town, he was a very powerful man, with an even more powerful father. They controlled the police, the judges, and everybody, and I had nobody I could turn to in my hour of need. If I tried to escape, they would do everything in their power to track me down and bring me back, and then my life, which was already pretty unbearable, would become much worse. If by some miracle I could manage to get a divorce, then what? I had no job, no degree, and no means to support myself. Bruce made sure I was completely dependent on him. I realized too late that he had created the perfect trap for me, a cage ornamented with Christian values and vows so he could control me and keep me under his thumb. And I didn't even know if I could return home to my parents. Would they believe that Bruce made a living hell out of my life all these years? I had never shared anything with them. I had all my broken bones and covered up all my bruises. I had made so many mistakes over the years, out of fear and shame, and I kept behaving in the same manner to this day. Besides, even if my parents accepted me home, I was sure Bruce would only convince them I was making a fuss over nothing, and they would force me to go back to my husband. They were really traditional like that. Marriage was sacred to them, and they liked him more than they liked me. Always had. Because he was a man. Bruce managed to convince me to stay home and not attend grad school. But I was the idiot who allowed something like that to happen in the first place. I should have fought for myself, my career, and my independence. But I was in love and had big dreams about a big family. They quickly started to shrink each time I had to be taken to the emergency room after one of his moods. I was ashamed of myself, of what I allowed my life to turn into. I had to ask permission for everything. When to go grocery shopping, when and how to cut my hair. It was humiliating having to beg him for money, having to justify every cent I spent, and at times that wasn't enough. He would punish me if he thought the price of tomatoes was too high. It sounded ridiculous and banal, yet it was still true. And sadly, I had a scar on my hand to prove it. Not to mention, he could take my car away from me on a whim. It wouldn't be the first time he'd done that. For my birthday, he decided I should make a lavish dinner for the two of us to celebrate, and then he didn't like any of it. First of all, he didn't like how I dressed, although I was wearing a dress that he bought for me. He accused me of looking like a whore. He accused me of taking a perfectly modest dress and turning it into something only sex workers would wear. Sadly, it didn't stop there. He had become enraged my mashed potatoes were too lumpy and my roasted chicken raw. It wasn't. So he smashed the table before turning his attention to me. He took my car away for a whole month because I ruined the perfect romantic night he had planned for us. In those moments, I became truly desperate, feeling like a prisoner. Although I wasn't allowed to drive all the time, knowing that I had that option still brought some comfort. But when he took the keys away, I was completely cut off from the rest of the world, which was unbearable. Realizing I was wasting too much time on self-pity, I headed for the mystery book aisle. That was my preferred genre. I didn't believe in love stories. Not anymore. Bruce took that away from me, made me jaded, and at times I truly hated him for that, among other things. I slid my phone back into my pocket, praying he wouldn't call me again, but I knew he wouldn't be able to help himself. There was a man browsing about the same aisle I was in. He was slightly older than me, but in great shape, really big and strong-looking. I noticed him because he had such a presence about him. Retired superhero were the precise words I would use to describe him. Not really sure why. He glanced in my direction and smiled, clearly realizing I was looking at him too. I looked away, embarrassed. It wasn't that I was attracted to him or anything, and I hoped he didn't get such a vibe from me. I refocused on the books. That was why I was there in the first place, and fought with Bruce for a chance to buy one, or two. Books were the only escape I had from my reality these days. They were comforting because they usually showed that even during the darkest days, there was still a sliver of light. There was still hope it would all turn out all right. Will my life ever be all right? I wondered, as I stood reading the titles. Since I really liked mysteries, I'd read a fair number of the books that were on display. I couldn't decide if that was a good or a bad thing. What could I say? I liked to escape into the worlds other people created for me. Books made my days with Bruce almost bearable. Imagining I was someplace else, traveling, having fun, investigating, and solving all kinds of mysteries, and falling in love kept me sane and kept me going when Bruce did his best to break me. My phone started to ring again, and I groaned. Can't I have just a little bit of peace? I quickly hit the decline call button before I could stop myself. I knew very well that my refusing to answer would piss Bruce off to no end. I simply needed, a few minutes of peace to browse around, enjoy being out and about, doing something I liked, choosing my next read. Besides, he'd already given me an hour and a half to return home, so I really didn't see why he felt the need to call, I argued with myself. As expected, Bruce immediately called me back, and I ignored him. I didn't dare turn my phone off, or my ringer. I was determined to ignore it. Bruce kept calling, repeatedly, clearly not taking the hint I was having some me time. Something like that didn't exist in his vocabulary when I was concerned. My whole purpose in life was to serve him and please him. How did I end up here? I thought with rising panic. I really didn't want to go home, yet had no choice. I felt like crying. My phone kept ringing, making me angry. I focused on that anger, not wanting to deal with all those other emotions because they were too scary. What does he want from me anyway? I fumed. Sadly, I knew the answer to that question. He wants me to be a good little wife and come home, fulfilling his every wish and fantasy. He wants a slave, not a wife. He's already turned you into a slave. That was definitely not what I wanted from my life. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. I was supposed to find the man of my dreams, marry him, and have a wonderful life until I died. At least that was what I'd been taught. Yet things didn't turn out that way. I'd been so happy, so overjoyed to marry Bruce. There were some red flags from the start, to be honest. His father didn't like me. Bruce liked certain things a certain way, but I had ignored all that, convincing myself no life, no man was perfect, and that I should be able to make compromises for the man I loved. I did all of that because I had foolishly believed I was getting my happily ever after. And look at me now, hiding in a bookstore while Bruce is pestering me every 30 seconds. And that was a constant occurrence. He was always there, always looming over me like some dark cloud, watching me, criticizing me, smothering me, trying to control everything, finding flaws in anything, yelling, hitting, abusing, and I couldn't take it anymore. I wasn't suicidal, though. No matter how hard things in my life got, I could never bring myself to end it all. So I suffered in silence and read books, waiting for the moment I would snap, go mad. What a life. To make matters even bleaker, there was nothing I could do about the state of my life but endure it. I was trapped. Having those thoughts, such vast desperation washed all over me. It was hard to stay upright and not crumble to the floor and curl into a fetal position. I was all alone. That brought tears to my eyes. I gritted my teeth, trying to find my composure. I refused to cry. At least not at this moment. Not here. Not in such a public place. A bookstore, of all places. My last happy place. And sanctuary. I refused to tarnish it with such displays of complete emotional ruination. I had to act better than that, no matter how pathetic I truly was. Besides, although I knew how pathetic and weak I was, others didn't have to. I still had my pride, despite it all. As I tried to regain some semblance of control over my emotions, my vision blurred, making it hard for me to read any of the titles, which was frustrating above all else. Calm down, Daisy. Find your James Morgan book. I tried to give myself a pep talk. To make matters worse, the man who was still looking about, standing next to me, smiled again, sympathetically. I was sure there was a sign on my forehead that read, "Pathetic." And then I really felt like sobbing. 3. Unexpected conversation. "Are you all right?" the stranger asked, startling me. I felt the urge to look around, see whom he was speaking to, all the while knowing there was no one around. The question was for me. "Excuse me?" I asked, a bit guarded. After all the thoughts I had inside my head, I felt ashamed someone noticed my breakdown, which quickly turned into indignation. "I apologize if I've stepped out of line," he said. "But you don't look so good." He was most definitely stepping out of line. He was also right. The truth was ugly at times, hurtful, and I hated the fact I had a witness to my pain. I didn't want this stranger pitying me, no matter if he was right, no matter if I was in pain, scared, or hopeless. I don't feel so good either, I confessed, surprising myself. Why did I say that? Is that related to the person calling you nonstop? He guessed. Part of me was uncomfortable this stranger managed to figure out so much only by being in my presence for a short period of time. The rest of me was merely ashamed. My wreckage of a marriage, of my entire life, was more than obvious for everyone to see, no matter how hard I tried to hide it. It's my husband, I started, then abruptly stopped. I left the sentence hanging, not sure how to finish it without revealing too much, without sharing my sad story. He nodded as though understanding everything that wasn't said. I seriously doubted that. He was simply being polite. Why was he being polite? What does he want? My already stressed mind started to stress harder, and I forced it to stop. I'm sorry you are having such a hard time, he offered, once again completely taking me by surprise, hushing all the voices inside my head. It's not your fault, I replied honestly. It went without saying I was slightly horrified I was having this conversation with a complete stranger, not simply because it was too personal, but because I was actually speaking to someone, some other man who wasn't my husband, and I was doing it publicly. If Bruce found out about this, he would be livid. He would instantly accuse me of being a whore or having an affair, and then all hell would break loose. Still, there was a part of me that wanted to keep this going. I was desperate enough for any kind of human connection that I was prepared to speak with this stranger in a bookstore about my life. My phone started to ring again. Bruce wasn't letting me have a moment of peace, and I really hated him in those moments. Unfortunately, I feared him even more. I let out a cry of sheer frustration seeing his name flash on the screen. Bruce, Bruce, Bruce. It flashed as it rang, and each time it felt like a hit to the stomach. I should know. I experienced it often enough. And then I realized this was the 10th time he had called. 10 calls I refused to answer. Oh, no. He must be furious by now. I knew that if I didn't answer, he would eventually get in his car and drive here to track me down. Then he would drag me out like some misbehaved child and shove me inside his car, all the while screaming about my bad behavior. Then he would remember my abandoned car and scream about that as well. I could truly kiss it goodbye after that. He would probably sell it, permanently trapping me inside the house. And once we would get home, he would yell some more before stepping it up a notch, meaning giving me a few, if not more, behavior-correcting slaps. And because violence turned him on, while I was on the floor, crying and bleeding, he would tear my clothes off and have his way with me. That was a milder version of the usual events, of course, because it could get much worse, with more violence. Bruce was unpredictable that way. I could never tell what could set him off, and to what level. My shame only intensified having a spectator. I turned away so I didn't have to see the pity in his eyes. I was already a nervous wreck, and seeing something like that would definitely be the end of me. "Hello?" I answered, as neutral as possible, as though I hadn't noticed 10 missed calls from my husband. "It's very disrespectful when your husband calls you and you do not answer," Bruce practically growled at me. "We just spoke minutes ago," I pointed out. "I'm not finished," he snapped in return. I felt like rolling my eyes but stopped myself in time. I couldn't allow something like that to become a habit to me. If I, God forbid, did something like that in front of Bruce, he would punish me severely. I really didn't need another trip to the emergency room this year. "What if it was something important?" Bruce continued to rant. "What if it was an emergency and I couldn't reach you because of your selfishness?" My selfishness? Now that was a very funny concept. If there was anyone selfish around here, it was Bruce. It was always me with him. It was always what he needed, what he wanted. and it was on me to simply obey and nothing else. "Did something happen?" I asked, faking concern.
"Of course something happened," he yelled. "My wife doesn't respect me. My wife doesn't respect our marriage."
I was just waiting for the moment when all of this would turn out to be my fault. He was calling me every 30 seconds like a madman, barking at me to go home, and somehow I was the unreasonable one. I was the one causing all the problems. "It's not like that, and you know it." I tried to reason with him, yet at this point, I really had no idea why I bothered. He didn't need me to have this conversation. He'd already made up his mind to be angry with me. He already had plans for our entire day, which would involve a lot of yelling, snapping, and hitting on his part. I don't want to go home.
And now you go a step further, telling me how I should feel about it all. How dare you attempt to put me off? I am not some random nobody.
A random nobody didn't have my phone number, but there was no need to point something like that out. He knew that, and didn't care. All this was basically to turn him into a victim. He tried so hard, yet I was merely a bad wife. I was sick of it. Sick of him.
I am your husband. Do you even understand what that means?
I knew what that meant in Bruce's world. After 10 years of being married to him, I knew precisely what it was like to be the wife of Bruce Costigan. It meant he could say and do to me whatever he pleased, and in return, it meant I had to put up with it, with a smile on my face, because that was how good wives behaved.
I try so hard to understand you, Daisy, but you constantly do things simply to spite me, to make me mad. It's as though you like when I get like this.
I felt like yelling. What's there not to understand? You're smothering me, and I need a moment of peace, so stop calling me, you fucking bastard! And hang up. But I would never do that. He would kill me if I raised my voice at him, let alone anything else. I apologize, Bruce.
Is that all you have to say to me after everything?
He asked incredulously.
Why are you not home yet?
I lost track of time, browsing all these books, but I will make it up to you later. I swear. I tried to placate him. I knew he liked when I acted all submissive. However, that was a double-edged sword. At times I could manage to calm him down. He would still punish me, but not as severely. At other times, that could only instigate him further, especially if he decided I was simply acting, telling him what he wanted to hear, mocking him, laughing at him.
You wasted too much time at that place. Get out of there and come home now,
he ordered. And by his tone, it was obvious there was no room for negotiation anymore. I had only one option, and that was to comply. Otherwise, there would be hell to pay. I'm almost finished. I lied, when in reality I hadn't even started looking for my book. I got so distracted by my thoughts of Bruce, his behavior, and that stranger speaking to me that I completely lost sight of why I was there in the first place. And I'll be home on time. I promise.
I'm losing my patience with you.
And I don't understand why. You said I need to be home by 4:30, and I will. I snapped before I could stop myself. Oh, no, no, no. I had done it now. He was definitely not going to be happy with my reply, not to mention the tone of voice I used. He hung up on me. I knew what that meant. The instant I got home, he would be all over me, trying to continue this fight. All the same, I wasn't sorry for anything I said. To say I was rattled by everything that happened would be an understatement. I would like to run away and never return. Sometimes I fantasized about that, changing my hair, changing my name, and living happily someplace else, in peace. But that was an illusion. There was no peace for me while I was married to Bruce.
Were you speaking with your husband?
The stranger asked.
I jumped, a little startled. I had no idea he was still there, listening. Great. He had a first-row seat to my conversation with Bruce, my shame, my meltdown. Just great. I turned to face him and was surprised to see he wasn't looking at me like I was the most pitiful person on the planet. Yes, I replied as I put my phone away. For some reason, it was hard to keep looking him in the eyes. He sighed. I can relate. That made me look up. I really doubt that, I blurted out before I could stop myself. He smiled humorously. I'm serious. My wife is the same way. Controlling, manipulative, not to mention extremely jealous. Really? He nodded. And I hate admitting this, but she's driving me insane. I actually came here to get away from her, he added a bit sheepishly, catching my attention. It was a huge shock. I wasn't all alone after all. 4. Different people, same stories. Why do you stay with her? I found myself asking while playing with the cover of a random book, leaning against the bookshelf as we spoke about our unhappy marriages. I realized too late that I'd asked the same stupid question most people would ask. Most people couldn't understand what the predicaments of a trapped spouse truly entailed, because to them the solution was simple. Just leave. Get a divorce. The stranger didn't seem to mind, though. I don't know. Probably because I'm a dreamer. I can remember what it was like for us in the beginning, how happy we were. I'm hoping we could go back to that. But that version of her never existed. It was all an act, I pointed out. That was how manipulators got their victims in the first place. They smother you with love, and they shower you with attention until you start believing you're the only person for them, until you believe you've found the love of your life. And once they have you trapped, they start playing with you, because that was in their nature, I thought glumly. The same could be said for Bruce. He behaved completely differently while he was courting me, while we were only dating. Yet once I said, I do, it was like a switch in his head turned, and he became a completely different person. He stopped pretending and showed his true face. And that face was absolutely terrifying. I know, but my heart longs for that sweet beginning, the origin of love. There's one more reason I'm still married, if I'm to be honest. A more practical one, he added, making a face. That got me intrigued. I knew it couldn't be all rainbows and flowers. The cynic in me, the one Bruce created, knew his previous answer about love and hope had to be bullshit. If not complete bullshit, then certainly not the whole story. And I was right. I was sure he wasn't trying to deceive me intentionally. It was like he was trying to tell stories to himself to feel better. Been there, done that. Sadly, eventually, those tactics stopped working, and by the looks of it, he was there now. Practical one? I prompted. I'll lose everything if I get divorced. I frowned. Usually everything was split in half if there wasn't a signed prenuptial stating differently. If I sounded knowledgeable, that was because I looked things up in my early days of marriage. When I was still living in this delusion, there was a possibility for me to have a life after Bruce. Now I knew better. How so? I wanted to know. I was foolish enough not to sign a prenuptial agreement, and to make matters worse, I gifted her our joined properties, the house, to show my love and devotion. He sighed. I gave up everything for her. He'd certainly royally screwed himself. Poor romantic fool. And now he was stuck in a marriage with a control freak, without a way to get out of it. I'm sorry you have to live like that, I said honestly.
There was nothing worse than waking up one day to face the harsh reality that your spouse didn't truly care about you, and probably never did in the first place. Such hurt, such betrayal was rivaled by few other things in this world. "That's not the worst part," he continued with a deep sigh. "Should I ask?" I said. "I found out she's been cheating on me," he confessed, looking down, as though ashamed all of a sudden. It was strange to see such a man, big and proud-looking, so defeated, as though it was his fault, his personal failure his wife was an immoral slut. That's just awful. It's never easy discovering the person you love doesn't love you back, doesn't respect you, and sleeps around. Unfortunately, I didn't have that problem with Bruce. I knew he was faithful to me, and at times I wished it wasn't so, no matter how awful that sounded. Although I would condemn some other woman to a life of pain and misery, at times I still hoped, especially in my weakest moments, he would find someone else. It would be a blessing, a small reprieve if he would go and torment someone else for a change. I knew I was a horrible person for wishing for something like that, yet it couldn't be helped. I was that desperate. "And that's the honest-to-God truth," he replied, agreeing with me. Then something occurred to me. "Wait, doesn't her cheating on you make it easier to ask for a divorce?" I asked hopefully, completely invested in this man's story. Although I just met him, I sympathized. Besides, it was easier to stress about other people's problems than to have to face my own. "Not really," he replied glumly. "How so?" "As I said before, no prenup. She can do whatever she wants and still get everything without any consequences." "That's awful," I exclaimed. It was disconcerting how unfair life was at times. He shook his head as though trying to repel bad memories and bad emotions, too. His next words confirmed as much. "Enough about me. What's your sad story? While we're sharing," he added as though trying to lighten the mood. I hesitated for only a second before opening my mouth, and words came pouring out. "I'm trapped in a loveless marriage with a man who's never going to let me get out of it." "Trapped how?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. While this mystery man was trapped in his marriage because of the potential financial loss, my problems were slightly different, to put it mildly. "Trapped in a literal sense of that word," I confessed reluctantly. "Bruce is controlling, abusive, jealous, and leaving isn't an option because he's powerful, too." "There's always a way," he replied, as though trying to cheer me up. I shook my head. "Bruce will never give me a divorce, and if I simply tried to run away, he would find me." "Not if you hide well," he pointed out. Is that really living, though? Always looking over my shoulder, always fearing he would find me? Truth be told, that sounded exactly like my life now. So why bother? "Is this truly better?" he challenged. And if I was being honest, he had a point. It was simply that my fear was keeping me in place. Bruce had trained me well. Even thinking about running away from him made me hyperventilate and my palms sweat. "I can't trade one prison for the other," I said eventually. "That's really sad," he agreed. "You know what's the saddest part? The only reason I'm allowed to be here is that this bookstore is right across from my doctor's office. I would never have been allowed to come otherwise." Saying that out loud, admitting the depths of my shame, the thickness of the chains wrapped around my neck was beyond humiliating. Devastating. At least not without him. And even now he couldn't simply leave me alone to browse around the shop. He has to call every 30 seconds to threaten me, I added, getting angry all over again because that was preferable to being afraid, constantly petrified something would trigger him, push him over the edge, and that would result in my demise. I banished that thought because it was too scary admitting that my husband was fully capable of killing me.
"Are you all right?"
he asked with concern. The short answer was no. I wasn't all right. I hadn't been all right for years. I broke my arm a year ago and had to go for my last checkup, I explained. He understood what I wasn't saying, that Bruce was the one who actually broke it, and he simply nodded at that.
"I never met a person actually going through all the checkups,"
he commented, almost conversationally. Neither had I. It was a way for me to leave the house, I explained, getting serious all over again. The stranger shook his head. Once again I was surprised there was no pity in his eyes, only deep understanding and sadness.
"Look at us,"
he commented after a short pause.
"Aren't we a pair?"
Despite everything, that made me smile. "True kindred spirits," I added humorously. I checked the time and stood up straighter all of a sudden. It was fun, in a really strange kind of way, to have this moment, but it was time to end it. It was time for me to head home, or I wouldn't be able to prepare dinner for Bruce. And after everything I did today, that would be the last straw for Bruce to completely lose his mind and lash out. Then again, after the way I stood up to him, and the way he hung up on me without calling again, I certainly wouldn't be that surprised he was already waiting for me at home, brewing, livid. It definitely wouldn't be the first time.
"Do you have to go?"
he guessed. I don't want to go home, especially when I knew what would be waiting for me there. Only pain and sorrow. "Yes, it's time," I replied, instead of what I'd been thinking of. What was the point anyway? It wasn't like this stranger could do anything about it. We shared our sad stories. We shared a moment in which we learned there were other people out there in the world suffering like we were suffering. That had to be enough. It was enough. Although I didn't regret it, I was saddened that after all this trouble and struggle, I still hadn't found the book I had been looking for, and since I ran out of time, I wouldn't be able to either. That pained me more than anything else.
"Do you want to go home?"
he surprised me by asking. "Not really. But it's not like I have a choice," I replied with a shrug. I was playing my part again, acting like I was tougher than I was, acting as though I had made peace with my choices, with the life I was forced to live. I started to walk away.
"What if it doesn't have to be like that? For either of us?"
he asked, stopping me in my tracks. Something in his voice made me turn to look at him. "What do you mean?" I asked, confused.
"What if we can help each other out?"
he asked, and there was a strange glint in his eyes. "Help?" I tested the word inside my head. All the same, his question made me so shocked, so deeply rattled for some reason, I completely forgot about my despair. It went away as though it never existed, and all it took was for me to hear that simple word. Help. Somehow, I couldn't decide if that was a good or a bad thing. 5. An indecent offer. "What do you mean, help each other out?" I parroted. "How?" Instead of answering me, he turned toward one of the bookshelves and started to look through the books, tracking all the titles with his index finger. Is this the proper time for shopping? I thought, irked. Perhaps I should do the same. Then again, I was too curious to hear what he had to say to do anything else than wait patiently. Yet my patience was running thin. What is he doing? I sighed, checking the time. I should truly get going. I couldn't wait a second longer. Bruce was already mad at me. I certainly shouldn't find new ways to make it worse. I was about to say my goodbyes when he let out a sound as though pleased with himself.
"Found it,"
he announced, pulling out a book from its place. He handed it to me, wearing a strange expression on his face. I accepted it carefully, reading the title in the process. "What?" I frowned. I was now more confused than ever. The title of the book was Strangers on a Train. It was a classic written by Patricia Highsmith. The said piece had also been turned into a very popular movie. What does this book have to do with anything? With me? I wondered. I looked at the man in front of me in a questioning manner.
"Are you familiar with this book?"
he asked, and although he tried to remain calm, I detected a hint of excitement in his voice. After spending a decade with Bruce, I had become pretty good at distinguishing subtle changes in someone's tone of voice. That skill had saved me more than once from a beatdown.
"I know of it,"
I replied honestly. I had never actually read the book, though I recalled the story perfectly from Alfred Hitchcock's movie.
"So, what do you think?"
he prompted. I immediately put two and two together. He can't be serious. I looked up at him, at this man, this stranger standing in front of me, and I could see it plainly in his eyes that he was dead serious. No! My mind instantly rebelled. He must be out of his mind suggesting something like this to me. Even the simple thought of suggesting something like this was complete lunacy. We could never do something like this. I could never do something like this. My sentiment must have been clearly written across my face since he chuckled, scratching the back of his head. In any other circumstances, I would believe he was nervous and unsure all of a sudden, but he still looked pretty confident.
"I don't blame you for thinking I've lost my mind,"
he said.
"Please, hear me out."
"I don't have a lot of time," I warned. My words had a double meaning. I cautioned him how I needed to return to Bruce, but not to waste my time with foolishness as well. He nodded, and all of a sudden, he looked kind of excited by the prospect of sharing his intent with me, putting this vague proposal into an actual plan, which confirmed I had been right all along. I'd guessed his emotions perfectly. I wanted to pat myself on the back for that. His eyes sparkled as well. I should have been afraid of all that. I wasn't.
"We can do this. I know we can."
And there was such confidence in his voice, I could almost believe him. We could do it. Could we? Should we? A few other patrons browsed by, and he took a step toward me so he could speak in a more hushed manner. I felt like we were part of some conspiracy club, because that was exactly what had been happening in the last couple of minutes. We were conspiring to do something unthinkable, and yet, at the same time, utterly tempting.
"Meeting you was Providence. This is it. The miracle we've both been waiting for,"
he shared as a secret, almost whispering in my ear. I shuddered, not because of his proximity, although I had to admit his aftershave was very pleasing, but because of the power and intensity of his words. Should I dare to hope? Am I crazy for indulging in this for even a second? Probably. Most definitely. Then again, I was in a bookstore, surrounded by all kinds of stories, all kinds of unimaginable adventures. This was the perfect, probably the only place I should be able to indulge in this scenario. A world without Bruce. I was timid while trying to imagine something like that, yet I gave it a go, and it was absolutely wonderful. I almost started sobbing then and there and experienced pure joy and happiness picturing my life without my monstrous husband. That was something I had never allowed myself to do, because hoping was useless, because hoping would drive me to insanity. Yet in these moments, here, in this bookstore, talking with this stranger about this plan of his, this almost indecent offer, I allowed myself just that, to dream the impossible, at least for a fraction of a second, before stopping myself, locking those emotions deep down inside of me again. And because he looked at me expectantly, I said, "I need you to say it out loud." I needed to know I wasn't losing my mind and that I understood his intentions perfectly. He started to smile as though pleased I was prepared to listen, yet caught himself in time and nodded instead. "The plan is exquisitely simple, as in this book." He nodded at the one I was still clutching in my hands. "I'll take care of your marriage problems, and you'll take care of mine. It's as simple as that," he concluded. If only life could be that simple. Sadly, I learned from a painful experience that was never the case, at least not for people like me. "What do you mean by that, exactly?" I asked. From this proximity, I could see the exact color of his eyes. They were blue, steady. "I'll make sure that your husband can never hurt you again, and in return, you'll help me get out of my terrible marriage." "And when you say make sure, you mean—" "Yes." Oh my God. My heart started to beat really, really fast. Was that the only way? Was this my only way to freedom? Making a deal with this stranger? "Can't you see this is a win-win kind of a situation?" he continued. "Since we don't know each other, we can do whatever we want and get away with it." The way he phrased things, "do whatever we want and get away with it," sent chills down my spine. Could my way out really be that simple? Was it simple? We were discussing some pretty horrible things at the moment. In order to save ourselves, we would have to hurt someone else. Although it sounded like the devil's offer, I was actually thinking of selling my soul, because the prospect of being free of Bruce, and for good, filled me with so many different kinds of emotions I didn't want to analyze at the moment, that I felt overwhelmed. Was it wrong of me that I was seriously contemplating his offer? Probably. Then again, it was also wrong that Bruce was known to beat me up so severely that I would end up in the hospital. It was all just a matter of perspective. At the same time, could I honestly do what he suggested? Could I stand in front of his wife and try to end her life? I wasn't so sure. And what about the morality of this situation? Should I play God and decide who had the right to live and who needed to die? It all came down to one simple, yet not so simple question. Could I harm another person, despite the fact she was deserving, despite the fact she hurt others, simply so I could ensure my own freedom? Then again, acting from such selfish impulses, wouldn't I become the thing I detested the most? How would I be any better than Bruce if I made this deal? I wouldn't be. I would get my life back, a second chance to start over and be happy. That thought made me pause. This man offered me my dream on a silver platter, even if it was at such a steep price. Was I brave enough to take it? I wasn't so sure I was. Bruce beat it out of me a long time ago. Perhaps that was precisely why I needed to find it inside of me again. That courage. A defiant part of me rebelled. "So, what do you say?" he prompted. "I know how it all sounds, but it can work. Trust me, it would be a perfect crime." It would still be a crime. "I'm interested in hearing more about this plan of yours. However, I don't want anyone to get hurt as it happened in the book." It wasn't a happy ending for the main characters. I couldn't live with myself otherwise. "We're much smarter than those characters," he reassured me. "We won't make the same mistakes." Does this mean I would have to read the book? I instantly rebelled against that. If I went through this craziness and the police found a copy of this book in my possession, then they might be able to puzzle it all together, and then it would all be for nothing. Speaking like a true criminal already. It sounds too crazy. My fear won in the end. I couldn't go through with something like this. I would fail, and then Bruce would kill me. I know, the man agreed, much to my surprise. That's precisely why it's going to work. I really didn't know how to respond. A sane person would simply say, "No, thank you. I will not bloody my hands," and walk away. Sadly, after 10 years with Bruce, I wasn't the same sane person anymore. He'd changed me in his desire to shape me into a perfect wife. So now I was seriously considering killing him. I felt like I'd fallen into one of my mystery books, and now I had no idea how to behave, or what the right course of action was. What to do? I don't know what to say, I said eventually. Say you'll think about it. If I said that, would it be because I was interested in going through this, for real, or simply placating him, trying to end this conversation? I wondered. Did it matter? I believed that it did matter. Sadly, I had no answer. Probably a little bit of a both, depending on the current thoughts inside my head. It's too crazy, I repeated, not liking being put on the spot like this. I don't even know your name. He instantly offered me his hand. My name is Marco, and I'm going to make all your problems go away. 6. A life sentence. I looked in shock at his outstretched hand. Was it wise for us to exchange our names? Naturally, I dismissed that instantly, since that was simply my paranoia talking. Then I realized what he said apart from his name. Was he joking with me? I had a lot of doubts. He must be joking. This was all a joke and nothing else. There was probably a hidden camera someplace filming everything. If Bruce sees me on TV, talking about killing him, I will end up being killed. This isn't a joke, and there are no hidden cameras. He had guessed my thoughts as I started to look around like a maniac. That somewhat put me at ease. You're actually serious about this? I asked, still suspicious. He nodded. The most serious I have ever been in my entire life. I accepted his hand and we shook as I offered my name in return. Daisy. What do you say, Daisy, now that you know I'm not trying to prank you? Are you ready to take charge of your life? That almost made me smile, since he sounded like a salesman. Are you sick and tired of trying the same old tricks without any results? Try our product, Stranger in a Bookstore, and all your problems will magically go away. I was clearly losing my mind. There was still part of me that couldn't shake the feeling this was all some elaborate scam to humiliate me, because it went against reason that he was serious. I did fall for it, and hard, and now it was time to return to reality. Things like this didn't happen in real life, only in books and movies. Talk to me. What's on your mind? He encouraged. I narrowed my eyes. I think you're pranking me, and I don't appreciate it. I opened my soul to this man, and in return, I got only mockery. I really need to get home. This isn't a joke, not a prank. He was quick to reassure me. I'm dead serious, pardon the pun, and I'm truly confident you and I can pull it off. I stared at him for a couple of heartbeats. Why? You know nothing about me. How can you be so sure? Because I can see it in your eyes. What? I asked, only slightly on the defensive side. You're as trapped in this miserable life as I am, and it's slowly killing you. The power of his words and their truthfulness shook me to the core. He certainly had me there. "So, you were lurking here in hopes someone like me would come along to help you get out of your marriage?" I challenged. He didn't take offense to my words. "Of course not. And I understand your hesitation and skepticism. This all sounds pretty crazy, but I know you feel the same way I do, that this is right." I wouldn't go that far. "Honestly, I got the idea after hearing about you and your husband." "I see." I nodded. He sounded genuine. He sounded like a man I could trust. Should I? "That's precisely why I know it's going to work. Because there is no plan. It just happened. The plan exists only because you and I met here completely by accident," he said, offering a reassuring smile. "Just like in a book." The book didn't have a happy ending, though, I reminded myself. Despite everything he said, I still had a few reservations, to put it mildly. Could I actually make a deal with this man? Could I go through with it? "Let's say that I do believe you." "Why me?" "Because you're just like me," he said sadly. Two desperate souls, doing something desperately. It sounded like the first line from some novel. This was no fantasy, though. This was my life, and I had no idea what to do. I felt like I was standing on the precipice, and what I chose to do now would affect the rest of my life. For better, for worse. There was no telling. I had to make a choice of the path ahead, but I was waiting for the right one to present itself. It sounded so unbelievable. Making a deal, killing some woman so Marco would kill Bruce. Then again, what other choice did I have? As it was, my life was pretty determined for me. I would forever be trapped in a marriage with Bruce, and he would continue to torment me until I died. I'd much rather die, here, now, than to have to endure such a horrible version of existence. I couldn't even call it life, because it certainly wouldn't be that. I can always hope he will have a heart attack in his 50s, die, and leave me a happy widow. That wasn't life either. Hoping, praying for someone's death, day after day, night after night. Perhaps it would be better to take charge, take life into my own hands and change something, create freedom and happiness. This man was offering that to me. A solution. A way out. The least I could do was hear him out and see if what he was suggesting was in fact something I could go through with, and live with it for the rest of my life. "What makes you so sure we won't end up in jail?" I asked what concerned me the most, apart from killing another human being. "They wouldn't be able to convict us of anything. We would have perfect alibis. You and I are complete strangers to one another. After all, we are complete strangers to our victims. So there would be no evidence, no motive whatsoever." I nodded, because so far what he was saying made perfect sense. The police wouldn't suspect random strangers of a crime committed. They would look at people close by, and once they couldn't find a viable suspect that way, then and only then would they widen the net. However, by then, all trails would go cold. And besides, as he said, nobody would suspect me of killing his wife because I had never met the woman and had no connection to her. Could I kill a woman I didn't know? That hadn't done anything wrong to me? More to the point, could I kill, period? "It would be impossible for the authorities to track us down," Marco continued, "or manage to place us together in any way. We might end up being interrogated in our own spouses' murders, but all the evidence would point elsewhere." Murder. That word sent chills down my spine. I couldn't believe I was actually standing here, contemplating someone's murder. Two, actually. Could I go through with it?
Could I murder someone? Could I do it so I could be free? Did one justify the other? They would never suspect me in the case of your husband's murder, Marco continued. Nor would they suspect you in my wife's, because the police have no habit of investigating strangers with zero ties to the case, not to mention without criminal records. How do you know I have no criminal record? I challenged. That made him lose some of the confidence he was speaking with. Do you have a criminal record? He asked in all seriousness. No, I admitted. I'd never even received a parking ticket, but that was simply because I was afraid of Bruce. Then again, it wasn't like I would go on a crime spree if I wasn't so terrified of my husband. Committing a crime simply wasn't in me. I was a law-abiding woman. Always was. And yet, here you are conspiring with this stranger to kill 2 people. What could I say? Desperation made me act completely out of character. Marco smiled. See, it all fits, he insisted. I remained silent. I couldn't decide who was the crazier one between the 2 of us. He for approaching a strange woman to ask her if she would be so kind as to kill his wife, while in exchange he would return the favor by killing her husband. Or me, for actually listening to him, indulging in this crazy scenario in the first place. I don't know, I said eventually. And that was the truth. I had no idea what to think, or how I felt about this whole situation. I get it. I totally get it. Could you do me one favor, though? Just think about it. Okay? He urged, clearly seeing I was torn between what I wanted and what was right. What I was taught was right, I corrected. Something about Marco made me believe in him. I was sure his intentions were pure and genuine. Although we were discussing murder, which was a horrible thing, it was the only way out of a horrible situation. In a weird way, it was as simple as that. Marco was truly offering me a solution to all my problems. Of course, he wasn't doing it out of the generosity of his heart. He would be getting the same in return from me. Yet all the facts remained the same, and although the morality of it all still bothered me, I found myself unable to dismiss it so easily. How could I when my life was on the line here? I will think about it, I replied in a small voice. Really? He asked, hopeful. Yes. I will think about it, I repeated, still barely saying the words, afraid someone might hear me and punish me for it. If Marco was surprised, he didn't show it. There is a connection between you and me, Daisy. It was serendipitous that we bumped into one another like this, and we will help each other out to have the lives we deserve. You'll see. When he spoke like that, it was easy to succumb to it, believe in such fantasy. Then I would remind myself of what we would actually have to do to accomplish something like that, and the bubble would burst, only to be created all over again, because that was what hope did. Hope never lets dreams truly go away, or die. I need to go, and I need more time to think about it. I understand. I started to leave and hesitated. Was that it? I knew nothing about him apart from his first name, which was the point. But how to reach him if I wanted to speak with him again? Tell him my decision. Even if it was simply to turn him down, I wanted to do it properly. As he said, we were connected. I felt it too, and it wouldn't feel right to simply abandon him like this. As though all of that passed through his head as well, he stopped me. Wait. Let me give you my number so you can contact me when ready. Okay, I agreed. Give me your phone so you can save my number, he added, outstretching his open palm. At first, I made a motion to give him my phone, yet managed to check myself in time. I can't have your number in my phone,
I said, and there was a slight hysteria in my voice. And that was understandable. I'd almost made a huge mistake. A mistake I would pay greatly for. Bruce would definitely see it, because he checked my phone constantly. More likely, he would demand to know who this man was that I was screwing with. I would never be able to explain why I had his number without telling the truth, which was not an option.
Good thinking,
Marco agreed. He fished an old receipt from his jacket pocket. I offered a pen, and he wrote his number on the back of it, without adding his name, which I thought was a nice touch. It wasn't like I would ever forget who gave this to me anyway. Once he finished, he gave it to me, and I instantly stuffed it in my jeans' smallest pocket, as though trying to hide drugs or something else equally illegal.
Call me,
he said, as he watched me finish my action. I constantly worried about how others perceived me, especially Bruce, and I was sure I looked like a complete basket case to Marco. That is precisely why you're having this conversation in the first place, I reminded myself, which was a small comfort at the moment. I nodded at his words, although now that this was finally over, and I had his number, I realized I was probably never going to use it. The spell was broken. The fantasy ended, and it was time to return to reality, no matter how harsh it was. Although his offer was tempting, I could never actually go through with something like that, and I was sure that once he left this place, Marco would feel the same. He too would feel foolish for having this conversation with me in the first place. But then he said,
"That number is going to be in use for only a week."
That surprised me. Why?
Because after that, I will be getting rid of the phone.
7. The worst thing in the world. Get rid of his phone, I repeated to myself. I was about to ask why would he do something like that. Why would he get rid of his phone when mine started ringing, startling me at such an intense moment and making me jump? Naturally, it was Bruce. I guessed he lost patience that I still hadn't returned home after our last conversation. Without wasting any more time, I answered. "Hello?"
"Are you home yet?"
he snapped in his usual manner. I cringed. Not yet." I had no time to come up with a viable lie, and if I claimed something was wrong with my car and he came to pick me up and discovered everything was in perfect order, he would be beyond furious. "I got so caught up," I tried to explain.
"You have only 30 minutes left to get your ass home,"
he growled at me. Despite how it sounded, the fact he was still honoring his original deal made me hopeful I could actually get away with all of this. Ugh, how sad my life was, where I spent my days avoiding traps my husband planted for me, trying not to get beaten down. Having such thoughts, I instinctively looked at Marco, who was looking at me in return. He smiled knowingly, and for some reason, I found that comforting. "I won't be late, Bruce, and dinner will be on the table waiting for you as well," I promised.
"It better be,"
he said, before hanging up. I sighed with relief since this turned out to be quite a short conversation. It was obvious why Bruce needed to do that. No matter what, he always needed to feel like he was in control. Sadly, he was, and this was one of the ways to achieve that. He gave me a deadline, and I had to make it, which meant it was now truly time to leave this bookstore, although I didn't want to, and say my goodbyes to Marco, pretending I never met him in the first place. Life would be easier that way, than constantly wondering what if. What if I only called him afterward, and made plans to ensure my freedom? Our freedom. Despite those thoughts, his phone number was still safely tucked into my pocket. A souvenir from a strange day. I wouldn't be able to keep it, of course. I would be in constant fear that Bruce would find it, demanding to know why I had it, so upon arriving home, I planned on flushing the number down the toilet. Or I can simply throw it in the trash that stood in front of the bookstore. Every part of my being rebelled against that. "Bye," I said to this mystery man that I shared a very strange conversation with, and after grabbing 3 random mystery books, none was Strangers on the Train, I returned that to one of the shelves. I went to the register to pay for them. Luckily, there was no line, and I finished everything rather quickly. I paid with my credit card so Bruce could see, once he checked the bank statements, that I truly was in the bookstore and no place else. Just like I said I was. I headed toward the exit and could see from the corner of my eye Marco wanted to follow me, clearly having more to say, but I very discreetly shook my head, and he stopped in his tracks, catching himself in time. What more was there to say? He proposed this insane plan to me, and I promised I would think about it. Besides, it wouldn't be prudent if anyone saw us talking together. That would ruin the whole advantage of us being complete strangers. It was never a bad thing to be extra careful, just in case. In case something happened. In case someone might be watching me. I rushed toward my car. As I got inside and sat down, put the key in the ignition, and grabbed the wheel, I stopped and just sat like that for a few heartbeats. Wouldn't it be great to turn on the car and just start driving in a completely opposite direction, away from that house, away from him? That would be heaven. Sighing, I started driving toward home. I hated my life, and speaking with Marco only showed me how much. It wasn't that I didn't know that beforehand. It was simply that it was easier not to think about certain things in my everyday life. But now I had no choice. Being confronted like this, with all my bad decisions, with all my misery. Bruce would never change. Besides, why would he, when he had everything just the way he wanted it, with me unable to stand up to him? And there was nobody who could help me, make him change or pay for his actions. The whole system protected him, because he was the system. He was in charge. He had all the power, which meant I would forever remain the same as well, miserable, desperate, and all alone. If I accept Marco's offer, that could change, I thought. I dismissed that idea as nonsense, because it was all fun and games to entertain such a thing for a moment. All the same, I knew I could never go through with something like that in reality. I couldn't kill Bruce, or let someone else kill him while I killed some other woman, no matter how miserable I was. It simply wasn't in my nature to harm anyone. Many believe that through history they were pacifists, but life had a strange sense of irony, and special circumstances could change everything in a blink of a second, and could change that belief as well. The truth was, people were capable of all kinds of things, unimaginable things, when pushed into a corner while they fought for their survival. I guess I'm not there yet. How was that possible? What was wrong with me? There has to be another way out of my life, I groaned inwardly. After speaking with Marco, I became restless, like I hadn't been in a long time. Living a certain way had made me obedient, and I hated that. I was taught not to hate. However, after spending 10 years with Bruce, I learned to hate a lot of things, him included. I became damaged goods because of him, and even if he dropped dead today, the scars he left me with were something I would have to carry with me for the rest of my life. If only he would drop dead today, that would really solve all my problems. But I wasn't that lucky. Make the deal with Marco, and all your problems will go away, a small part of me whispered in my ear. No, I will find another way out of this. Sadly, I couldn't see that other way at the moment. Like I told Marco, I was trapped in my marriage, and that was no exaggeration. I will get out of it. I had no other choice. I simply had to be a little bit more patient and hope a road ahead to freedom would appear to me. It went without saying I was running out of both. I was pretty thin on patience, and almost ran out of hope completely. Yet it was still there. I knew it was because that was the only thing that kept me going. I will be free of him in the end. This couldn't be it for me. I had to believe that. But did I really? After getting beaten up day after day, how could I continue to hope something better was waiting for me just around the corner? I had no answer to that question. Would it truly be terrible to get rid of him permanently? That thought suddenly popped into my head. The idea Marco managed to insert into my brain today was so powerful, it refused to be as easily eradicated as I originally thought, no matter how hard I tried. No matter if I had a lot of good, decent, rational counter-arguments against it. While I drove back home, back to my doom and ruination, that was all I could think about. My conversation with Marco, and what he offered to me. I wasn't even sure he understood what he'd offered to me, what it meant to me, which was precisely why it was so hard to let it go and return to my life as though nothing happened. Could I do it? I tried to picture myself going through all the steps, although it wasn't like I was an expert on how to kill someone. All I knew I had learned from books and movies, and those weren't the best reference materials. Then again, I didn't have to do anything to Bruce. I only had to make a deal with Marco and wait for him to do the bloody part for me. If I said yes to his plan, I would simply have to wait as someone else finally put Bruce in the ground, where he belonged, where he couldn't hurt anyone else. This was my opportunity to do something for myself, to get rid of that monster. However, that freedom would have to come with a price. I would have to bloody my hands too in order to escape this hell. Would it be so wrong of me to try and help myself the only way I could when there was no one else trying to do anything to help me? Everyone knew what Bruce was doing to me behind closed doors, and for years they had all turned a blind eye, starting with our neighbors, my doctors, and the police. I was sure some even believed I deserved everything, living in such a misogynistic society where women were blamed for everything. I mostly believed people were scared to say or do anything, as I was scared, because Bruce was a really powerful man, at least in our small part of the world, with an even more powerful father who always had his back no matter what. I'd heard rumors about what Bruce did to some of his old girlfriends, but the all-powerful mayor took care of it. They were the lucky ones, because they managed to escape. I was the one he chose to torment for the rest of his life. I was the trapped one because I couldn't compete with all the resources they had at their disposal. But if I accepted Marco's offer, I wouldn't have to be. And on my mind went in circles. Dangerous circles. All my problems could be solved if I only allowed this stranger to kill my husband. A truck's mighty horn broke through my daydreaming. The light was flashing, and in an instant, I realized that in my madness I had switched to the wrong lane. The truck was gunning for me, coming from the opposite direction, and in this game of chicken, I would most definitely lose. I panicked, gripping the wheel tightly, and managing to turn just in time to prevent getting hit by the truck. The car swayed a little at the intensity of my turn. "Son of a bitch!" I cursed, as my heart started to beat like crazy. I had almost died. That truck, at that speed, would have pulverized my small car, with me in it. Fuck! Fuck! I continued to rant, trying to calm myself down. I'd allowed myself to get so distracted that I almost killed myself. I almost caused a traffic accident while I fantasized about killing my husband. If that wasn't a clear sign I was on the wrong path, then I didn't know what was. Fuck! I repeated, shaking my head. I had completely lost my mind. There was no doubt about that. And the saddest part? Ending it, here and now, wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. 8. A life without Bruce. I parked the car in the driveway and left the car, having this foreboding feeling, carrying a small grocery bag, looking about. I didn't see Bruce's car, but that didn't mean anything. He was known to park someplace else and get the rest of the way on foot to not alert me of his arrival. I checked my watch. I still had time to finish dinner, which was a relief. I inserted the key to unlock the front door when it was yanked open for me. Bruce glared at me, his disapproval, anger almost palpable. On the inside, I was petrified. On the outside, I simply smiled. Of course, he'd rushed home from work. After all the conversations we'd had today, it was to be expected. He'd left the office early simply so he could be able to do this. Open the door to let me know, in a theatrical manner, that he was home when I wasn't. It was yet to be determined if he would try and play the victim or move straight to being a bully. "Thank you, honey," I said, as though nothing was amiss. I grabbed hold of the grocery bag with both hands, pretending it was heavier than it actually was. Not really sure why. Perhaps it was a defense mechanism. "You're finally home. Took you long enough," he grumbled, moving to the side so I could get inside. Every part of my being screamed I shouldn't go inside. Only pain would wait for me within these walls, but I still forced my legs to move forward. "I'm sorry," I replied, which was an instinctive response for me, as I moved past him and went straight for the kitchen. I only had a limited amount of time to finish dinner, and if I didn't start now, it wouldn't be done on time. Bruce would have no sympathy if that were the case, even if it was his fault, even if he was the one keeping me away, making conversation, arguing. In the end, it would be my fault, as always. He would simply state I should have been home earlier if I couldn't make everything on time, before punishing me. "I'm starving," he complained, following me. He looked like a dark shadow always looming over me. I gained nothing by having such thoughts, but it was how I felt. "Dinner will be ready at 4:30, I reassured him as I opened the fridge. I didn't have to think about what to say anymore. Those kinds of reassurances and compliance came out of my mouth completely mechanically. I had used them so many times in the past, it had become second nature to me. That was the only way I could speak with Bruce if I wanted to keep him calm. Not that it worked every time. "It should have been prepared by now, but you spent too much time wandering about town," he snapped in return. "Unfortunately, my wife thinks more about herself than her husband. I was at my doctor's office, and then I visited a bookstore. Nothing else." He narrowed his eyes. "You have too much free time if you think you can spend it wandering about a bookstore." The way he said that, one would think it was a dirty word. Perhaps in his dictionary, the bookstore was a dirty word. Bruce had never been a reader. That much was obvious. I stopped what I was doing, stacking all the groceries and ingredients I needed on the counter, to look at him. It was obvious he was trying to start a fight and trying to bait me in any way possible for me to talk back to him. Despite knowing all that, I still said, "Are you saying I should get a job?" He smacked his fist against the counter. Everything around us rattled from the intensity of it. I flinched, although his intention wasn't to harm me, yet simply to intimidate me. I was still tense, knowing what could come next. "You already have a job. It's your duty to take care of me, of this household." I wanted to grit my teeth and growl at him, but stopped myself in time. What about his duty? Isn't it the husband's duty to take care of his wife? Smacking me around wasn't taking care of me. It was abuse. Not that I could say something like that out loud. Bruce didn't like being confronted about his shortcomings. That would make him spiral and rage out of control like nothing else. "I'm trying to take care of you," I offered in my calm voice. He chuckled humorlessly. "Yeah, I can see that. You were missing the whole day doing God knows what, and you didn't even bother to buy me my favorite cheese." Enough with the cheese! I wanted to scream at him. Then again, he couldn't care less about it. It was simply one of the weapons to use against me, showing me how bad I was. But he'd made a mistake there. He looked at the grocery bag I brought with me as I continued preparing supper. He pushed it away down the counter as though in disgust. "You bought 3 books for yourself, and you bought nothing for me. You're really taking good care of me. I can feel the love and devotion," he mocked. "Who reads that much anyways? I have half a mind to forbid it. Perhaps then you'd be a better wife." My heart started to beat a little bit faster. He couldn't do that to me. I would go mad without my books. Naturally, I couldn't show how much that disturbed me because he was relentless and would use any weakness to get what he wanted. "What are you talking about?" I asked, as though not understanding why he was acting in such a manner. I reached inside the bag to pull out an even smaller one. "Of course I bought you your favorite cheese," I practically sang, placing it in front of him. I felt victorious but knew I couldn't show it. That was the quickest way for me to end up in a hospital. Bruce couldn't stand me being smarter than him, outwitting him in any way. If he suspected I was mocking him, he would immediately lash out. Naturally, Bruce didn't look pleased. He even opened it up, in hopes I'd made a mistake and bought the wrong one. I hadn't, and he wanted to eat his heart out because of it. "I think this is spoiled," he said eventually, making faces while sniffing it. "The expiration date is 2 years from now," I pointed out. "I don't care about the damn expiration date. I said you bought a spoiled cheese." He threw it in the trash. He said that was the case, and that was the law in this house, although he was the only thing spoiled in this house. My victory was short-lived. "I'm sorry, Bruce. I'll buy you another tomorrow," I promised. It was obvious he wanted to fight, but I had enough practice and experience not to fall for every trap he was setting for me. Unfortunately, if he was really set to fight in one of his moods, there would be no preventing it. I really hoped it wouldn't come to that. Then again, he hadn't hit me in the head upon arriving, so he wasn't as pissed at me as he could get. He just likes to play with me, I reminded myself, which meant all my assessments could be wrong. All the same, I ignored him as he huffed about while I fixed dinner. It was just a matter of preheating, adding a few ingredients, and fixing a salad. I even started to hum to myself, a tune I knew he liked, as I worked. I had become a master at pretending that everything was well, that I was living the life I wanted with a loving husband. As time continued to go by, it became more and more apparent Bruce expected me to fail, so he could berate me anew that I was a bad wife and punish me for my bad behavior. Once again, I didn't allow that to happen. My pride wouldn't let me, although I knew that could cost me in the long run. At times it was easier to let him smack me a little for some idiocy than to let him build up all his frustrations and anger, then let loose like an enraged animal. Unfortunately, for some reason, I couldn't let him have that small victory. Perhaps he was right. Perhaps I was a spiteful woman. But I didn't think that was the case. He was just an asshole. It was exactly 4:30 on the dot when I placed the last bowl on the table. I managed to make everything on time and arrange the table the way he wanted it. I even had a small bouquet of flowers as decoration. "Finally," he grumbled. He sat down, grabbing the spoon as though it was a weapon, and he watched me disapprovingly while I poured him some soup. It was just the way he liked it. Not too cold, not too hot, and salty. That meant nothing, though. He could change things up all of a sudden and claim he liked it differently. It wouldn't be the first time. I sat as well. I made sure I only served myself 1/3 of what I would serve to him. Bruce didn't like it if I gained any weight. My small defiance was that I pretended to worry about it only while he was around. When I was alone in the house, I ate as much as I wanted. I even made pancakes for myself the other day and ate all of them, cleaning up all the evidence after the fact so he would be none the wiser. We ate in silence. More accurately put, I ate in silence, while Bruce constantly complained about everything. He said the soup was completely cold and not salty enough, and later the mashed potatoes were too salty. He got completely disgusted by the salad, pushing it away from him because I put too much salad dressing on it. "Why do you give me that shit to eat anyways? I'm not an animal." I begged to differ. Then again, perhaps he had a point. People added greens to their diet to stay healthy and live longer. Since I didn't want that for Bruce, I should definitely stop serving him salads. In the end, he devoured only the steak I had prepared for him, making all my other efforts completely useless. He didn't even want to touch his dessert because he said I was trying to poison him with that store-bought crap. Those were his exact words. Just a week ago, he said those were the best mini cakes he had ever eaten in his entire life. I couldn't wait for this torment to be over, knowing he would settle in his chair, watch some game, drink a beer, or 5, and I could get some peace and quiet pretending to do housework, away from him. And if I was truly lucky, he would fall asleep in that chair, and I would have the whole bed to myself, and rest in peace. I picked up my plates, eager to start cleaning so I wouldn't have to look at him. Bruce hated if I left a mess, so it was always prudent to start this immediately after dinner. "Stop doing that, and come sit with me. You are so dense at times." I tried to sit next to him, but he grabbed me by the arm, forcing me to sit in his lap. I hated when he did that. I wasn't a little girl, but a grown woman. It was simply a power play on his part. I was easier to handle that way. I was completely vulnerable that way. Like many times in the past, I became acutely aware of where all the knives were around us. I would never use any of them against him. All the same, I still made a note of where they were. "I've decided to forgive you for today, and for the lousy dinner," he said ever so generously. "I don't know why. I guess I just love you that much." Love? He didn't know the meaning of it. "Don't you want to say it back?" he demanded after a short pause. "I love you too, Bruce," I forced myself to say. He grabbed a fistful of my hair so he could push me toward him, to press my lips against his. It was hard to suppress the revulsion I felt toward him. Unfortunately, he didn't stop there. He started kissing me, grabbing at my breasts, and I knew where this was going. The same thing happened too many times in the past for me not to. This was Bruce's version of romance. After a whole day of tormenting me, berating me, and threatening me over dinner, he gracelessly decided to forgive me, expecting I would be so overcome with emotions I'd thank God I had such a wonderful husband, and be happy he wanted to fuck me instead of beating me. Not so much. After 30 seconds of him groping me, he stood up from his chair, taking me with him. He held me firmly by the wrist as he walked down the hall and up the stairs toward the bedroom. I walked beside him like a dog on a chain. "I hate you. I hate you," I screamed inside my head. He didn't bother to undress, simply unzipped his pants and pushed me down, sticking his dick inside my mouth. I suppressed the urge to bite hard as I satisfied him. Once he was fully erect, he stopped me. "Turn around," he ordered. I started to get up, but he lost patience and finished the movement instead of me. He yanked me upwards only to rotate me and then pushed me down onto the bed. My legs were sticking off it. I still had my shoes on. I felt him yank my jeans down and underwear too. I made no move to help him, but I was thankful that they were at least loose on me. Otherwise, I'd have scrapes down my hips and thighs. Tears appeared in my eyes, but I refused to cry. He'd already seen me cry way too much. It was enough. Yet I still allowed him to take me. I hated the feel of his weight pressed against my body as he fumbled about, trying to penetrate me. I stifled a scream when he succeeded. He was very rough, like he always was. It didn't take him long to finish. Once he did, he just lay there on top of me like some dead fish as he tried to catch his breath. All the while, I wished him to have a heart attack and die. Eventually, he got up, slapping me across the ass. It was his way of telling me I should dress, as he did the same. I refused to look at him as I pulled my pants up. On his way out of the bedroom, where I knew he would return downstairs to grab a beer and watch TV in the living room, he paused. "Don't forget to clean up," he ordered. Once I was left alone, I sat back down on the bed. Everything ached and throbbed, and I tried really hard not to think about it. The most important thing was that I wasn't bleeding. This time, I felt like crying. I would go completely mad if I had to endure all that. Endure him for the rest of my life, if I wasn't already. At my lowest point, feeling completely degraded and depressed, I started thinking about Marco and the deal he wanted us to make. Would it be so terrible if I did it? I started to consider the offer more seriously than before. I want a life without Bruce. More importantly, I needed it. 9. A stolen moment of freedom. When Saturday came, I was barely able to control my excitement, although it was vital not to show it on my face. Bruce would be away from home for at least a couple of hours. Each Saturday, he and his father traditionally went to the golf club to play that extremely boring game, in my humble opinion, then sit in the restaurant, have something to eat, drink, and smoke expensive cigars. I hated the game, and it was a relief I wasn't part of it. Bruce's father hated my guts, and even after 10 years of marriage, Michael didn't try to hide his animosity. Of course, he hated all women and was quite open about his opinion of the female species. However, he hated me with a special kind of passion and never missed an opportunity to torment me. I was family, after all, I mocked. He believed Bruce married down, picked the wrong wife, and never missed a chance to rub my nose into it, or Bruce's. The apple didn't fall far from the tree in that family. Like father, like son. Bruce didn't leave before barking a few orders at me. He liked to keep me busy any time he was away, as though knowing I would be working on my escape otherwise. "I'll return around 5, he notified me, which meant he could be home anywhere from 3 to 7. "What do you want for dinner?" I asked, like a good, caring wife would. I would serve him dog shit if I could. He didn't deserve anything better. But fear prevented me from acting on my desires. He made a face. "You know I'll be eating at the club." "Right. So don't cook anything. There's no point in wasting food." Like he really cared about that. Each time he didn't like what I served him, he would hurl it across the room, beat me up, then make me clean it up. "All right, Bruce. Whatever you say. Besides, you should really skip a meal," he added, while scrutinizing me. "You've put on some weight." It was beyond ironic hearing those words coming from him. He never exercised and never watched what he ate. When he was younger, he was good-looking thanks to good genes. But now, being 37, he had a serious beer gut and an underchin developing. Not to mention bad hygiene. He showered, shaved, and dressed up, but only when he would be seeing his father. I kept my mouth shut and simply nodded as though his words were gospel to me, when in reality, I planned on eating as much as I could without causing myself indigestion problems. After grabbing his golf clubs from me, he left without saying goodbye. Not that I expected him to. In some ways, it was preferable that way. If he pretended to care and kissed me goodbye after all the monstrosities he did to me, I would only hate him even more. Not that I believed something like that was possible. I watched motionless through the window as he got into his car and drove away. I continued to stand there for about 15 minutes more, making sure he wouldn't be coming back. He had been known to do that at times. This time he was truly gone, and I sighed with relief. I checked the time. He wouldn't be coming back. He couldn't risk being late to his father's/son day at the course. His father wouldn't tolerate him being even a minute late. And despite all his bravado, Bruce was nothing but a coward. a small boy scared of his daddy. It was amusing to me, in some strange way, watching Bruce having to juggle between his fear of his father and his need to control me. What could I say? Everybody needed a hobby, and that was mine. That was the only thing that could really put a smile on my face and make me feel better, seeing Bruce cowering from his father the way he made me cower from him. My bully had a bully too, and although nothing in my life changed because of that, knowing there was another monster out there, just of a different kind, I still considered that to be divine justice. Bruce might be making a living hell out of my life. All the same, in return, he constantly got a taste of his own medicine from his father. And I was sure if the senior Costigan was still alive, Bruce's father would act the same way around his father, because a monster breeds a monster, and evil breeds evil. I checked the time again. I had a small window of opportunity for what I was about to do. My heart was beating like crazy as I slipped out of the back door and into the garden. I made sure there were no nosy neighbors about as I climbed and jumped over the back fence so I could visit Daniel. My Daniel. Daniel Juan had been my across-the-fence neighbor for about a year now. However, over time he became so much more. Despite my predicament, I unexpectedly fell deeply in love with him. About 6 months ago, he found me crying in the backyard. I'd had a rough time with Bruce. He'd yelled at me over some stupid shit, like usual, smacked me around before storming out because he had a business meeting to go to, and I'd hidden in the garden, cowering beside a bush, wishing myself to just disappear, when I heard Daniel's voice. He had started speaking to me over the fence. At first, I was horrified and humiliated that he had witnessed such a private, vulnerable moment for me. I feared he would tell Bruce what happened, which would result in me getting an even harder beatdown. But none of that happened. Daniel had comforted me over the fence. Listening to his voice had been very soothing. His words were so gentle, so kind. It had felt like a balm on my bruised soul, over my damaged heart. I couldn't explain how he managed to convince me to let him jump over the fence so he could treat my wounds, especially a deep cut on my leg. My brown-eyed angel. Daniel was the first person after a long time of living in complete isolation and fear who was kind to me and treated me like a person and not a personal possession. And, more importantly, he never judged me for staying married to Bruce. He understood what I was dealing with and never chastised me for it, simply encouraged me to stay strong and hope for a better tomorrow. With him. It all started from there, from that day in the garden. At first, we became friends. Daniel became my confidant, and I became his. We met in secret because of Bruce. Daniel always made me feel better, no matter what was happening in my life. And over time, we became even more than friends. It didn't matter to us that we only had a few precious moments to be with one another before returning to our lives. It was enough to sustain us and keep us moving forward. I never knew love like that before. So pure, kind, and understanding. I'd married young without having much experience in that field. I had truly believed Bruce was the love of my life at the time. But Daniel showed me a completely different side of love. More accurately put, he showed me what real love truly looked like, because what I had with Bruce was never love. Daniel showed me what I had been missing all this time, what I craved for, and despite everything, I felt blessed to have him in my life. He embraced me the instant I entered his house. He always left the back door unlocked for me, and the curtains were always drawn, so nobody could see what was happening inside. We always had to sneak around and be painfully careful when seeing one another. That was why we never texted and never spoke over the phone. Bruce would go nuclear if he learned I spoke with Daniel, let alone anything else. I shuddered at that thought, and Daniel only held me more tightly. I winced since my ribs were pretty tender. Bruce had kicked me that morning, as well as given me a few slaps and punches. "I'm sorry," Daniel instantly loosened his grip, realizing there was something wrong with me. By now he had become pretty much used to seeing me all broken and bruised. "It's okay," I reassured him. "Don't let go." I needed to be held by him. We had only a few moments to be together, and I didn't want them wasted. "I've missed you so much." Daniel breathed against my skin as he held me close. I could feel his heart beating. It was racing, just like mine. I found true comfort in that. We were the same. "I've missed you too," I replied, kissing him. We never did more than kiss or cuddle, and only for a few minutes at a time, because there was no telling when Bruce could decide to call, to check up on me, or even return home early. Those few stolen moments were the most precious things in the world for me. You could make a deal with Marco, and then you could stay with Daniel for as long as you like. As we parted, I could see by Daniel's face he had finally noticed my state, although I made sure I was always covered, wore long-sleeved shirts, and had makeup on. Somehow, he always knew when and where Bruce hurt me. "I'm fine," I reassured him again. "You know you don't have to lie to me. It was just a habit." "You make me feel better." "Why did he do this?" he asked, kissing one of my bruises delicately, as though afraid he would hurt me. He was such an opposite to Bruce that sometimes I felt like weeping because I hadn't been fortunate to meet him first. "I don't remember," I answered, which wasn't really a lie. I couldn't recall exactly. Besides, I didn't want him to worry when there was nothing that he could do. Daniel was a kind, gentle soul. He could never harm another human being, not intentionally, not the way Bruce could on a daily basis. He had dedicated his life to helping others. He worked as a nurse in the local hospital. I knew he would confront Bruce if only I would let him, but I could never allow such a thing. Bruce would hurt him, and that would be unbearable to me. It didn't matter if I suffered, as long as I had Daniel in my life. He made a face. "He's a bully and an abuser, and someone has to stand up to him." That was what I was afraid of. "You know you can't," I said, almost in a panic. "Then we're leaving." "What?" "A few weeks more and I'll have enough money for us to get away from here and start life someplace new." Run away from Bruce. Hearing him say those words, speak about creating a future together, really warmed my heart. "You won't have to endure that monster for too much longer. I promise." My heart swelled with the love I felt for him, and I hugged him again, nestling my head on his shoulder. That was a nice thought. Fantasies like that were what kept me alive. Sadly, the reality was something else entirely. In reality, I had no place to run to. Besides, I was afraid Bruce would chase after me until the end of time. No matter where I tried to hide, he would find me and drag me back. I was sure that even if we ran to a different state, he would still come after me, and, more to the point, his father would help. He would pull all kinds of strings, hire private detectives, track me down, and return me home. Return us home. Because Bruce wouldn't want to punish me alone. He would want to hurt Daniel as well. And I couldn't let that happen. At this point, I truly didn't care what Bruce did to me, but the mere thought of him harming Daniel set me spiraling out of control, shaking from panic. I wasn't going to tell him that, though, so I simply kissed my love with everything I had in me. "You mean the world to me. You know that?" "You are my everything," he countered. I checked the time. It broke my heart that my time was up. "I have to go." His face looked exactly how I felt. "I know." 10. All eyes on me. Every time I had to do this, my heart was racing like crazy, as I tried to sneak back inside my house without anyone noticing. I was in a constant panic that I would be seen by someone, and that this imaginary person would inform Bruce of what was going on. Then he would learn about Daniel as well, and then all hell would break loose, culminating with someone getting killed. Usually, in my mind, it was me, and sometimes it was Daniel and me together. A sane person would question why I was going through this entire ordeal in the first place if I felt like that, and the answer was pretty simple. My love for Daniel was stronger than my fear of Bruce. Daniel was the only good thing in my life, and I refused to give him up. Bruce had already made me sacrifice so much of my life, so much of myself that I refused to give up anything else. Some would point out that Bruce was right about me all along. I was a cheating whore who lied and snuck around behind his back. Then again, he beat me for those things years before I even met Daniel. So, in my mind, I had already been punished for something I hadn't done for too many years, and would probably be punished for it in the future, so I might as well enjoy it now, while I could. While I mused, trying to pinpoint the perfect time to jump over the fence, I heard a car approaching, stopping in front of my house, and I panicked. I was running out of time. "Let me help you," Daniel whispered, and with his help, I was over the fence in no time. Rushing through the back door, I reached the living room just in time before the front door opened. I was sitting on the couch, pretending I was patching up one of Bruce's shirts, when Patricia came in to greet me. I looked perfectly normal and calm on the outside while I smiled at her. At the same time, on the inside, I was thanking the heavens I had returned in time. It would be disastrous if Patricia hadn't found me the way she had. "Good morning, Mrs. Costigan," she greeted politely. "Hello, Patricia," I greeted in return, trying to hide how winded I actually was. I should really add some cardio to my everyday life. It would be beneficial. "If you don't mind, I'll start cleaning the upstairs windows first," she informed me. I nodded. "That's fine. Has Dominic arrived?" Nodding in return, she replied, "He's starting on the lawn now," as she went to the guest room to change into her uniform before starting to clean. Patricia had worked for us for a couple of years now. She wasn't the first maid we'd had, but she had definitely lasted the longest. She was the last in the long line of maids that Bruce had hired to help me around the house, cleaning, cooking, and going grocery shopping, much to my chagrin. They usually resigned pretty quickly, unable to deal with Bruce's temper or feeling pity on me. But Patricia was different. She only cared about the money, and in a way, I could understand that. Taking care of a house this size wasn't easy for one person, so I always appreciated the help. Of course, Bruce hadn't hired her out of the goodness of his heart. I was aware he would much rather have me take care of everything, but that was simply not possible. Patricia had 2 jobs, one official, to help me around the house and clean while I dealt with the other things like cooking or taking care of Bruce, and an unofficial one, the one I pretended not to know about, to spy on me when Bruce wasn't around. I learned the hard way the maids had this additional job description in our household, so I always made sure to be on my best behavior while they were around. The same could be said about our gardener and the part-time handyman who did small repairs around the house. Bruce had hired all these people to spy on me during the hours he was away at work. This was precisely why I could only spend a very limited amount of time with Daniel, or do nothing else independently for that matter. It took me years to learn everyone's routines so I could steal a few moments here or there with my love. Bruce had created the perfect prison for me, with a lot of prison guards to watch my every move, as they pretended not to while they did their jobs. They all reported my daily activities without fault. I could only imagine what fantastic stories and lies Bruce told them about me to ensure such scrutiny. I was sure he paid them handsomely for their services, but I suspected it was more than that. Either way, the end result was the same. I was constantly under surveillance. Bruce didn't need to install cameras when he had all these people working for him, spying on me. And, at first, I truly resented them all for that. I was rude and cold toward them, but not anymore. At least I tried not to feel like that. It was wasting energy on foolishness. They weren't the problem. Bruce was. All the same, it was hard to get used to that kind of living, but I endured and learned to live in those time gaps, those precious moments I managed to have only for myself. With Daniel. While Patricia was busying herself with the windows and Dominic was outside taking care of the lawn, I decided I didn't have to do anything for the moment. I wanted to have a conversation with someone who wasn't paid by Bruce to spy on me. I could always call my dad, but it was getting harder and harder to lie to him and pretend everything was well each time he asked how I was doing and whether I was happy with Bruce. He was an old-fashioned man, and he wouldn't understand the depths of Bruce's depravity. It wasn't that I was afraid he wouldn't believe me, though. It was simply that he would just tell me to speak with Bruce and work on overcoming the difficulties in my marriage, which would be even worse than him downright accusing me of lying. That was why I dialed Hannah, one of my favorite cousins. She lived in San Diego like the rest of my family, and we were very close growing up. Although it did make me feel guilty, I should really check up on my dad, too. Soon, I promised. Daisy! What a surprise! She sounded genuinely happy to hear my voice, and that made me smile because I felt the same way. Is everything all right? Yes, of course, I reassured her. It's just we haven't spoken in a while, and I wanted to see how you're doing. Isn't that my job, to ask how you're doing? She countered. A month ago, my mother passed away after a long illness. I was wrecked with guilt that I wasn't there when she needed me the most. But I flew to San Diego for the funeral. Bruce refused to go with me and forbade me to go as well, but I was stubborn and went anyway. I didn't care if he killed me afterward. I had to say goodbye to my mother. Sadly, I couldn't stay long after the service because Bruce kept calling every 30 seconds, demanding I return home. He was petrified that I would stay at my childhood home and leave him, and that thought did cross my mind. Eventually, I decided to return, simply because I wanted to spare my family additional drama. My father was mourning. He had just lost the love of his life, and I didn't want to add to his pain. I'm all right, I guess, I started, and then didn't know how to finish it. I loved my parents deeply, but it was true that I had learned to live my life without them because they lived so far away from me. And speaking over the phone every once in a while simply wasn't the same as sharing all the everyday problems and delights. Not that I experienced much delight while married to Bruce. I miss her, I settled to say. Me too, Hannah replied glumly. Hannah's parents had died when she was little, so our grandparents raised her, and my parents participated as well. She went on all our vacations with us. Mom made sure she had the best birthday parties, and Dad taught her how to drive a car. It was like growing up with a real sister, so I knew that Hannah felt Mom's loss deeply, too. How are you? I prompted. I'm good, but it's been hard on the kids. They were really close. Hannah and her husband had 2 kids, a boy and a girl, Joanna and Matthew. My mom had sometimes babysat them while they were at work. Kids are resilient. I tried to comfort her. They'll be all right. I couldn't say the same for the rest of us. I especially worried about my dad. He and my mom married really young, and he wasn't used to walking alone through life. Luckily, he had Hannah to check up on him, visit him every once in a while, and make sure he knew how to use a washing machine, because I was too far away. That's what I've been told, Hannah sighed heavily before continuing. Is there any news? How is Bruce? Is there any news? That was Hannah's subtle way of asking if I was pregnant. Thank goodness I wasn't. And the other question was rhetorical, almost ironic. Hannah was among the rare people in my family who actually couldn't stand Bruce from day one. Foolishly, While I was young and in love, I mistook her sixth sense for jealousy. If only I had listened to her gut feeling back then, I wouldn't be in this mess now. I was an idiot who longed to be married and have a family, and now I only wished to be free of the monster. People are right when saying goals change with age, I thought humorously. Nothing new. Same old, and we're both fine. I lied. I never shared with Hannah what had been happening all these years to me. At first, I was too ashamed to admit I had become one of those wives who stayed with their husbands despite the abuse. And later on, I didn't want to worry her because it wasn't like she could do anything to help me, even if she wanted to, being all the way across the country. Was that a mistake? I couldn't tell for sure, yet that was how things stood. We spoke a few minutes more, catching up before Hannah had to leave so she could deal with one of her children. Overall, it was really good speaking with her. It certainly brightened my day ever so slightly, listening to her talk about her children, about the innocent mischief they managed to get themselves into. I spent the rest of the day keeping myself busy working around the house, counting down the hours until my doom, also known as Bruce's return home. Unfortunately, that happened slightly earlier than usual. I wondered what might set him off to leave his father/son day and return home. My well-being depended on figuring things like that out. He looked angry as he came inside. I pretended not to notice as I made his salad. The salad was for me. I thought he would appreciate my light meal. I was truly doing my best to appear to be as perfect a wife as I could. He leaned on the counter opposite me to glare at me. I tried calling you 3 times and the line was busy. Who are you speaking to? And don't you even think about lying to me. I'll find out either way. It still fascinated me in a strange way that he believed I was stupid enough to speak with my lover over the phone. It showed how little he thought of me. Then again, perhaps that was better for me. I was talking to Hannah. She sends her regards, I added, just for laughs. He made a face. The animosity between Hannah and Bruce was completely mutual. Then again, Bruce didn't care for anyone other than himself. All the same, he had a special place of hate in his heart for Hannah. He truly detested her. Probably because he knew she saw the real him right from the start. Why? He asked. I looked at him, all puzzled. You know how close she was with Mom. I simply wanted to check on her, see how she's doing, I replied honestly. You spend too much time on the phone and not enough taking care of this house, he accused. I said nothing. What's for dinner? He barked. A meatloaf. Although he had said not to cook anything, I had smelled a trap, which was exactly why I had prepared a meal regardless. I patted myself on the back because I was right. He eyed the greens in a bowl I was seasoning. I told you not to make that salad shit anymore. This is for me. It was obvious it pained him greatly that I did everything right, so he decided to retreat, for now, yet not before barking his last order. Set the table. I'm hungry. I immediately complied, all the while thinking of Daniel and how good it felt to be held and loved by him earlier. 11. Broken, bruised, and bent on revenge. I woke up and groaned, but not too loudly. I didn't want to set Bruce off. It was Sunday. I hated Sundays with a passion, and there was a perfectly good reason why it was my least favorite day of the week. Bruce stayed home on Sundays to spend some quality time with his wife, and it was painful on so many levels to have him around the house for such a long duration of time. It was pure hell, to put it mildly, especially when he was in a bad mood. Of course, the man was always in a bad mood. It just got worse each time he went golfing with his father. During their golf games, Michael would unleash all his anger and cruelty on his son. I assumed he'd covered all the basics yesterday. Bruce was a useless son with an equally useless wife, and both of us were beyond useless for not being able to produce one grandchild for him, someone who could carry on the family name, who could carry on the legacy. Having a grandchild was something Michael was really looking forward to, not because he cared about another member of the Costigan family, but because a grandchild was a useful tool in strengthening his political career, especially if he wanted to branch out of Graceville. And we were just too selfish and cruel to fulfill his wish. Michael presented himself as a family man, after all, with good old American values, and it irked him that he only had just the two of us to show for all his efforts. If I didn't want Bruce as the father of my child, then I most definitely didn't want Michael as a grandfather. That poor child would be doomed from the start, and there would be nothing I could do to stop it. Michael was a true bastard, and Bruce had picked up all his worst characteristics from him because he grew up with him alone. Bruce's mother was never in the picture, and he didn't like talking about her, other than bad-mouthing her when drinking, but I had managed to put a few pieces of the story together during all these years. Michael was as demanding, as controlling, and as abusive toward his wife as Bruce was toward me. The woman had enough presence of mind to try and leave, but such a mistake cost her dearly. Michael hadn't been mayor of Graceville at the time, but he was still pretty influential around these parts. So, when his wife tried to leave, he punished her in the cruelest of ways. He locked her up in an asylum. They found a doctor who was willing to sign that she wasn't well. The poor woman eventually died there. I wasn't 100% sure, but I believed she actually committed suicide. Michael got his revenge, and Bruce learned a couple of lessons like to never cross his father and how to treat misbehaving women. All women, for that matter. Michael hated women, and he taught his son to be the same way. I had managed to avoid getting beaten down yesterday, although it had come close. Unfortunately, I wasn't going to be that lucky 2 days in a row. I was aware of that. He was looking for an excuse to lash out and strike me, which only made me even more nervous than usual. My levels of stress were off the chart, and all I could think about was the pain I would experience if I made any kind of mistake. At times, I wanted to turn toward him, look him in the eyes, and just say, "Come on! Hit me already! Let's get this over with." But I was too big of a coward to actually do it, and that was why he always went through this song and dance routine. And it was beyond exhausting, among other things. I felt like I was constantly walking through rooms that had knives sticking out of the floor, trying really hard not to cut myself, not to bleed, knowing deep down what an impossible mission it was. And it was getting harder by the minute to keep my composure, especially while he was watching me like a hawk. I was doing the dishes when he barked at me to bring him another beer, and as usual, he wasn't too polite about it. "Yeah, that's what you need. Another beer." I grumbled to myself. He had already had way too much, and tomorrow he would go to work with a hangover, which meant he would return home in an even fouler mood. What a wonderful life I lead. "What's taking you so long?" he yelled. "Don't make me ask for it again." "Coming," I said, since I knew better than to point out that he'd only asked me a second before. I opened the fridge to get him another beer. I poured the beer into a glass since he refused to drink it otherwise, but as I grabbed it to carry it to him, the damn glass slipped through my fingers. My hands were still wet and slippery from the dishes, so there was no holding on to that glass. Oh no. The full glass crashed to the kitchen tiles with the biggest crash in the history of humankind, as though mocking me for making such a foolish mistake in my haste. It shattered into a million pieces, and the beer splashed everywhere, foaming, spreading. It looked like my kitchen was in the middle of some kind of seizure. I didn't have time to find that funny because Bruce was there in a matter of seconds. "What was that noise?" "What have you done?" "My hands were wet. It slipped through my fingers," I rushed to explain, knowing that would accomplish absolutely nothing. He looked at the damage and actually growled.
"You stupid whore!" he boomed, enraged. "Can't you do anything right?" he asked as he advanced toward me. "It was an accident, Bruce. I'm sorry," I spoke as I walked backward. "I work so hard to provide for you, and when I come home, I expect the minimum of peace and comfort. And this is what I get?" "I'll pour you another immediately and clean all this mess up," I promised in a rush. I didn't want him to hurt me. I didn't want to be in pain. "You mean the mess you made? The glass you broke? The beer you spilled? You think money to buy all those things grows on trees?" He hit me without warning. The blow was so hard, I smacked against the counter, injuring my spine. "I'm sorry, Bruce. I'll make it up to you." "How?" "You've already ruined the only day I have to rest and relax in my home." He hit me again. And since he had me cornered, this blow managed to knock me down onto the floor. I instinctively curled into a ball, trying to protect myself as much as possible. He grabbed me by the hair, hitting me again. "Please, Bruce, stop!" I cried. "You're hurting me." "You hurt me too. Every day. So full of spite. Ruining my life. Why do you hate me so much?" "It was an accident. I didn't mean it." He was beyond listening to me. He wasn't even human in those moments. He was a blazing ball of emotions, anger, and fury. And he beat me like there was no tomorrow. The way he charged at me, the way he pounced without mercy, I really thought this was it. The moment he would actually kill me. And why? All because of a stupid beer glass. Bruce beat me for the glass I broke, and he beat me for the beer I spilled. Eventually, I stopped protesting, stopped begging for mercy, and simply lay there waiting for him to stop, waiting for him to tire down and walk away, praying that would happen long before he managed to kill me. Once he was done, he grabbed me one more time by the hair, pulling really hard so he could glare into my face. "This will teach you to be more careful next time. Right?" Although I could already feel my eyes puffing up and my lips were completely split and bleeding, I forced myself to look at him and answer him because that was expected of me. "Yes, Bruce. I'll be more careful next time," I managed to choke out, although it was excruciatingly painful to do so. He stood up and looked at me like I was the most disgusting thing in the world. "Pour me another beer, and clean this shit up." I nodded, looking at the floor in front of me. "Now!" he shouted before storming away. It was unfathomable to me how, every time he did this to me, he always acted as though he was the wronged party and I was the monster tormenting him. Then again, I was sure all monsters were like that. They had to justify their bad behaviors somehow. No matter how much my body was aching in those moments, I did as I was told. I got up on shaky legs and opened the fridge to get another bottle of beer for him. Making sure my hands were completely clean and dry, I poured the beer inside the glass and took it to him, making sure I wasn't leaving blood drips on my way anywhere. I didn't need another round of this. He was already sitting in his chair watching a game as though nothing had happened. There was a certain glow around him, as though after unleashing that beast, he was finally sated and happy. I was disgusted by him, among other things. I had never hated him more than in those moments. I wanted to scream at him and cry and claw his eyes out, but I behaved like a good little wife, waiting on him, and I really hated myself for that. He glared in my direction as I placed the glass on the table next to him, and I could see all the resentment and dismay in his eyes. I barely suppressed the urge not to spit in his face. Move out of the way. You're blocking the view of the game," he grumbled. Feeling dismissed, I returned to the kitchen to clean everything up. First, I picked all the pieces of the glass. As I threw all the shards in the garbage bin, I fantasized about making a smoothie out of them and feeding them to Bruce. Next, I mopped up all the beer and blood from the floor and stopped only when I couldn't detect the beer smell anymore. "That leaves me," I thought glumly. I used the kitchen stairs to get upstairs so I wouldn't have to face Bruce again. How is this my life? I asked myself over and over as I sobbed silently. With painful slowness, I managed to drag myself into the bathroom, and not the big master one, because I knew Bruce would hate seeing all the bloody tissues, the smell of alcohol and hydrogen peroxide in the air. So, I used the smaller one by the guest room. I already had my first aid kit there waiting for me. I got inside, closed the door, and then sat on the toilet bowl for a bit, weeping. In the past, I dreaded looking in the mirror afterward, not wanting to see all the damage he'd done, all the blood. But after going through it so many times, I had gotten pretty used to it. After I was done crying and feeling sorry for myself, I stood up to assess the damage and finally clean myself up. I've looked worse, I thought as I studied myself in the mirror. The first thing I did afterward was take all my clothes off. They reeked of beer and were slightly blood-stained, especially the shirt. I took a long shower then. Cold water soothed my bruised skin, making me go numb, and then I dressed my wounds. I had a split lip in 2 places again, and both my eyes were rapidly turning dark again. I also had marks on my neck. I couldn't remember him choking me. My arms were bruised, and there was a huge one along my spine, too. Tomorrow, he would definitely berate me for looking like shit, and there was nothing I could do about it. I really couldn't take this anymore. I would die if I stayed with this man. I knew it, and living in fear before that moment was no life at all. I needed to do something. I needed to get away. While I regarded myself in the mirror looking at the wounds Bruce had inflicted on me, there was only one thought inside my head. I have to call Marco. That was my only way of getting rid of Bruce once and for all. 12. The Call. Was it really revenge if I did everything that was necessary simply so I could escape from a hellish marriage? I wasn't completely sure. Then again, I didn't care what it should be called, an act of revenge, a deal made out of desperation, because the end result was still the same. I wanted to speak with Marco, and I wanted him to get rid of Bruce for me. At the same time, I tried really hard not to think about what I would have to do in return. I would cross that bridge if and when I had to, and not before. The next day I was allowed to get out and do my weekly shopping for the house, so I decided to do something else. Usually, Patricia would go with me as a chaperone, like we were in the Middle Ages, to help me with the grocery list, but really so she could spy on me. Thankfully, today she had a family emergency, and Bruce didn't have any other choice than to let me go alone, although he called constantly, as always, making sure I was where I said I would be. This time, I had no problem with that. "I want you home as soon as you finish shopping. No more bookstores for you," Bruce barked at me over the phone as I drove toward the store. "I'll go to the grocery store and come right back home, Bruce." I agreed immediately without complaints. He let out a sound, and I knew how pleased he was to hear that, clearly thinking the last beatdown managed to put me back in my place. In reality, I didn't argue because I had no reason to argue. A regular store was exactly where I wanted to be to fulfill my secret task. "Answer when I call," he ordered. "And don't spend too much money on unnecessary shit." After that, he hung up. "Finally," I grumbled. After the epiphany I'd had the other night, I realized that although I was still scared of Bruce, something inside of me had changed. Something inside of me had broken,
and I'd become different. Brazen. Not in an obvious manner, but it was still present. Bruce was simply too stupid to notice it. Knowing the layout of the store, I managed to finish my shopping in record time, and then I simply browsed around for a while, enjoying my time away from the house. And then I got in line, knowing Bruce would check up on me again, and soon. I wanted to give him the good news that I was already on my way home. I was pretending to be the perfect wife so he wouldn't suspect anything was amiss, that I was planning on making a deal with the devil to get rid of him. I used the credit card Bruce had given me to pay for all the groceries, knowing he would check everything, making sure I bought only the brands he liked and approved. Once I was done and packed everything inside the car, I returned to the store once more. With the limited cash that I had, which I had managed to scramble to save here and there, over the course of months and years, I bought a cheap cell phone with a prepaid number so I could call Marco. Although I hated spending some of the cash that I saved up and hid in cases of emergency, this was a necessity, so I didn't feel too guilty about it. Besides, this could count as an emergency of a sort. I couldn't live like this anymore and needed Marco's help. And to ask for help, I needed to be able to contact him without Bruce finding out. It was as simple as that. Last night had been the last straw for me, which gave me the necessary courage to call him. I was sure I would go to hell for my actions, but I made peace with that, as long as I didn't have to live in hell while living on Earth. Once I returned home and made sure I was completely alone, I hid in the guest bathroom, just to be on the safe side, preparing to make the call. I looked at the piece of paper Marco had written his number on as though it was the most precious thing in the world. The most dangerous as well. My hands were starting to sweat, and I had a strange feeling in the pit of my stomach as I prepared myself to make this leap. I was about to be sick. Am I really going to do this? I had second thoughts. And then my phone started ringing, my real phone, and I jumped. It was Bruce. He had perfect timing, I thought. "Hello?" I answered. "Where are you?" he demanded. "I'm home." "How much money did you spend?" "The amount you gave me." "All of it?" "It's for the whole week, Bruce," I defended. I hated when he complained about the prices when he had no idea how much things cost in the first place. He grumbled something unintelligibly before hanging up on me. I frowned. He was a world-class bastard, always trying to make me feel worthless and turn me into the bad guy. Why did I have second thoughts anyway? I deserved to escape this prison, this hellish existence. So, with renewed vigor, I dialed Marco without wasting any more time. "Hello?" Marco answered almost instantly. Was he expecting my call? "Marco?" I said in a weak voice. I cleared my throat to try again. "It's Daisy. We met the other day in a bookstore." I started to explain, feeling like a complete idiot. What if he completely forgot about me? What if it was nothing but a prank all this time? "I remember you," he replied. "How could I forget my kindred spirit? I'm very happy you decided to call me." "I had a lot of second thoughts," I said honestly. "I understand. How could you not?" he asked rhetorically. "The way we met, the things we talked about, shared, couldn't be taken lightly." That was how I felt about it, and I was pleased he felt the same way. "Exactly." "So, do you have an answer for me?" It was on the tip of my tongue to say yes to everything. However, something was holding me back. In truth, I was afraid, because if I really agreed to this pact, then there would be no turning back. "I have a bunch of questions," I said instead. That was also true, simply not the entirety of it. "I'd be more than happy to continue our conversation from the other day and answer all your questions," he offered. "You did run out of the bookstore rather abruptly." I suspected that was an attempt at a joke. I really had to get home on time, I defended.
I figured as much, he reassured me. So, how about it? Can we meet?
Once again, I could detect a slight eagerness in his voice. He was as desperate, as hopeless as I was, and perhaps it was wrong of me, but I drew comfort from that.
I can be pretty flexible,
he continued, obviously mistaking my silence for hesitation.
You name the place and time.
I made a face, although he couldn't see me. I don't think something like that will be possible.
Why not?
Because I don't know when I'll be allowed to go to Charleston again. Not this month, clearly. That much was for sure. Bruce was still pretty angry about the whole bookstore incident.
It doesn't have to be Charleston if you live someplace else. I'll come to you, he offered.
You coming to my town wouldn't be of help either.
How come?
I felt slightly embarrassed to answer that question, but then I reminded myself that I'd told Marco things I hadn't told anyone else. He already knew that my situation was pretty glum, so there was no need for such sentiments in the first place. He understood, and he wanted to help. Well, I have limited freedom. I'm not allowed to leave the house so frequently.
Yeah, you mentioned that before. You can go out, though, right?
Sometimes. A few times a month.
Really?
He sounded shocked. I looked down. I was ashamed. It couldn't be helped.
Can't you sneak out while he's at work? At least for a bit?
No. If I try to leave the house during the day without permission, I'll be followed. I would be followed even if I had permission, but I would be seriously punished if I tried to do it behind Bruce's back.
Followed by who?
He asked, surprised. Usually by a maid that Bruce hired. He cursed under his breath.
Can you ask for permission?
He asked the next logical question. I would need a good excuse, and I don't have any. I just finished my weekly shopping, and I visited a doctor the day I met you.
Then how about you sneak out of the house once he falls asleep?
Marco suggested. That won't work either. There's a security system that Bruce turns on at night, and I don't have codes for it. And I was too afraid to try guessing on my own because I knew he would punish me if he discovered what I had been doing. Besides, I was sure he would stop me even if I did manage to get my hands on the codes. Despite all the alcohol he liked to drink after work, he was a light sleeper. If I tried to leave, he would know. He would stop me, and then I would be in deep trouble.
He has you completely imprisoned.
He sounded shocked. I told you he did.
There has to be a way.
Marco stressed, clearly annoyed by this whole situation. Welcome to my life was on the tip of my tongue. I hadn't been exaggerating for dramatic effect when I said I was a prisoner in this house. I'm sorry, I said, because I didn't know what else to say. I felt like I was disappointing this man, the only person who had offered to help me in a long time. I instantly felt guilty having that thought. Daniel had offered to help too. He'd offered to run away with me, but that was different. Besides, I didn't want to have him involved in this. I didn't want him to have to deal with all this ugliness. No matter what, I wanted our love to remain pure, which was precisely why making a deal with a complete stranger sounded like the best possible solution to all my problems.
No need to apologize, Marco said gently. You being in this terrible situation is exactly why I offered this deal to you.
About that offer, I started, but didn't know how to finish. Do I dare? In truth, I changed my mind every couple of seconds. That wasn't completely true. I knew what I wanted, what needed to be done, but fear was constantly getting in the way, making me doubt, making me question everything, my sanity, my morality, and that wasn't what I needed at the moment.
I should focus on the only thing that mattered, and that was escaping Bruce. And if killing him was the only way out, then so be it. Considering your dire circumstances and the fact your husband keeps you locked up inside the house, I believe we don't have any other choice. My heart sank, hearing him say those words. I knew he would back down. It was too good to be true to begin with. Tears appeared in my eyes. Then to proceed, he concluded. What? Yes, and the sooner the better. I believe that we don't need to meet to go over the details. I was so startled by his statement I needed a moment to remember the English language so I could reply to him. Oh? That was all I was able to reply to that. We can do that over the phone if you can speak freely right now. I can speak. I managed to recover. My heart was beating like crazy. Now, this was an unexpected turn of events. Were things happening too fast? Was I brave enough to truly go through it? Do I have a choice? Good. He sounded pleased. So, I will go ahead with my end, considering you're a prisoner in your home, as long as you send me a photograph of your husband. He'll do it. He'll kill Bruce for me. Oh my God! My heart was beating so fast and so painfully that I almost missed what he said. Daisy? Did you hear me? He asked, a bit concerned. I looked at myself in the mirror. I looked freaked out and flushed at the same time. You can do this. Yes, I muttered in return. I need a picture of your husband, so send me one, he repeated, and I'll take care of the rest. Okay. Where does he work? Does he have a favorite place to eat? Does he have any hobbies or outdoor activities? Marco bombarded me with questions. I tried to answer those questions to the best of my knowledge, which wasn't great. Bruce didn't like sharing things with me. If I asked, he would accuse me of being nosy, so I learned to keep my mouth shut. As I offered limited information, I slowly, silently returned downstairs. I was still all alone in the house. Patricia had never come back. I could see a gardener outside, but I wasn't too worried about him since he couldn't hear me. I went to the living room because there was a photo of Bruce hanging over the fireplace. The self-centered prick of a husband of mine had a huge portrait of himself hanging in the living room. There was a small wedding photo of us, in a frame on the mantel to the left, but the big portrait was the centerpiece, so I focused on it, being a better resolution and all that. We ended the call so I could send him the photo, but he told me I should call if I had any more questions, or simply if I wanted to speak with him again. Marco reassured me that even if I had second thoughts, I shouldn't hesitate to ring him on the new number he gave me a moment later, and that brought me a lot of comfort, knowing he was truly there for me. I'd asked him about the new number, and he'd said he had to keep changing phones because of his wife, that she would find and destroy his phone, so he always bought a new one and hid it for when that happened. He feared that she was going to destroy his current one soon. I felt I could relate, considering I'd bought my own prepaid burner phone for the same reason. Though Bruce wouldn't just destroy the phone, he'd destroy me too. I tried taking pictures with the phone camera, but my hand shook so hard every picture was out of focus. Calm down, I tried reasoning with myself. This is what you want. This is what you need. Eventually, my pep talk worked, and I managed to accomplish my task. For some reason, that made me feel beyond victorious. 13. Food allergies? 3 days had passed since my conversation with Marco. Although he never set a date for taking care of my little problem, I expected it to happen soon. At least, that was my understanding while we had talked on the phone. Was I wrong? Truth be told, I didn't know how much more I could take. I had suffered for years in silence, yet the last few days felt like a decade. As time moved forward,
As days passed by with Bruce still coming home to me, to torment me, to abuse me, to try to impregnate me, I started to worry if it would happen at all, if I would truly ever be free of the man. Despite what Marco had told me, I was scared of contacting him again. I hid the phone I bought in the basement after turning it off and was too paranoid to go get it. What if he changed his mind? That question was constantly on my mind, and as days dragged by, I really started to believe that. Perhaps he'd simply decided it wouldn't be the best idea on the planet to kill a stranger. Or something happened to him and there was no way for me to check, which made me succumb to depression unlike ever before. On the 4th day, I knew exactly when Bruce left for work because I helped him get ready, like every day. It was maddening a grown-ass man was incapable of finding his own socks, or that he was incapable of buttoning up his shirt correctly. Yet, here we were. The best part about today was that on Fridays he ate at the diner on his way to work, so we always left a little earlier than normal, and I didn't have to cook. Once he left, I decided to return to bed and sleep some more. What was the point of doing anything around the house, making sure everything was perfect, when he would punish me anyway? Why bother? The game was rigged. There was no escaping it, so it was time for me to simply accept such an order of things and let go. I was woken from my sleep by someone forcefully knocking on the door. It was Patricia. "Sorry to bother you, Mrs. Costigan, but some men are asking for you." I put a robe on over my nightgown. Bruce didn't like me sleeping in pajamas even in winter, when it was pretty chilly, and rushed downstairs to see what was going on. I opened the door only to see 2 policemen in uniforms looking at me strangely. Their patrol car was parked in the driveway in Bruce's spot. All kinds of thoughts rushed through my head. "Hello," I greeted politely, not really sure what was happening. "Are you Mrs. Daisy Costigan?" the older one inquired. "Yes, I am." "May we come in?" I held on to my robe tightly, feeling self-conscious about my bruises. I didn't have time to cover them up, so I used my hair to at least hide one side of my face. Not that it did anything to cover the fading of my bruised eyes. "Of course," I replied, moving to the side so they could come inside. I led them to the living room. They sat on the sofa while I took the chair. "What is this about?" I inquired, unable to take the suspense any longer. Did Bruce do something again? It wouldn't be the first time he'd started a fight without reason and ended up in jail. Michael would bail him out and make it all go away. Of course, but I still had to deal with him as well. He would return home looking and acting like an enraged bull, outraged that someone actually dared to defy him, someone dared to arrest him. In the end, that would be my fault as well. Once again, the older one decided to answer me. "We're sorry to inform you that your husband, Bruce Costigan, passed away today at 10:03 at Susanna's family diner." "We're sorry for your loss," the other added. Passed away? My brain shut down for a moment. "What?" was the only thing I was able to choke out. "It appeared to be some kind of food allergy. The paramedics rushed to the scene. However, it was too late. They weren't able to resuscitate him. There was nothing they could do." I shook my head. "There has to be some mistake. Bruce has no allergies. He can't be dead. I just saw him this morning." I rambled, my mind refusing to accept what these 2 men were saying to me. Bruce is dead? Really? "We're sorry," the police officer repeated. "We would like you to come with us to the coroner's office to identify the body." "Bruce can't be dead. You've made a mistake," I insisted. "Do you need to call someone?" It seemed these men were incapable of dealing with hysterical women. Not that I was hysterical by any standards. Was I? I forced myself to stop spiraling. "I'm all right. Please give me a moment to change, I said as calmly as possible, although I felt anything but, and without waiting for a reply went back to my bedroom. Tears appeared in my eyes. It can't be true, can it? I wondered, terribly afraid that this was all a dream and I was going to wake up and find he'd beaten me unconscious again. Pull yourself together. After I put some clothes on, in a daze, I returned downstairs and then followed the two men out of the house. I ignored all the neighbors, glancing at what was happening while the curiosity was plain on their faces. I got into the patrol car, and we drove away. It was a good thing we were in a police car, because in my state, I wasn't sure I would be able to drive. Bruce is dead. The words were on repeat inside my head, yet no matter how many times I repeated them, they still didn't ring true. They couldn't. This was some kind of a test. Bruce wanted to see how I would behave in case of his death. I was sure of that. One short ride later, I was escorted to the morgue, to the basement room, and in front of me was the covered body of my husband. There was no doubt about it. It was Bruce. This was no test. The officers were telling the truth. Bruce is dead. I'm free. Seeing him like that, seeing his lifeless corpse in front of me, all kinds of emotions bubbled up to the surface. I wanted to scream in his face. I wanted to shout all kinds of profanities, spit at him, scratch his dead eyes out, and laugh. But I did none of those things. I nodded, confirming his identity. It's him. It's Bruce, my husband. May you rot in hell, Bruce, I prayed. He was finally dead. Standing there, looking at his form under that sheet and coming to the realization that he could never hurt me again, I started to shake and cry uncontrollably. It was as though a dam broke inside of me and I couldn't stop no matter what. And I must have blacked out or something, because when I came to my senses again, I was sitting in a hallway. I was still at the morgue, and one very nervous policeman, accompanied by a nurse, looked at me with a worried expression. "Are you all right, Mrs. Costigan?" she asked. "Would you like a sedative?" Mrs. Costigan. That only reminded me Bruce was dead, and I started to cry anew. "I think I need something," I managed to say between the sobs, not because I was upset that he was gone, but because I was so overwhelmed by gratefulness that he was dead. She complied immediately, plunging a needle into my arm, and shortly after I felt much better and calmer. I had no idea what she'd just given me, but it was amazing. In the end, Bruce had been taken out by food allergies and simply died. It was pretty ironic that happened, considering I'd arranged his murder. Life had a funny sense of humor, as it turned out. Since I wasn't acting like a mess anymore, the police officer offered to take me home. "Thank you. I would really appreciate that," I said, genuinely grateful. We had almost reached his car when I heard someone calling after me. "Mrs. Costigan?" I truly hated that last name. What is the appropriate amount of time that needs to pass before I can change it? I thought. I was obviously still in shock despite the drugs. I turned to see a middle-aged man rushing toward me. He had a police badge hanging around his neck, although he was wearing regular clothes. He was tall and skinny, with a beaky nose that really stood out. His hair was graying, and once he fully approached, I could see his eyes behind round-rimmed glasses were blue-green and tired. "Mrs. Costigan, my name is Detective Blaine Peterson. Could you come with me? I have a few questions for you." I was so confused it took me a moment to reply. "Go where? What kind of questions?" "I'm sorry. I forgot to mention I'm the detective in charge of your husband's case," he tried to explain. "Case?" I repeated, still pretty clueless about what was going on. "Murder case." "Murder case?" I exclaimed. The officer told me he died from food allergies. And the coroner didn't contradict that. New information has just come to light, and now we believe someone actually poisoned your husband. Poisoned? I knew I was repeating his words a lot, but it couldn't be helped. Can you come with me? I have a few questions. I nodded, complying. I forced myself to move, although every fiber of my being was screaming for me to run away. I felt like I was in grave danger, like I was walking to my doom. That's just your guilt talking. I tried to reason with myself. And just like that, I was inside a precinct, sitting in the interrogation room, across from a glum-looking detective. All the while I tried not to think about the most obvious thing in the world. Bruce dying wasn't a freakish accident. Marco killed Bruce. For me. My heart was beating like crazy, and I was sure the word guilty was written all over my forehead. Although the detective hadn't accused me of anything, I was sure something like that was coming. Besides, I could see him eyeing my bruises. He wasn't an idiot. He was about to put two and two together, and then I would end up in prison. Oh my God! I spiraled, while I remained completely calm on the outside. Years of practice and acting oblivious around Bruce helped with that, though the sedative the nurse had given me probably helped some too. He had a pad and a pen in front of him as he started to question me. Mrs. Costigan, where were you at the time of your husband's death? I wasn't that surprised by his question, although I thought he would ask if my husband had any enemies or something like that. At home, sleeping. Can someone corroborate that? Patricia, our maid, Dominic the gardener, not to mention all the neighbors who saw me being escorted from my house by your police officers, I recited. How long have you been married to Bruce? Just over 10 years. Were you getting along? I gave him a shrug. We had our ups and downs like any other married couple. I'm guessing it was mostly downs, he commented, eyeing the bruises around my wrist and on my face. I instinctively covered my wrist with my sleeve. I said nothing to that. Unfortunately, he was not letting it go. How did that happen? He pointed at my face. I didn't get a chance to put any makeup on that morning, and all my bruises were fully on display, although they were fading by now. Like always, I covered part of my face with a strand of my hair. I ran into a door while cleaning. I lied. Not really sure why. Bruce was dead now. There was no point in hiding what a bastard of a husband he was. Are you sure of that? Part of me rebelled. If he knew how monstrously Bruce behaved toward me, then he would have no problem believing I killed him, finally having had enough. I see, the detective said, scribbling something down. Tell me, do you run into doors a lot? I can be clumsy at times. It was obvious he knew I was lying. Do you have any idea who would want to harm your husband? He changed the subject. I really don't know that, Detective. Perhaps you should speak about that with Bruce's father. As if on cue, as though summoned, I could hear my father-in-law's voice shouting at the top of his lungs. What the hell? The detective muttered. That's my father-in-law, I explained. The mayor. Detective Peterson stood up and left the room, clearly to see what was going on, and I took the opportunity to do the same. I want the one responsible caught and punished, Michael yelled. I want that murderer to hang by the balls on the main square. The police chief, or whoever he was standing in the crossfire and trying to reason with him and calm him down, but Michael was having none of it. And then he noticed me standing there, by the door. What is she doing here? He boomed. He didn't wait for an answer, simply approached and took me by the hand. Come, we're leaving, he demanded, and started dragging me toward the door. Nobody protested or tried to stop him, not even Detective Peterson. Some part of me was relieved I was leaving the precinct, even if it was in this manner, with Michael. Michael was ranting furiously as his driver took us home. Home. How strange that sounded to me now. I would be returning to an empty house. I would live alone from now on, because Bruce was dead. 14. The life-changing event. I sat in the living room, on the couch, with my legs up, while I hugged them, trying to make myself small, trying not to feel all the things I was feeling. It was hard wrapping my head around everything that had happened in mere hours. It had started like any other day, yet as it turned out, it was anything but. Who knew that today would be the last time I saw Bruce leaving the house? I could remember the last words he said to me. "If you misbehave, I'll know." Surprisingly, he didn't call once after that, and now he never would again. Bruce was dead. He was finally gone. He could never hurt me again. I'm free. Although that state of affairs was something I'd hoped for and prayed for many years, it came as a shock no matter what. No matter that I saw his lifeless body lying on the metal bed, part of me truly believed that monsters like him would live forever. Perhaps he will, in all the bad memories I had of him. I shook my head, hoping that wouldn't be the case. I won't allow him to ruin my future. I would do whatever it took to forget about him completely. He'd already stolen years out of my life. He didn't deserve a day longer. Sadly, that was easier said than done, especially considering the circumstances. For a short period of time, I believed that he had died of natural causes, that he had been served breakfast with an ingredient he was secretly allergic to, and that he died after going into anaphylactic shock. That was what the paramedics had believed. And, to be perfectly honest, learning that had been a relief to me, that he died of natural causes, of a freakish accident, because it meant my hands were clean and would remain clean. Unfortunately, that was short-lived. Marco had poisoned him. There was no doubt in my mind about that. Sadly, as expected, I was the detective's first suspect. Although he never said anything of the sort, it was heavily implied during the course of our conversation. Although conversation wasn't the right word, that detective had interrogated me. There was perhaps a chance I was paranoid without reason, that it was standard practice to treat everybody as a suspect. Maybe Michael would receive the same treatment in the future, though I didn't think so. I believed the detective knew something fishy was going on, and I was seriously frightened he would discover the truth. I don't want to go to jail. I won't go to jail, as long as I remain calm. There's no evidence against me. I did nothing wrong. I was at home. I tried to give myself a pep talk. Despite all that, I knew that the detective wouldn't simply stop investigating. He looked determined to discover the truth. That was his job, after all, and it was to be expected that I was at the top of his list, especially since he knew how poorly Bruce treated me. He saw the bruises, and he wasn't an idiot. He knew what had been happening behind closed doors despite me denying everything. As long as I remained calm, and most importantly kept my mouth shut, all would turn out for the best. I had plenty of experience keeping my mouth shut thanks to Bruce, so that shouldn't be a problem. At least, I hoped not. If I just endured for a little bit longer, then the dust would settle down, and once the police found no evidence, life would move on. I would be able to move on, live my life to the fullest. And that was all thanks to Marco. I still couldn't fully believe it. Marco had actually killed Bruce for me. Now it made sense that he had asked so many questions about Bruce, because he needed a place where he could do it. If you asked me, Marco took a really big risk in poisoning Bruce in broad daylight, in a diner that was probably packed with people since it was breakfast rush hour. Then again, perhaps he hoped it would be ruled an accident. It was a good thought, staging it as though Bruce had died of a food allergy. Unfortunately, things didn't turn out that way. That detective suspected it was murder and was waiting for a medical report for confirmation. What is going to be written in that report? I stressed. Not that it would make any difference. Although I continued to contemplate all those things and so much more, it still didn't fully sink in that Marco had killed Bruce for me. That Bruce was dead, period. Because it sounded so unbelievable. I continued to feel like this was all just the latest nightmare that I was having, from which I would shortly wake up, not only finding Bruce alive and well, but ready to beat me up some more. This was real, and yet it was still hard to comprehend. Living the way I did, in fear, in this prison, constantly tormented by my jailer, by Bruce, had become so normal to me that anything else appeared completely incomprehensible. And yet, I was sure that I wouldn't need much time to get used to this new normality, a life without Bruce. I felt like I'd been denied breathing to the fullest for the longest time, Bruce the constant pressure against my chest, and now I was afraid to take a lungful of fresh, clean air. Although that pressure had disappeared, the memory of it still lingered. All the same, I refused to live in fear any more, so I took a deep breath, and then another. I was free at last. I could do whatever I wanted from now on. I could walk around naked with my hair down, eating as much candy as I could stomach. That thought almost made me giggle. I sobered up the instant Michael stormed into the room. I had completely forgotten he was here. For some reason he'd decided to stay once he drove me home, but had immediately marched into Bruce's study, closing himself inside. I could hear him yelling a great deal, though, and I hoped that meant he spoke over the phone with someone and wasn't arguing with his imaginary friends. While he entertained himself with that, I went to the living room, sat down, and tried not to think about anything, failed miserably, and hadn't moved since. He looked at me with the deepest frown imaginable. "Your father-in-law brings you home and you don't even offer him a beverage?" He reprehended me. I immediately started to get up, to comply. Old habits died hard, but he stopped me with the raise of his hand. "Don't bother. I'll do it." He went to the small bar in the corner of the living room and poured himself a healthy glass of bourbon, neat. Then he returned, to glare and loom over me. "I need you to tell me exactly what happened today," he demanded, looking so terrifying I really believed he would kill me if he wasn't satisfied with my answer. I knew where Bruce had learned how to be so threatening, such a bully. All the same, Bruce looked like an amateur compared to his father. Michael Costigan was a thing of nightmares when he wished it so. And unfortunately, all his wrath, all his fury was pointed toward me. He made me feel so small all of a sudden. I truly wanted to disappear. "I don't know," I managed to choke out. "You're his wife. You have to know something. Who would do such a thing to my boy?" "A stranger called Marco because I told him to, and in return, I need to kill his wife." "He got up and went to work, like every morning," I rushed to say, trying to block out all those thoughts inside my head, trying to prevent myself from blabbing something I wasn't supposed to out loud. He stared at me so intently I didn't know how long I would be able to take it. "What was he doing in that diner? Why didn't he eat at home? Didn't you take care of him at all?" he boomed. "I don't know why he went there. He didn't tell me such things," I replied, completely breaking down, sobbing. "This is all my fault," was on the tip of my tongue to say. Bruce was dead because of me. I made a deal with the devil, and these were the consequences. And soon everybody would know. Quite unexpectedly, Michael backed off. He was still frowning, but had a strange expression on his face. "I'm sorry for upsetting you," he said in a grudging manner. I was so shocked he had actually uttered those words and said he was sorry, I almost choked on my own tongue. I know this must be hard for you, too. He is your husband, after all. Was. How cruel that sounds. He trailed off. I said nothing. I couldn't, even if I wanted to. This was the closest I'd seen him acting to an actual human being in my entire life. All the same, I didn't allow myself to get fooled by it. No matter how it looked in those moments, Michael wasn't a man who needed to be pitied. If he now looked rattled over Bruce's death, it was only because he was alarmed by how all of this was affecting him. I was sure there was no true pain over the loss of his only son, only the inconvenience that things weren't going according to his plan. Was I cruel? No matter our past, this man did just lose his son. I had a moment of doubt. It passed quickly, or more accurately put, as soon as Michael opened his mouth again. He muttered something about speaking with the chief of police again, calling him a useless box of donuts, before storming out without sparing me another glance. I sighed with relief that he was gone to berate someone else, pester someone at the police department instead of me, because I'd come really close to telling him everything, simply to stop him from looking at me the way he did. No wonder he was the mayor. I was sure he could accomplish everything while looking at people that way. All but turn himself into a decent human being. I was lucky he had misunderstood my behavior. Otherwise, he would never leave. I was sure that he mistook my fear that I would tell him everything and end up in prison for grief over the death of his son. But I really wasn't that good of an actress. It happened completely by accident, but I was grateful for it. Then again, Michael had such a poor opinion of me that even if I told him everything about Marco and the deal I'd made with him, he wouldn't believe me. He would laugh and call me a hysterical woman, or he would lock me up in a mental institution like his wife, and I knew how that turned out for her. Michael was gone, and I hadn't told him anything, and Bruce was dead. Life was good. I allowed myself a small smile. This was the first moment of peace I'd had since learning Bruce had died. My husband is dead. It was finally starting to sink in. I was a widow now, and to me, that was the most beautiful word in the English language, because it represented something I longed for. Freedom. Thank you, God. 15. Simple Thoughts of a Grieving Widow. The next few days went by in an exhausting blur. My father cried over the phone when I told him the news. He was concerned about my future and what would become of me now without a husband in my life. My father was a truly good and kind man. However, he was also set in his ways, too old-fashioned to comprehend certain things, like how I would be much happier without that man in my life. As word spread about Bruce's death, it was as though the entire town decided to visit me, to see how I was doing and pay their respects. And I had to pretend that I was broken up about his demise. They all pitied me because I had lost my husband at such a young age while childless, but inside, I couldn't be happier. I was still pretty freaked out and scared, but relieved and hopeful all at the same time. I was finally free of that monster, finally able to breathe to the fullest and do what I wanted, and felt like all these people were trying to take that away from me. After a while, it really started to bother me. The constant stream of people telling me how brave I was, telling me to stay strong, telling me I would eventually learn to live with the pain. I believed I was brave as well, and planned on staying strong, simply not in the manner that they intended it. And as for pain, I'd lived with it for 10 freaking years. I was done with pain. From now on, I intended to live a pretty pain-free life as much as possible. I started to hate the mere smell of casseroles, macaroni and cheese, and all the other crap people brought me. I couldn't stomach any of it. I understood their intentions were good, But all the same, that didn't change how I felt. I wanted to finally live and experience life as I was supposed to, and all they talked about was death. That will pass soon, I tried to reassure myself. It was human nature to mourn a loss before moving on. Unfortunately, hosting people in my home wasn't the only task that fell on my shoulders in the days after Bruce's death. I had to make arrangements for his funeral, although I had no idea when the police would be able to release his body since he'd been murdered. I had no other choice. That was what was expected of me, and Michael wanted the most lavish funeral this town had ever seen. Although it sounded kind of silly, I knew I would feel much better and be fully convinced this was permanent once I got a chance to throw Bruce in a locked casket and bury him in the dirt. Of course, I would much rather have a bonfire, burn his body to ashes, than dump what remained of him into the toilet and flush him for good with all the rest of the shit. Or leave his body to wild animals to rip him to pieces and devour a few good pieces of him before shitting him out. But I wasn't so sure how the rest of the townsfolk of Graceville would react to something like that. And I was definitely too scared of Michael to do anything but exactly what he told me to do. I hated it, but I understood how necessary it was for me to keep playing the part of the grieving widow. That was what would keep me safe in the end. If I started to act as though I was glad that bastard was finally dead and spit on his grave, I was sure that Detective Peterson would find ways to connect Bruce's murder to me and throw me in jail, and I couldn't allow that. I wouldn't trade one prison for another, not after everything I had endured. Not after everything that I would have to do to ensure this freedom. I would defend it no matter what. And if that meant putting on a show for the people of Graceville, for Michael, then so be it. That was a small price to pay in the grander scheme of things, if you asked me. All the same, it left me feeling beyond exhausted. Each night I went to bed early. Everyone assumed it was so I could go and cry in my solitude and grieve for my husband, when in reality, I only wanted to rest. I slept like a baby. Despite the emotional roller coaster, fearing someone would discover what a fraud I was, discover what I did and punish me for it, having a good night's rest and having nobody around to threaten me in the morning was all worth it. Walking around the house in pajamas, knowing nobody would berate me for it or harass me because breakfast wasn't on the table, or beat me for looking through the window at the gardener, or fuck me because he was drunk and felt like it, was pure heaven. Then the press started to harass me. They wanted an exclusive story about me, about what happened to Bruce. Nothing ever happened in Graceville, so I somewhat understood why locals were so desperate to speak with me. At the same time, I couldn't fathom why others wanted to cover that story as well. I refused to give any comments, referring them to my father-in-law. I was sure he knew how to deal with them better than I ever could. Besides, I knew he would appreciate all the attention. All that and so many other things were why I hated small towns. In San Diego, nobody would care that my husband was murdered, and in my opinion, that was how things were supposed to be. Only close friends and family should gather around the grieving party to mourn, if there was something to mourn in the first place. And then Daniel came to see me as well, and everything else ceased to exist. I stopped caring about everything else as the world stood still for a couple of moments as he approached. I wanted to bury myself in his arms and kiss him senseless, but I knew I couldn't do that in front of so many people. That was how rumors spread, and that was the last thing I needed at the moment. That was why I waited patiently, sitting on the couch, as Daniel approached me. He gave me a hug, whispering into my ear. While others would assume he was simply offering his condolences, nothing could be further from the truth. "I love you," was all he said. That was exactly what I needed to hear in those moments. Of course, he didn't offer any words of comfort to me. He knew exactly how Bruce had treated me and hated him for it, probably as much as I did. And it was a relief that at least one person in that room knew I was actually happy Bruce was dead. The bastard deserved to rot in hell for what he did. What about me? I thought. What do I deserve? Especially knowing I was going to have to bloody my hands so I could enjoy my life without Bruce. Marco had kept his end of the bargain after all. He had solved all my problems. It was now my turn to keep my end of the bargain. Yet the question still remained. What would I become at the end of that road? For almost a decade I had been a victim, just one of many women who got abused by their husbands. And now, for a fleeting moment, I was a survivor of that monster. Once I killed Marco's wife, what would I become then? Would I turn into a monster as well? Was that a price I needed to pay to get rid of my own monster? Life really had a strange sense of humor, of balance, too. One monster perished, yet another one would rise in his place. I will never become a monster. I rebelled. I would never allow myself to be like him. I would do what I had to do, and then I would spend the rest of my life doing only good deeds, in service to others. And I hoped that in the end, I would find my atonement. "Maybe you should go to your room and lie down for a bit," one of the elderly women from the neighborhood commented. "You don't look so good." Of course I didn't look good. I didn't feel good either. Not well knowing I had a woman to kill. And soon. How on earth am I going to achieve that? That thought plagued me. Since the woman looked at me as though she needed some kind of a reply, I simply offered a small smile, nodding. "I will. I need to check if my help is needed in the kitchen first." Nobody was in the kitchen at the moment. Usually, it was a cacophony of movements. Some women had organized themselves to distribute food and drinks around without needing my help at all. Needing something to do, I busied myself with the dirty dishes, although now I could leave all the dirty dishes in a completely messy kitchen and retire for the day. I didn't. I was aware I would need a lot of time and probably therapy to break out of all the shackles Bruce implemented on me. In this case, it was more than that, though. I needed something to do or I would go completely insane. About 5 minutes later, Daniel came to join me, like I knew he would. He wiped while I washed. We worked in silence for a bit, which he broke first. "How are you holding up?" "Okay. Just a little bit tired." "Want me to come over tonight? Once the coast clears?" He offered, making sure nobody could overhear us. I could detect a slight eagerness in his voice. It would be the first time we would be able to spend any kind of time together, alone. I so desperately wanted to say yes to that. I so longed to be held by him. But I knew I couldn't. At least, not right now. That was why I said, "I don't think that's a good idea." He nodded immediately, as though knowing that was what I would say. "I get it. It's too early, and we still need to be careful." I didn't have the heart nor the courage to tell him that was only half of the story. The truth was, I needed to be alone so I could come to terms with the fact that I had someone to kill in the near future. 16. How to kill a woman? The next day, I was finally left alone to do whatever I wanted or nothing at all. I told Patricia I wouldn't be needing her services any longer, even if, when, I needed help around the house, I would hire someone who wasn't following me around like a hawk, then report everything to my late husband. Was I holding a grudge? Only slightly, I had to admit. Firing her felt really good. The same went for the gardener and the handyman. I didn't want anyone around me who was previously associated with Bruce. And the feeling that there was nobody inside the house or outside of it whose job it was to keep an eye on me was completely liberating. I could finally breathe, especially since none of the neighbors or townspeople came to check up on me. I was finally free of their pity and stares, of their comforting words, and just in time, because I was seriously starting to lose my mind. Pretending to be a grieving widow was a tiring business. Finally, being alone to do whatever I pleased, I only had one thought on my mind. I wanted to see Daniel. Despite everything, all the problems, all the life-changing events I would have to deal with in the near future, he was still the first person I thought of in the morning, and the last before I went to sleep. I needed him so much, and yet I hesitated to go to him. My life was a huge mess at the moment, and I didn't want to drag him into it. I was protecting him. At least, that was what I told myself. If I was to be completely honest, I was protecting myself as well. It would be beyond devastating if Daniel ever learned the truth about everything and started to hate me for it. I wouldn't be able to bear that. Still, I was on the verge of sneaking out and jumping the fence to go to him when my phone started ringing. My first reaction was fear because Bruce was calling me. It was the reaction that was beaten into me for many years. It can't be him. Bruce is dead, I reminded myself. But the fear remained because I suddenly realized that my other phone was ringing, the one I'd bought because of Marco. I had taken it out of the basement the night before and had been contemplating what to do with it. Apparently, the choice was taken away from me. I still felt like I should simply throw it away. Sadly, I was sure I couldn't ignore Marco for too long. The deal was made, and he would be expecting me to keep my end of it. That was only fair. "Hello?" I forced myself to answer.
"Hello, Daisy,"
Marco greeted. "Marco, I started, and didn't really know how to finish that sentence. Thanks for killing my husband? Simply didn't sound right, although I was grateful.
"I'll leave a package for you at the bookstore that sells used books, near the one we met,"
he said, cutting me off. His tone sounded completely different than before, somehow harsher, colder. It took me by surprise. Also, it was confusing that he left all the pleasantries out. Didn't he want to know what my life without Bruce looked like? Didn't he want to know how it all went with the police? Most of all, didn't he want to know how I was? At the same time, I had a bunch of questions for him. I wanted to know everything. How he did it, how Bruce looked in those moments, so oblivious he was spending his last minutes on this earth. But then something inside of me pulled the brakes, making me realize something. Did I really want to know all the gory details about how he poisoned my husband? Wasn't that against the rules? We were strangers, after all, and it was imperative to stay that way because of the police.
"Daisy, did you hear what I said?"
He reprimanded me. I felt ashamed that I had allowed my thoughts to trail off that far. "Package?" I asked, confused.
"Yes. I assume you won't be having problems leaving your house anymore and can go to Charleston to fetch it."
"Thank you for the thought, but I really wasn't planning on going anywhere for the time being." I was done living by other people's schedules. From now on, I would do whatever I pleased or nothing at all.
"It's not a present,"
he snapped in return, clearly irked.
"The package will contain all of my wife's personal information, her schedules and her photograph."
"Oh," was all I could say in return. Part of me was really ashamed I'd assumed he cared about me enough to leave a gift. The rest was a terrifying reminder of this future of mine in which I would have to kill another human being so I could continue enjoying this newfound freedom. Oh my God! I would actually have to kill someone. Could I? Do I have a choice? I really didn't think so. This wasn't the type of situation in which I could simply say I had changed my mind and walk away. "In what bookstore?" I forced myself to ask.
"Dreamer's Corner. Do you know it?"
"No."
"I'll send you the location."
"Where in the bookstore?" I understood the need for secrecy, but I was skeptical about this plan of his. Would he really be able to stash something inside a bookstore and expect it would still be there when I go to collect it? I thought. Then again, It would go in my favor if some random person collected it before I had a chance to do the same. It would be the perfect excuse, the excuse that I so desperately needed to buy myself some more time. Then again, he'd poisoned Bruce. I don't think he'll let me get out of this, I thought glumly. How am I going to kill his wife? I didn't like killing spiders, let alone anything else. And now I had to advance straight to another human being? A woman. I don't even know her name. I was a horrible person who was prepared to end one life basically because I was too selfish and too weak to deal with my own problems. I was spiraling out of control. Margot's voice snapped me back to reality. I'll tell you exactly when I leave the file, on what shelf, in what book, in due time. Be ready to act when you receive my call. Be ready to act? That line, paired with that tone of voice, didn't sit well with me. Who is he to boss me around? He's the man who killed your husband. All the same, that didn't give him the right to behave in such a manner. I understood I had to deal with the man. However, I truly didn't appreciate this change in attitude. It was as though he now believed he owned me or something. He acted like Bruce. I shook my head. Surely I was just projecting, right? I decided not to say anything because I didn't see the point in starting an unnecessary argument. All right, I said, instead of everything else that was swirling inside my head. To my utmost shock and outrage, he hung up without saying anything else, as though he couldn't be bothered to say goodbye. I stared at the phone as though wishing it to provide me with some answers. It didn't. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to contemplate this turn of events because I had more pressing issues to stress about. I was sure Margot was merely on edge, as stressed as I was. The nerves were getting to him too, I rationalized, making him act in such a manner. If he was living in hell like I was, it was to be expected that he wanted to get out of it, and soon. And that was precisely what brought me to my next problem. How was I going to accomplish my end of the bargain? I hadn't slept at all that night, biting my nails and trying to figure out how to kill a person. And sadly, by the time the morning came, I felt none the wiser and didn't have answers to my questions. I felt nauseated each time I tried to picture myself stalking this woman, killing her. All my references on the subject were from books and movies, and I had no idea how one actually killed someone in real life. Maybe I should watch documentaries about the most famous serial killers in the world. I dismissed that, on the grounds of being too crazy. I didn't want to take tips from those monsters. I only wanted to survive this one terrible thing so I could move on with my life. How to actually go about killing someone? What to prepare? What weapon to use? Was I even physically strong enough to kill someone? These were the questions that kept plaguing me. The next morning, I felt like shit. I was sleep-deprived and jumpy as hell, especially once I got a text from Marco that he would be going to the bookstore today. Today! I would be receiving that folder today with all his wife's information, which meant I was running out of time. He would expect me to kill her in the next couple of days. Oh my God! I didn't think I could go through all that. Maybe I should go to the police station and turn myself in. Confess everything. Despite my emotions, every part of my body rebelled against that idea. This was precisely why I got dressed, collected my car keys, and got out of the house. I could see Daniel sitting on his side porch, enjoying his morning coffee. I felt a pang in my stomach seeing him. He waved at me, wearing a big smile, but I simply waved back, then hurried toward my car. I felt like I would break down, and through tears tell him everything if I stopped for even a moment. I jumped into my car as though the whole street was on fire and drove to Charleston. Although I had no idea when Marco intended to stash that folder in the bookstore, I figured it would be better if I was close by to collect it when he did. I shook uncontrollably, So once I was in the city, I decided to park before I caused an accident or something. I got out and went for a walk in the park to try and calm myself, but couldn't. There was so much fresh air around me, yet I still felt like I couldn't breathe. How am I going to survive this? I felt like sobbing. I felt like running away. I felt like throwing the phone in the trash. But eventually, I did none of those things except sit on the bench waiting for the message that would forever doom me. Sadly, I didn't have to wait for it long. Instead of texting, he called. "Hello? Go straight to the back. The third bookshelf on the left. Fifth book." Okay." I stammered that simple word, but he'd already hung up on me. To say I was a nervous wreck would be an understatement. On shaky legs, willing myself not to start vomiting on innocent people around me, I entered the bookstore. Behind the counter sat a man in his mid-40s reading a book, completely oblivious to what was happening around him. I tried to act cool and inconspicuous while greeting him. "Hello. May I help you?" he asked, without raising his head from the lines he was reading. I jumped at the sound of his voice. "Keep it together." I couldn't allow myself to have a heart attack now. Besides, if I acted this badly while merely collecting a folder, then I couldn't even imagine how much worse it would get when I was actually forced to stand in front of Marco's wife to kill her. "I'm just browsing, thanks," I replied, remembering my manners. He nodded, returning to his book. I hoped he would soon forget all about me. I now knew why Marco chose this bookstore in the first place. Without wasting any time, I hurried to the back of the store and found the appropriate shelf immediately. My hands felt heavy as I reached for the fifth book. It was Agatha Christie's Murder is Easy. Was Marco fucking with me? I fleetingly thought while feeling completely irritated. It felt like a sick joke as I looked inside, and true enough, an envelope was tucked between the pages. I stopped breathing for a bit and just looked at it. If I took this home, then that was that. If I put it back, there was still a chance to end this madness. Yet not even I believed that. I closed the book without opening the envelope. I didn't dare do it here, even though the man in charge of this bookstore was completely oblivious to the real world. I resented him for that. I wished I could merely get lost in one of the stories around me and not think about murders, alibis, and lovers. Clutching the book as though my life depended on it, I reached the counter to buy it, not really sure why. I could have simply grabbed the envelope and left the store. The man wore the same bored expression, as though not appreciating me interrupting him while he was placing it in a bag for me. All the while my heart was beating like crazy. Once that was done, I rushed back to my car and locked myself inside. Only then did I dare to look inside the envelope that Marco had left for me. Inside was a picture of a woman. I was startled to see how young and beautiful she was. She wasn't what I had expected at all. Then again, I didn't picture her, knowing that would make things harder. Beside the photo was a printed weekly schedule. It was very detailed. I noted as I skimmed through it. She had a lot of errands around town, and, based on it, I figured she was a stay-at-home wife, like me. Her name was Sarah. The last thing inside the envelope was a handwritten note, and it was obvious Marco wrote it for me. "You have 1 week to complete the job, or I'm taking my payment in other ways." 17. Doubt. A fun state of mind. I read the note a couple of times before finally putting it away. All the same, it was still hard to comprehend what was written. I couldn't believe it. Marco had actually threatened me in that note, although I'd done nothing wrong. What a bastard! I fumed. Our deal and the fact he upheld his end of the bargain and killed my husband didn't give him the right to threaten me. How dare he? After reading that note and after our latest phone call, I was starting to resent him more and more. What did that mean anyway? That he would take his payment in other ways? What other ways? A chill went down my spine. Despite everything, I felt like I didn't want to find that out. But why threaten me? I continued to fume. Even if he had his reasons, it was definitely uncalled for. He wants to make sure I'll fulfill my end of the bargain, I mused. Not that I was defending him. I would never do that. It was true that he'd killed someone for me, my greatest tormentor, and it was also true that it was now my turn to do the same for him. Nevertheless, I was beyond rattled by that note. Marco had changed completely from the time we'd first met at the bookstore, and not for the better. And it didn't matter if the whole situation was getting to him. It didn't matter what he wanted out of his marriage. He still shouldn't go around threatening people. Maybe killing Bruce was too much for him. Maybe that made him unstable. The thought froze all the blood inside my veins for a moment. Oh my God. What if this is all my fault? What if I was to blame for that poor, desperate man turning into something else? I stopped thinking about that because it was too horrible. Besides, the implications were even worse. Would the same happen to me? Would I change into something unrecognizable after killing Marco's wife? Will I go mad? If that was the case, then I should drive myself straight to the police station and be done with everything, because it wasn't worth it. It was not worth losing myself for anything. That had to be why Marco had threatened me, I realized. I was trying to find excuses not to go through with it. At the same time, I felt that it was only natural, only human. After all, I wasn't a murderous sociopath. I had morals. I had a conscience. It was to be expected that I was torn by the choices I was going to have to make. My mind continued going in all directions as I drove back home. Every once in a while, I would glance at the yellow envelope, picture the content inside, and shudder. The image of Marco's wife, Sarah, would haunt me forever. She looked so innocent, so kind, and like someone who didn't deserve to die. Stop it! I looked at the envelope as though it was a dirty bomb ready to explode at any moment. I didn't want anything to do with it. I couldn't escape it. I'd made the deal, and these were the consequences. Besides, if I tried to trick Marco, he would know, and he would come for me. His note was very explicit about that. Getting inside the house, I didn't feel any better. I walked around the living room with the envelope in my hands, not sure what to do with it. Part of me knew I should study the schedule and start forming a plan, but I simply couldn't make myself to actually go through it. Someone rang the doorbell in the middle of my meltdown, and I jumped, panicking, causing me to drop the envelope to the floor. I was sure the SWAT team were there to arrest me. They knew what I had done, what I was about to do. And then I mentally slapped myself. The SWAT team definitely wouldn't ring the doorbell. They would bust inside like in the movies. Relax. Taking a deep breath to calm my nerves, I grabbed up the envelope and hid it under the sofa cushions before proceeding to see who was at my door. There was a chance some eager, nosy neighbor came to see how I was doing and spend some time with me so I wouldn't commit suicide or something, now that I was sentenced to a life without my precious husband. Those mocking thoughts were pushed away the moment I opened the door and saw Detective Peterson looking back at me. I was sure that the word guilty was once again written across my forehead. Calm down. Everything will be all right. Detective, hello, I greeted. Hello, Mrs. Costigan. What can I do for you? I asked politely. I need to speak with you. Is this a bad time? Not at all. Come in, I offered. Not that I felt like I had any choice in the matter. If he truly cared if I was busy or not, he would have called first, not simply shown up at my doorstep. This was some kind of a test. I was sure of that. Was he trying to catch me doing something I shouldn't be? With someone I shouldn't be with? My mind started to come up with all kinds of theories. Then again, there was a chance my paranoia was running wild without reason. To my chagrin, he came inside, which meant this was not going to be a quick conversation. And to make matters worse, once we were in the living room, he sat on the sofa.
right over the envelope. Oh, no. I felt like my heart would explode inside my chest. That was just my luck. He would find the envelope and interrogate me about it. And what would I say? Oh, that's nothing. Just the schedule and a photo of a person I intend to kill. I have a few more questions for you, if that's okay, he asked. Of course, I replied as calmly as possible, although I felt anything but. I was sweating bullets. As he was taking out his notebook and pen, I added, Can I get you something? Juice? Coffee? I asked, remembering my manners. There was a chance I was simply stalling for time, not wanting to have to go through with this. Then again, my mother had raised me well, and Bruce would have beaten me senseless if I didn't act as the perfect housewife. Only then did I realize how several days had passed and I still hadn't vacuumed the living room carpet, and there was a lot of dust settling. Still, I didn't care. I really was free. I just hoped I could keep myself that way. No, thank you, he replied curtly as he was trying to find his place in the notebook. Once he did, he looked up at me. Here we go, I thought, bracing myself for the inevitable. I was sure that he would accuse me of killing my husband, although Marco had assured me there was no way I could end up in prison for something I didn't do. Looking at the detective's face, I wasn't so sure. Calm down. The last time we spoke, you mentioned you and your husband had problems, he said, diving right into it. Could you elaborate on that? Oh my God. What was I supposed to do? If I told the truth, the whole truth, then there was no way I could escape being his number one suspect. It was the spouse's fault in these kinds of cases. In part, I was guilty. I wasn't the one who'd actually poisoned him. All the same, I'd made the deal. I'd traded one murder for another. My hands were bloody no matter what. I believe I said we had our ups and downs, I corrected, not really sure why. I've read your medical files. He knows. He knows everything. Aren't those supposed to be confidential? Mrs. Costigan, did your husband abuse you? He asked directly. And before you try to deny it, for whatever reason, remember that I saw your face the other day. I saw the fading black eyes and the bruises on your arms as well. I pursed my lips. I hated being put on display like this. I was so humiliated. There's no denying it, Detective, and there's no point now that he's dead. Yes, Bruce was abusive toward me, I confessed. And saying that out loud felt strange. I thought it would be more painful, yet it wasn't. Frequently? I smiled, humorlessly. You've said you've seen the medical records. I visited the emergency room 3 times in the last 6 months. So what do you think? He nodded. Did you try reporting him to the police? I simply gave him a look, but since it looked like he really expected an answer, I sighed, saying, No. I tried once, a long time ago, and he beat me up so badly that I learned to keep my mouth shut. You are aware that his father is the mayor, are you not? So really, there wasn't a person out there who could help me. I knew that I couldn't lie to him about this. He had to know why I didn't report it. In for a penny, in for a pound, as it turned out. I learned from others he was a bastard, but after hearing you speak, all I can say is your husband was a really special kind of bastard, he commented. I suppose certain people have developed the courage to finally speak their mind now that he's dead, I said in return, fully knowing nobody would have dared to say a word against him while he was alive. Does that include you? Yes, though I'm still rather surprised they are speaking out about him. His father is still the mayor, after all. I was aware I was giving him my motive on a silver platter. All the same, there was nothing I could do about it. If I tried to lie, he would know. So it was better and safer in the long run if I was as honest with the detective as possible. Look, Bruce wasn't a good husband. He liked to control everything, especially me. He liked things a certain way, his way, and when it wasn't so... I left the sentence unfinished, knowing the detective was smart enough to fill in the blanks. He didn't disappoint. When things didn't go his way, you would end up in the ER. Exactly. It wasn't easy for me to speak about these things, partly because I'd been so scared for such a long time, partly because I wasn't used to it. However, it wasn't as bad as I imagined. I didn't die of shame as I believed I would. Bruce dying really had changed things for me, changed me as well. Or, more accurately put, it allowed me to finally be who I really was. Mrs. Costigan, do you know who would want to kill your husband? Besides me? I gave him a non-committal shrug. I wasn't privy to Bruce's dealings outside of this house. However, he treated most people the same way he treated me. To a degree, I mean. He didn't beat them to a pulp. He saved that for me. Still, it's safe to assume he had plenty of enemies. You must be happy he's dead, he said, watching me with interest. I suspected he would make that assumption, and I was prepared for it. I won't lie to you, Detective. Knowing he can't hurt me anymore makes me happy, and if I knew who murdered him, I would thank them from the bottom of my heart because I truly believe that they saved my life. But I had nothing to do with it. I didn't ask if you did, he pointed out. I smiled knowingly. I'm sure you were going to, so I want to be clear on that. I didn't kill Bruce. I know, he said, taking me by surprise. At least not by yourself. Excuse me? I countered before I could stop myself. The autopsy report came in today. Your husband died of oleander poisoning. Do you know what that is? I really didn't know, but I could make a guess. A plant? He nodded. A highly toxic plant which is fast-acting. Therefore, I know it was impossible for you to have poisoned your husband. The problem I have is that doesn't mean you didn't recruit someone to do it for you. He was insinuating that I hired a hitman, which wasn't so far away from the actual truth. I wasn't paying Marco with actual money, yet a certain quid pro quo was definitely involved. No, Detective. Something like that would have been impossible for me, no matter if I wanted it or not, I replied with a sigh. Why is that? He asked, almost conversationally, as though we weren't discussing my husband's murder or my involvement in the crime. Bruce controlled my every move. I had a housekeeper he paid to keep tabs on me, following me each time I left the house, as well as that, a gardener and a handyman guarding me while I was inside. I was rarely ever alone, and if I was physically alone, I had to have him on the phone with me, so speaking to someone without Bruce knowing was impossible. Also, he controlled all of our finances. When I needed to buy something or go grocery shopping, I was given a limited amount of money. So even if I wanted him dead with all of my heart, there was simply no way for me to make it happen. I gave him a wry smile as I tried to paint him an accurate picture of my life with Bruce. I see you've thought about this a great deal. I was married to the bastard for 10 years. All I've had is time to think about it. But I knew there was no way for me to make it happen. There wasn't even a way for me to escape. He had the resources to bring me right back. If I tried to leave, he'd have killed me. And as surprising as it is, Detective, I actually want to live. Plus, I wouldn't trade one prison for another. So despite what you may think, I didn't do it. He studied me for a moment and then nodded again as he got up. Thank you for answering my questions and for being honest with me. Of course, I nodded, standing up as well. I'd like to be honest with you as well.
he added as though an afterthought. Please do. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes.
I know you're involved. I just can't figure out how exactly. But I'm going to find out, because that's what I do.
I raised my brows at him, and then shook my head. I understand I'm the ideal suspect, Detective, but I'm afraid in this case, you're wrong. We reached the door, and I opened it, but he just stood there for a bit as he scrutinized me to the point I felt deeply uncomfortable. I had to make him stop. Have a nice day, Detective, I said, encouraging him to leave. Thankfully, he tilted his head in acknowledgement and took a step out of the door.
I'll be in touch, Mrs. Costigan.
That sounded like a threat to me. Once he was gone, I closed my eyes, taking deep breaths. This was a complete nightmare. So much for gaining his trust. He was on to me. 18. Making a stand. I was trying to busy myself, choosing an outfit for the funeral, trying not to think about all the things that were plaguing me, when I heard the doorbell. I started out of the room, but I wasn't fast enough, apparently, because whoever was out there started pounding on the door. My first thought was that Detective Peterson had returned, this time to arrest me. Or perhaps Marco had decided to drop by and threaten me some more, getting impatient, since I hadn't killed his wife yet. The banging persisted, so I rushed downstairs. Opening the door, I barely stopped myself in time not to frown. I wished I hadn't bothered to come downstairs. I should have pretended I wasn't home.
What took you so long?
Michael grumbled, glaring at me, and before I had a chance to respond, he pushed me out of the way so he could get inside uninvited.
Michael,
what a surprise, I said, as neutral as possible. Marching to the living room, he turned to face me. I took my sweet time approaching before settling on the couch. He remained standing. I couldn't care less. My days of serving him were over.
I ran into Reverend Peter today, and he informed me you still haven't asked him to hold a service for Bruce.
Although it was phrased as a statement, it was actually an accusation. That's because I still don't know the date of the funeral. I pointed out the obvious. Michael waved his hand as though I was speaking nonsense.
And you want all white calla lilies for the funeral? That's not acceptable. Those are not manly flowers. White roses only.
On one hand, I couldn't care less about the flowers. On the other, I certainly didn't appreciate him barging in here, yelling inside my home.
And there is no way I'll allow my only son to be buried in some mundane wooden box. Only the best for my poor boy.
Poor boy?
Ha! Honestly, woman, what have you been thinking about? It's like you are intentionally trying to embarrass us in front of the entire town.
He continued to berate me. I remained quiet for the time being because it was obvious this was a one-sided conversation. He didn't care what I had to say. He simply needed someone to yell at, and at the moment, that person was me. Lucky me. I managed to get rid of Bruce. Unfortunately, this abuser remained in my life. Not for too long, though, hopefully. The instant this mess clears, I'll leave town. There was nothing that held me tied to Gracefield to begin with, so I planned on selling the house and moving far, far away. Perhaps I would even return to San Diego to be close to my family. But either way, one thing was for sure. I wasn't staying here, and there was no way in hell I would tolerate Michael for too long. Of course, Daniel was part of all my plans regardless of where I decided to settle. Where we decide to settle, I corrected.
Let me see the brochures, the options you got from the funeral home director,
he demanded. I got up, strode to the desk in the kitchen and gathered everything that I had, then handed it to him without offering any additional information. Although I still hadn't signed a contract, I had a verbal agreement about all the things that I wanted to be done on the day of the funeral. I guessed that plan was out the window now because, apparently, Michael had decided he wanted to be involved. Lucky me. In the brochures, I had marked all the options that I wanted, and seeing them, Michael started shaking his head. "No, no, no! This is all wrong!" he boomed. He looked up from it so he could glare at me. "I know you're in mourning, but pull yourself together. This isn't the lavish funeral I demanded from you. It's like you're organizing a funeral for some commoner. Or for someone I hated with a passion. This is all completely unacceptable." "Then how about you organize it yourself?" was on the tip of my tongue. "We need to send Bruce away properly." I never knew he was that religious. "We need to show this town who the Costigans really are." And there it was. As it turned out, this had nothing to do with God, or Bruce for that matter. It was about Michael and his desire to maintain a certain look, a certain image around town. It was disgusting. "Are you sure you're not pregnant?" His question took me by surprise. "No," I exclaimed, getting all red in the face, not because I was embarrassed, but because he was seriously pissing me off. "Shame. We could use someone carrying the family name." "You could remarry," I blurted before I could stop myself. The look I received in return was the essence of what nightmares were made of. "Call the funeral home director. I want to see him," he ordered, deciding to ignore what I said. I was relieved. I should really be more careful around him. Bruce was gone, but that didn't mean I was completely free. Not yet. "I believe their business hours ended a few hours ago," I pointed out. "Call him. I'm the mayor of this fucking town. He will come." I simply nodded, grabbing my phone to make the call. It was obvious he wanted to take over everything, to feel like he was still in control since he'd lost his only child, and I had no problem with that as long as it meant I wouldn't be having any additional work. As expected, the funeral home director agreed to come to see us. While we waited, Michael continued to growl and complain about everything. I tried to tune him out as much as possible. The truth was, I would feel sorry for him, for his loss, if he wasn't such a bastard. As it was, I had no compassion for the man, and I wasn't going to comment on his poor behavior. It pretty much remained the same with or without Bruce in the picture. I couldn't wait to cut all ties with this man. I just had to remain a little bit more patient. It would be beyond conspicuous, especially after my conversation with a detective, if I put the house on the market and moved someplace else. I had to stay put while the investigation was still ongoing, which meant I had to tolerate my father-in-law as well. "Daisy? Are you listening to me, girl?" Michael snapped. "Yes," I lied. I had no idea what he'd said before that. To me, it was one big rant about how I was lacking in some way, and he was exasperated having to tolerate it. "What is wrong with you?" he asked, although he didn't look like he particularly cared. "Just a light headache. Can you please repeat what you said?" I was on my best behavior since I had an ulterior motive. I knew that if I played along, I would manage to get him out of my house that much more quickly. "I need you to sign this for me," he said, producing a document. He shoved it to my face, putting a pen in my hand. What the hell? "What is this?" I asked, confused. "Nothing you need to concern yourself with," he replied dismissively. I pursed my lips, starting to read. "Power of attorney?" I exclaimed, not liking the sound of it. Yes, Michael said, pretty impatiently. "It simply means you will transfer your rights as Bruce's widow and heir onto me." "What kind of rights?" I asked. "For the inheritance, of course. You didn't expect you should be in charge of it all." Silly me. That was exactly what I thought. that I would be in charge of Bruce's money once he was dead, and as it turned out, Michael had that very same idea, that he should be in charge. Why? Then again, it didn't really matter. I wasn't going to allow it. "Why wouldn't I be in charge?" I asked. He looked at me like I'd just lost my mind and was dancing, covered in a sheet, around him.
"Because you're a woman. Because I was his father. That was family money. It's logical all of it should return to me."
"You're his father. I'm his wife, and according to law, his sole heir. You have no right to demand Bruce's money from me."
"I'm demanding nothing. I have every right to it," he yelled.
I refused to cower and back down. I'd done that plenty in my life already. No more, and certainly not on this subject. Bruce kept me at home and helpless without a dime to my name for far too long, and now his father demanded I should give it all up and once again rely on a man and his mercy toward me? I wasn't going to allow his father to take what was mine, and I knew he had no real claim because if he did, he wouldn't be here asking for my signature. He needed me to give it to him, and that was just not happening. Not now. Not ever. "I have every right to it," I corrected. It was obvious he didn't expect that I would stand up to him.
"You're being ridiculous and stubborn without reason. This is for your benefit, too," he said, obviously trying to change tactics. "You're just a housewife. You know nothing about taking care of an estate or handling the funds. That is a man's job, after all."
"I'm sure I will be fine. I'm a quick study."
"You'll squander it all, and I'm not going to let that happen."
He tried to intimidate me. "The money, the house, and all the rest belong to me now, and I'll do with it as I see fit," I countered, folding my arms across my chest.
"I'll fight you on this if I have to. I won't allow Bruce's legacy to be squandered by some woman,"
he said through gritted teeth, getting beyond frustrated and angry. Not that I cared. I knew he would never dare to strike me. Unlike Bruce, Michael cared too much about his public image. He would find other ways to punish me and mess with me, but physically I was perfectly safe, which gave me the courage to speak my mind and stand my ground. My answer remains the same. "No, I'm not signing this," I said, throwing the document away. Michael furiously picked it up from the floor.
"If you make me go to war with you, you will regret it, girl. You'll end up on the street by the time I'm finished with you."
"Do whatever you think is necessary," I countered calmly, knowing that would only piss him off even more. Of course, I was utterly intimidated and petrified of the man, but since he was trying to jeopardize my very existence, that was something I simply couldn't allow, no matter what, and although standing up to him took everything in me, I wasn't backing down. I couldn't. It was as simple as that. Despite my bravado, I was worried. I knew that with Michael's money and power, the influence he could wield, he could destroy me if he really wanted to, and by the looks of it, he really wanted to. Maybe I should just do as he said.
"No!"
I rebelled. I couldn't sign that document. If I do, I'll be ruined, and once again under the control of some man. Never again, I vowed. I truly hated this situation. I wished Marco would take care of Michael as well. I pushed that thought away. That wasn't who I was. Wishing someone to die simply because he was making my life difficult wasn't appropriate or moral. Michael chuckled, and there was something sinister in that gesture.
"I should have seen this coming. Of course you care about the money. That's the only thing you cared about from the start."
I gritted my teeth. This was an old insult of his. This wasn't the first time he'd accused me of being a gold digger. While Bruce and I were engaged, Michael drank a little too much over dinner and gave himself the right to say just how much he was displeased with his son's choice of a bride. Bruce stood up to him that night, and I was overjoyed that he loved me so much to defy his family. What an idiot I was. And looking back, I really wished he hadn't done that. If only he'd left me and broken my heart, I would have lived a much happier life. I told Bruce not to marry you, but he wouldn't listen to me. I was right about you all along. People with your upbringing can bring nothing but disappointment. People of my upbringing. My parents were middle class. We never wanted for anything, and they insisted I went to college like they did, because they wanted to ensure a safe future for me. Mr. Costigan, that's enough. I interrupted his tirade, standing up. I think you're quite finished yelling at me, insulting me for no reason, and I would like you to leave. For dramatic effect, I even pointed toward the door. He went all red in the face, clearly not used to hearing someone talking back at him, or throwing him out. Listen, girl. No. I'm done listening, and if you don't want to leave my house right this instant, I'll call the police, I threatened. And that was no bluff. I fully planned on calling the police. I fully intended on creating the biggest scandal possible, and I knew how much Michael loved scandals. Apparently, he understood the message because he gathered all his things in haste. How quickly you changed, now that my son is dead, he commented, thoroughly disgusted. Goodbye, Mr. Costigan, I countered, reining in my temper. I knew I had to be the bigger person or he would never leave. This isn't over, he threatened, before storming away. Although it felt good finally standing up to him, I felt exhausted as well. I couldn't wait to go to my room and lie down. Before I did that, I had enough presence of mind to call the funeral home director back and tell him there was no need for him to come anymore. The man sounded beyond relieved hearing that. I understood that sentiment perfectly. I didn't want to deal with Michael Costigan either. 19. The Importance of Daniel. The next day, I was sitting in the garden, trying to figure out my life, which wasn't an easy task at the moment, trying to figure out how to get myself out of this mess. I had the police on my back, being a murder suspect. I had Michael on the warpath as well, since I didn't want to sign that document. And on top of that, I had Margot ready to punish me if I didn't do what I promised. And that was the hardest thing I had to deal with, coming to terms with the fact that I had someone to kill. Because if I didn't, then all of this would go away. If I didn't, then all the sacrifices would be for nothing. Then I would lose Daniel, and that was something I couldn't live with. To make sure I remained here with him forever, I would do whatever it took. I would lie to the police, I would fight Michael, and I would take care of Margot's wife, because there was no other way. While I was racking my brain, worrying about everything, I heard a very familiar whistle. The whole neighborhood believed that was just Daniel calling out for his cat, but I knew the truth. That was our code, our small way of communicating. He was asking if the coast was clear. Despite my predicament, I smiled. "Hello, Daniel," I greeted. True enough, his head popped up from the other side of the fence. He smiled as well. "Want some company?" "Sure," I agreed. Although there were a million reasons against us being together, that one reason, the fact that I loved him, won every time. He jumped the fence immediately. Although he could have used the front door, nobody would think twice about him coming to see me now. He still didn't. Old habits die hard. And without wasting any time, he gave me a kiss. "I saw you the other day, but you looked in a rush," he commented once we parted. That was when I was rushing to Charleston to pick up the information Margot had left for me. "I'm sorry about that. I was really in a hurry. Between the police and the funeral preparations, I'm really overwhelmed." I hated lying to him, but at this point that was a necessity. I couldn't tell him the truth. Nobody could know what I did, what I was about to do. "I figured. That was why I wanted to drop by and see how you're doing."
Do you need anything?" "I need a hug," I replied honestly. As expected, he immediately complied. I molded myself against his body, taking a deep breath, sighing happily, while he held me so close to his body that I could actually hear his heartbeat. It was almost easy to believe that everything would be all right in the end. Somehow. Daniel had been so good to me from the beginning. He was my rock. He was the reason why I managed to survive when life with Bruce became unbearable. I loved him very much. And yet in those moments, I felt terrible. He was everything to me, and I was lying to him. We were honest with one another from the start. We had to be, and I was ruining it. More to the point, I desperately needed his help, his support, but I was terrified if I told him everything, Marco would hurt him, or that I would hurt him with the deal that I made. I was terrified he would stop loving me, realizing I wasn't the woman he fell in love with. He could leave me and move someplace else without me, and that was just unbearable to me. Just like that, I was on the verge of tears. I wanted to break down and tell him everything, no matter the consequences. I wanted him to know everything. I wanted to share what had been happening in my crazy life ever since Bruce died, and how he died in the first place. I wanted to share my fears about Marco and my frustrations about Michael. It was daunting how many men in my life were completely toxic, life-sucking monsters. Daniel was the only one who was purely good and always remained positive no matter what, which was why I had to keep my mouth shut. He would be horrified by what I'd done. He would never understand. He saw what Bruce did to me, but he didn't know how it felt to constantly live in fear. He didn't have the personal experience to truly understand all the horrors. I could feel Daniel's grip tightening. "Is everything all right?" he asked softly. "No," I wanted to say. "I heard yelling yesterday and got worried." I was relieved I wouldn't have to lie about that. I was on the verge of breaking down already. One more lie, and I would tell him everything, no matter the consequences. "It was Michael." "What does he want?" Daniel asked, and his tone became colder. He didn't like Michael either. I had shared my experiences with that man, so he knew Michael was no better than his son. "He wanted me to sign some papers to make him the sole heir of Bruce's estate," I explained. "Did you sign them?" Although he tried to remain neutral and supportive, it was obvious he believed that to be a bad idea. That was Daniel, all right. Always thinking about me first. That made me want to cry even more. "No, hence all the yelling. That whole family is rotten to the core. Don't I know it? You shouldn't allow him to get to you like that," Daniel advised. "I'm not." "Then why do you look like you're on the verge of tears?" "Because I am. Just not for the reason he presumed. At times he knew me too well." He moved ever so slightly so he could look at my face. "It can't be because of Bruce." Although it was formed as a statement, it was more of a question. Daniel was honestly wondering if my clear desperation was connected with me losing my husband. The last thing I wanted was for Daniel to think I actually loved that bastard. Bruce managed to beat any shred of love for him out of me years ago. I hated him with every fiber of my being. I was glad he was dead. The end. What to tell Daniel? I had no idea, which made me speechless. I couldn't tell him what was going on. He wouldn't be able to deal with it. I was sure of that. I loved Daniel with all my heart, and I wanted to spend the rest of my life with him. I absolutely hated lying to him. Yet I realized that it was a necessity at this point. He could never know what had been happening as of late, and not simply because if I shared everything it would make him an accomplice. My other reason was far more selfish. Although he would try to understand, rationalize, and be there for me, I knew he was just too good to handle all that ugliness.
and I was afraid that over time he would start to look at me differently. He would constantly worry about all the things I was worried about now, and once again, Bruce would come between us. And that was something I had to avoid at any cost, even if it meant lying to him. "I really don't understand, Daisy," he continued when I said nothing. "After everything that man did to you, how can you be sad about his death?" He wondered, clearly misunderstanding my behavior. And I couldn't decide if that was a good or a bad thing. It was good because I didn't want him to know the real reason why I was such a nervous wreck. It was bad because I definitely didn't want him to think I was mourning Bruce. "You won't understand," I settled to say. "Maybe," he agreed. "However, there is something I do understand. You're a free woman now, which means we can finally be together." I closed my eyes for a bit. That was something I'd wanted since the first time we kissed. For us to be together. Forever. I wasn't so sure about marriage, having had this hugely bad experience. I didn't know if I ever wanted to be tied down to a man like that ever again, even if that man was Daniel. All the same, I knew I wanted to be with him. Only him. That would never change. Now that I was finally on the verge of having everything that I wanted, I still hesitated. It would be beyond selfish to drag Daniel into my messy life, especially if I kept keeping secrets from him. "I want to be with you, Daniel. More than anything." I said my heart's truth before kissing him. I couldn't allow him to say anything back because I knew that would be my undoing. One kiss turned into another, and before we knew it, we were lying on the grass, fooling around like a couple of teenagers. It was what I needed at a time like this. That was Daniel, all right. He always knew what to do and say to make me feel better. As though guessing my train of thought, he tucked a strand of hair behind my ears so he could caress my face. "You look beautiful when you smile. Thank you for cheering me up. I really appreciate it." "No need to thank me," he replied, kissing the tip of my nose. "Speaking of cheering up, are you ready to tell me what's wrong?" I should have known he wouldn't be able to let this go so easily. "It's nothing specific. It's Michael pestering me. It's the funeral preparations. It's neighbors constantly trying to console me. It all came crashing on me, I suppose," I said, staying as close to the truth as possible without actually saying the complete truth. It should be scaring me how good of a liar I was becoming, but the sad reality was that I became a really good one while living with Bruce. I had to. It was a matter of self-preservation and survival. "This too will pass, and then we can finally start living our lives together." I know, and at times like this, it's the only thing keeping me going. I love you, Daisy. I love you too. It went without saying this whole exchange made me feel extremely guilty, and just like that, my newly found fragile good mood completely vanished into thin air. Daniel was such a good, honest, faithful, loving man, and if I did the deed, I would be none of those things anymore. So, the question was, did I deserve to have such a man in my life? I would have to kill Marco's wife to ensure my freedom, and by doing that I would tarnish a part of me. I would get a chance to enjoy the rest of my life, be happy, and love Daniel. But after killing someone, killing a piece of me, did I still deserve all those things? I didn't dare answer that question because I knew with every fiber of my being I wouldn't like the answer. I damned myself the moment I agreed to Marco's plan. It was merely a matter of what I was going to do moving forward. Squander the sacrifices made, or try to make the most of them. Looking deeply into Daniel's loving eyes, I knew there was only one path for me, despite the sacrifices, despite the consequences. And if that made me a terrible person that I selfishly chose love, then so be it. 20. Masks off. I need more time, I stressed. I couldn't do what Marco wanted me to do in the time frame he chose for me. I understood he was impatient, but it was impossible. I still couldn't bring myself to think about killing another human being, let alone actually start planning it. Then you shouldn't have made that pact in the first place. What could I say? I was that desperate. Besides, Detective Peterson was convinced I had something to do with Bruce's death, and all eyes were on me at the moment, so it would be madness to try something. I would get caught. I was sure of that. And then everything would be for nothing. I didn't want to have a mere taste of freedom only to watch it be taken away from me again. I hated being under such close scrutiny by all the people around me. Then again, what else was new? I had lived like that for 10 years. It was kind of depressing that nothing changed with Bruce's death, although everything had. Just not in the ways I hoped they would. It felt like all my problems remained the same, although the characters had changed. Bruce was gone, but Michael was still there, and Detective Peterson, not to mention Marco. All demanded something from me, and I felt torn to pieces. The only thing keeping me grounded was Daniel. For him, I knew I had to remain strong and do all the things that needed to be done, because everything I ever dreamed about was waiting for me just around the corner. I was one murder away from having all my wishes come true. All of that was disturbing, knowing someone had to die so I could live. But it was what it was. I'd made the deal. I had to live with the consequences. I decided to gather some courage and call Marco. At the moment, he was the man I feared the most in my life, because he had the power to destroy everything. My heart was beating like crazy as I waited for him to answer, hoping he hadn't gotten rid of the phone again.
"I thought we agreed never to speak with one another ever again," he said, answering the call. Once again, he skipped all the pleasantries, which made me frown. Good thing I had no time to dwell on it. I was just glad the number was still active. "I had to," I replied simply.
"Why?" "I had to tell you there's no way I can accomplish my end of the deal in the time frame you chose."
"Find a way,"
he replied dismissively. I pursed my lips. "You don't understand. It's not possible," I insisted.
"It is possible, and you have no choice. We made the deal, and I held my end of the bargain. Didn't I?"
He practically barked at me. "Yes, you did," I agreed. "But—"
"Are you trying to get out of it?"
he interjected.
"Because I won't tolerate that. I will get what I want, no matter what."
I felt like screaming, because this infuriating man wasn't listening to me. Once again, it felt like I was speaking with a completely different person than the one I met in the bookstore. It was maddening he wouldn't comprehend what I was saying or why. He only cared about himself. He was as bad as Bruce used to be, if not worse. "It's not that, Marco. Please, listen to me," I rushed to say, fearing he would cut me off again and then threaten some more. The last thing I wanted was for the situation to escalate even further. That wasn't why I'd called him. "I'm only asking for a little bit more time. I need to prepare. Besides, I can't go around looking for Sarah." I forced myself to say her name. "At the moment."
"Why not?"
he asked haughtily. "Because I'm under the police's scrutiny, and it wouldn't be safe for either one of us if they saw what I'm doing."
"I'm sure you are exaggerating," he said dismissively. "There's no way they suspect you."
"The detective in charge, Peterson, told me he knows I'm involved in Bruce's death." I tried to reason with him.
"He's bluffing, and you shouldn't be that stupid to fall for it."
His words made me grit my teeth. "I'm not exaggerating. I'm only advocating caution for the time being," I argued in return. "Once the dust settles, I'll do it. I promise." No matter how much it pained me, a deal was a deal.
You having difficulties is not my problem, he countered stubbornly. Figure it out, because I'm not giving you more time.
He wasn't giving me more time. That sentence brought so much rage inside of me, I could tear the whole house down with one strike. At least that was how it felt. Yet I tried to rein it all in because nothing good would come of it if we started arguing now.
Not your problem?
I repeated. Despite the self-control, I sounded pretty irked.
If you don't start listening to me, it will become your problem. Are you threatening me?
He growled in return. I hated when men did that. When they couldn't win an argument with facts and logic, they would always resort to violence and aggression. I was sick and tired of it.
No, Marco. I'm simply pleading with you to see reason. I am seeing things clearly. I see you trying to break our deal, he accused.
No, I'm trying to save both of us.
How so?
If I proceed with your plan, I'll get caught. If I try following Sarah around, the police will figure things out, put 2 and 2 together, and then they will come knocking on your door. He remained silent, so I pressed on, finally feeling like he was ready to listen.
Just think about it. This plan of yours will work, but only if we remain strangers. If we remain without motive.
But if you continue to pressure me to do this while I'm not ready, while the police are watching me, then I'm bound to make a mistake and get caught. And then it was all for nothing. Then we will both be doomed. I knew Marco couldn't care less about me. All the same, I hoped that if his safety was in jeopardy, he would see reason and back off.
My plan is rock solid, he said eventually. But you need to be careful and lie low for a bit.
I sighed with relief, although there was no, "You're right," no, "I'm sorry for lashing out at you." I was grateful Marco chose to see reason and relent. "I'll do that," I agreed, as though this had been his plan all along. My ego wasn't so fragile that I needed that kind of validation. As long as I didn't have to go around town stalking Sarah, I was happy.
I won't wait forever, though,
he warned. Just until the dust settles, I reassured him. Ending the conversation, I felt beyond exhausted. One would think I'd just negotiated world peace and not asked for an extension for fulfilling my end of the bargain. It was also very disturbing how easily we discussed someone's murder. But that wasn't the only thing that was troubling me. The conversation that we had, the feel of it, the dynamics between us, it all felt beyond familiar to me. While I spoke with Marco, I couldn't help thinking of Bruce. I couldn't help comparing the two. It was disturbing how I hadn't seen it before. The way Marco spoke to me was the same way Bruce used to speak to me, as though he had no respect, as though he expected his words to be gospel, as though I was nothing, simply there to do his bidding, and that was as daunting as it was troubling. Yet there was a silver lining. I didn't cower this time around. I stood my ground, and not simply because I had managed to change since Bruce died. I used what I learned while married to Bruce when speaking with Marco, to make him see reason. I used the same tactics to reach him, and eventually got what I wanted. It wasn't a bulletproof tactic, and there were times when it failed, even with Bruce, but it was all that I had, and luckily it worked. Massive patience and gentle manipulation helped me achieve my goal. I let him think he came to the solution all by himself, which was the only way to deal with an egocentric man like that. My heart started to beat like crazy as I finally came to that realization. Bruce and Marco were not just similar. They were one and the same. I fell into the hands of another manipulative asshole out of sheer desperation and need to get away from my husband. Oh my God! I felt sick to my stomach. That gentle, kind, understanding man who was my kindred spirit since he was going through the exact same thing I was,
never really existed. It was all just a mask. From the moment we met, Marco was only saying what he needed to say to gain my trust so that in the end he would get what he wanted. And that was for me to kill his wife. And now that he had me in his clutches, he didn't have to pretend anymore. He could show who he really was. He was like Bruce. He too had pretended in the beginning to get me to marry him, and afterward, the true nightmare began. Will Marco turn into a complete monster as well? I feared he would. So what if Marco wasn't who he really said he was? We'd still made a deal. He'd killed my husband in exchange for me killing his wife. Did this knowledge actually change anything in my life? It didn't take me long to conclude that it absolutely did. How could I have been so blind? The signs were there from the start. I was now sure he was there in that bookstore looking for an appropriate victim, and then I fell into his lap, none the wiser. How could I be so stupid? Naive? It was an insane situation from the start. Nobody was that kind of altruistic, to offer to kill someone for the perfect stranger. Of course he had an ulterior motive. It was true that I believed that this motive was being unhappy in a trapped marriage, like me, but having this new knowledge changed everything. I now couldn't believe a word he said because I could tell he was manipulating me. Luckily, his own impatience had betrayed him in the end. Thanks to that, I now saw him for what he really was. Unfortunately, although everything changed inside my head since my point of view had changed, I still had to do what we'd agreed upon. There was no escaping that, no matter how I wished things were different. We'd struck a deal. It was too late to think about the motives, the consequences, or the morality of it all. And there was no way for me to get out of it, apart from going to the police. Would they believe me? Or simply lock me up for the crime I didn't commit? And then it would all be for nothing. Marco would still be free, still wanting his wife dead, while my life would be completely ruined, and I would lose Daniel. I couldn't let that happen. Like it or not, I'd made the deal with the devil, and now I found myself in an impossible situation. On one hand, Marco wasn't who he said he was. On the other, he'd killed my husband for me, and I owed it to him to do the same, because if I didn't, he would make me pay. And I really didn't want to discover what he meant by that. I was deeply worried. How could I not be? Detective Peterson was very suspicious of me. He suspected I was implicated in my husband's murder, and I couldn't imagine how the situation would get even more complicated when I became full-on guilty for another. In my desire to end my sufferings with Bruce, I'd certainly made a mess out of my life. Yet, deep down, there was one daunting truth. If I had the opportunity to choose again, I would probably do the same thing. I would accept the offer Marco presented to me, because at the end of the day, Bruce was dead. I was free, and that meant everything to me. 21. Dealing with a lunatic. Once I managed to calm down, I tried to look at things from a more positive angle, if I could call it that. I was feeling slightly better, not in full-blown panic anymore, now that I knew Marco wouldn't be breathing down my neck and would allow me to do what needed to be done at my own pace. That was the extent of it all, because I still had to prepare, plan, and kill another human being. A woman I never met. A woman who did me no harm. Of course, Marco would disappear from my life once I did what I promised. Michael would be gone too once I got my inheritance and moved someplace else. And as for Detective Peterson, he would back off once he realized there was no evidence that I had anything to do with my husband's death. Just like Marco promised. And then I would be completely free to do what I wanted, to be with whomever I wanted. With Daniel. Sadly, I had a feeling it was going to be a long journey from point A to B. How is this my life?
I asked in exasperation, and not for the first time. Needing a moment to clear my head, because I was feeling like I was going in circles, driving myself crazy, I decided to go shopping. I hesitated by the door. My twisted learning patterns were urging me to go and ask Bruce for permission to go outside. "He's dead and gone," I snapped at myself. "He can't hurt me anymore. He's not the one in control. I am. I can go wherever the hell I please." Feeling much better and more confident, I left the house and drove to Charleston. I simply drove around for a bit, enjoying the feel of it, of my phone remaining silent, before I stopped at the furthest supermarket I could think of. Bruce always forced me to go to the one that was closest to home, so this felt good, no matter how silly it sounded. It wasn't that I actually needed anything. The food the neighbors prepared for me could last for months, since now I was all alone in the house. But I still liked the feel of being out and about, shopping on impulse, whatever I saw and fancied without fear that Bruce would punish me for it. It went without saying my cart ended up full of things Bruce would never allow me to buy. I bought a bunch of candies, fruits he didn't like, and so on. I felt like a kid in Disneyland. Note to self: visit Disneyland. Although I didn't particularly like that I still thought in those terms, things Bruce would approve and disapprove of, it still felt good to defy him. It felt like some sort of therapy, the cleansing of a soul. All of a sudden, I was forced to stop in my tracks because Marco appeared in front of me, out of nowhere. I was so startled I bumped into another shopper. "I'm so sorry," I apologized before refocusing on Marco. Where did he come from? I wondered as my heart raced. He said nothing and simply smiled before slowly walking away. I noted he didn't have a cart with him. Was he there because of me? My mind started to race. Then again, perhaps it was a coincidence. I did meet him in a bookstore, here in Charleston. I knew he lived here, so it wasn't so far-fetched that I could run into him, and the fact he didn't stop to speak with me meant he was still abiding by the rules. We were to remain complete strangers to one another, to the rest of the world. Not being able to stop myself, I started looking for him around the store, though it looked like he was gone. That calmed me down. This was just a freaky coincidence. Still, I didn't feel like shopping anymore, so I started walking toward the checkout. But then something stopped me once again. It was the voice inside my head that said, "Are you really going to allow fear to govern you for the rest of your life?" Of course not. And because of that, I continued with my original plan. After this little incident, I truly indulged myself. I bought soft drinks and frozen prepared dinners. I was done cooking. From now on, I would only eat what someone else prepared for me, and I would definitely start to get out more. There was an Italian restaurant in Graceville I had always wanted to visit, and I realized that now I could. Maybe I should make reservations for me and Daniel, I mused. I paid for all the things I wanted and needed, and all the rest that were simply a big fuck you to Bruce. Then I wheeled everything to my car and started packing it in the trunk. This was the biggest load of groceries I'd ever bought, I realized. Yet I didn't feel guilty about it at all. More to the point, I felt somehow accomplished. Finally, I was allowed to make my own decisions. The good, the bad, and all the rest in the middle. At the same time, although I did this, I still felt like I didn't want to go home, and not merely because so many bad memories and bad emotions waited for me there. I basically felt restless. Although I was now technically free to do whatever I wanted, I didn't feel free, especially with all the shit happening around me and to me. Should I pack my bags and go to live with my dad in San Diego for a while? I thought. I could spend some time with him, reconnect, help him grieve and move on with his life. I could spend some time with Hannah and the kids. The more I thought about this idea, the more I liked it. Only, there were a few problems with that plan. What if by going away I'd make Detective Peterson even more suspicious of me, and he starts to dig deeper? He could find out about Marco. And speaking of Marco, what if he follows me to San Diego and tries to ruin my life? That would be beyond bad. Besides, I couldn't leave Daniel. I knew he would come with me if I asked, but bringing him home to meet my family when my husband still hadn't had a proper funeral would raise too many eyebrows. And on top of everything else, that wasn't something I wanted to deal with. Which meant I was stuck in Graceville for the time being. Besides, I couldn't run away from all my problems, no matter how tempting that sounded. Very reluctantly, slowly, I started driving back home. Of course, I started to grumble, realizing I'd almost run out of gas. I didn't like stopping to buy gas, but then again, it wasn't like I had a choice. Pushing the car home held no appeal to me. With a sigh, I searched for the nearest gas station and pulled into one. It was busy, so I had to wait. While I waited for my turn, I saw a very familiar figure in front of me. "You have to be joking!" I gasped. But it was no illusion. Marco was there once again. What the hell? I wondered, seriously starting to worry he was actually following me around town. As he had at the store, he merely smiled at me before getting into his car and driving away. I was so startled I didn't even see if he filled his tank or not. Was he following me, or did he stop because of necessity? I couldn't tell for sure. I didn't like it either way. It was too freaky, and it gave me a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Stop it! I forced my mind to stop spiraling out of control. I had enough problems. I really shouldn't allow my paranoid mind to come up with new ways to torment me. He lived in Charleston and simply stopped to buy some gas. Like me. There was no conspiracy at hand, only a freakish accident. End of story. It didn't matter. I returned home, constantly looking over my shoulder. I didn't see Marco again, though, which put me at ease. He wasn't intentionally following me around. And who knew? Perhaps he felt the same way about me that I did about him. Perhaps he was now paranoid that I'd been following him around. Wouldn't that be funny? I thought, picturing him stressing about me. Deciding to chalk that up to things simply happening, I dumped an entire bag of candies on the living room table and started to eat them while watching a movie. I couldn't remember the last time I'd done that. Bruce didn't like me watching TV. He thought of it as a sign of laziness. The irony was he watched TV all the time. I ended up eating so much my stomach hurt. All the same, I went to bed happy. Each day, I was starting to feel like a life without Bruce was a true blessing, something that I liked very much. And even if I would have to kill someone for it, the truth was it was worth it. The next day, I was tasked, by Michael, of course, to go to Bruce's place of work and clear out his office. He worked at a firm that handled a lot of government contracts, construction-wise, around Graceville. As I mentioned before, nepotism was alive and well in this part of the country, and I really didn't want to go there and see all those people staring at me. I just didn't have a choice. More accurately put, I didn't have a good enough reason to say no. I'd already used being the widow overcome with grief excuse too many times, so I had to do this no matter what. As expected, a lot of people offered their condolences, yet there was something that helped me get through, and that was the fact it was more than obvious they didn't really want to offer condolences any more than I wanted to receive them. Nobody really liked Bruce. They all simply feared him, as I did, and realizing we all had that in common was comforting in some strange way. All the same, it was hard playing that part. It was hard behaving like a grieving widow who was mourning her husband whom she loved deeply when I liked my life without Bruce too much. And it was especially hard, among other things, to curse the person who killed him when I was the one who made it all happen in the first place. I tried not to linger and packed Bruce's personal possessions as quickly as possible. I also planned on dumping everything in the nearest garbage bin as soon as I was finished. I had no desire to keep his crap around. I would clean the entire house of his things immediately, though I knew that would look a bit suspicious. I can always say it pains me too much to look at his things, I mused, trying to find a reason, a good enough argument to burn all his clothes in the backyard. Holding a big cardboard box as I left the building and thinking about all those things, I didn't really look where I was going and almost hit something. Or, more accurately, someone. I started to apologize when I looked up and saw Marco standing in front of me. I almost dropped the box, seeing him here in Graceville, in front of me. This was one coincidence too many. I couldn't lie to myself anymore. He was following me around. Without saying anything, I turned around and started running toward my car. It took me a bit to reach it, since I was going the wrong way, and once I did, making sure Marco wasn't following me, I rushed home. I had no idea what was going on, but one thing was sure. It couldn't be anything good. Getting inside the house, I went straight to Bruce's office, and after finding the right keys, opened the safe so I could grab his gun. I had no idea what Marco's game was. All the same, I didn't feel safe anymore and felt better having that thing with me, although I didn't actually know how to use it. One problem at a time. Next, I went upstairs to find my other phone, the one I used to get in touch with Marco. I needed to call him and demand to know what was going on. Why was he following me around? As if on cue, the thing started ringing. "Why are you following me?" I demanded immediately. He chuckled. "Did you see how easy it was for me to catch up with you?" he said, almost conversationally. I rubbed my head with my free hand. "Just because you can doesn't mean you should." No matter his reasoning, this wasn't acceptable, and I made sure to tell him that, thinking fast on my feet. "If you continue popping up everywhere I am, someone is bound to notice, and in a small town like this, it's just a matter of time before something like that reaches the police as well. They're definitely following me around, and you're acting beyond reckless. Do you want me to get caught? Do you want to get caught?" He started laughing, and it sent chills down my spine. "Perhaps there's some truth in what you say," he allowed, once he calmed down. "You're a good little partner." And with that, he hung up. What the actual fuck? 22. The funeral home. The next day brought additional worries for me. Thanks to Michael abusing his position, like I knew he would, the police finally released Bruce's body to the funeral home. After a very extensive autopsy, since it was suspected he was murdered, they agreed, following a lot of pressure from the mayor's office, that there was no point in holding on to him any more since there was nothing new to be learned. Someone had poisoned him in the diner with oleander, and that was that, which meant the funeral was finally happening that Sunday. All that made me beyond nervous, because I knew I was the lead suspect. Detective Peterson had told me as much. Although he had no evidence to support his gut feeling, he still firmly believed something fishy was going on, and that I was involved. It didn't help that Michael pulled a lot of strings and threatened people to be able to hold the funeral as soon as possible. I was sure that to the detective, it looked like he was helping me to cover up a murder, although there was a possibility I was exaggerating. And knowing that Marco was following me around like some rabid animal, breathing down my neck, wasn't helping me remain calm and composed. I understood he wanted me to fulfill my end of the bargain, but while I was under such scrutiny from the police, that wasn't happening. I couldn't risk being caught doing something I shouldn't simply because he was impatient. Not that I could say anything like that to him. He would lose his mind. Thanks to all of that, I was under a lot of pressure, and keeping it together was starting to get extremely difficult. How did this turn out to be my life? Constantly thinking about killing someone? I wondered, and not for the first time. Oh, right. I made a pact with a stranger. With someone who turned out to be even more unstable than I was. And now I was stuck in an impossible situation. Sadly, my problems didn't stop there. Life thought I needed something more to deal with, on top of everything else, like dealing with Bruce's remains. I honestly thought that when I hired someone else to do it for me, that meant I wouldn't have to deal with all the details. I was wrong. It felt like it might be easier and cheaper to plan a wedding as opposed to someone's funeral. On top of that, it was additionally painful for me to go through it all, not because I was saddened by the loss like everyone believed, but because I hated the man with all my being and really couldn't care less how he was buried as long as he was. Yet my sentiments didn't matter. Public appearance did, especially at the time, since I was still on the police's radar. I constantly had to remind myself that it was all worth it because Bruce was dead. But it was getting more and more difficult to convince myself of that. Was it all worth it? I didn't dare answer that question at the moment, because I knew things were about to get even harder and more complicated from now on, especially when I actually started planning Sarah's murder and then went to kill her. The only thing that kept me from spiraling was the fact I had to get out of the house and go to the funeral home to go over the details once again, because Michael didn't like any of my choices and had asked for a redo. I was unpleasantly surprised to see my father-in-law was already there waiting for me. I hadn't seen Michael since the last time I stood up to him and refused to sign those documents. He left a couple of threatening messages and barked a few orders, but he stayed away from me. Unfortunately, it looked like my reprieve from my obnoxious father-in-law was over. "I tried calling you and you weren't home," he said disapprovingly. I merely shrugged, not feeling like he deserved an answer, or an explanation for that matter. "My son isn't properly dead yet, and you were already out and about, frolicking." "You should do that too. It's fun," I said with the biggest smile, unable to help myself. He was about to explode and start yelling at me. I just knew it, when Mr. Milan, the funeral home director, joined us, so he stopped himself in time. However, Michael's gaze was promising he wouldn't forget what I said and would definitely express how much he didn't appreciate it later. Not that I cared. I was done living in fear. I was done listening to the man. He might be the most powerful man in this town, but I now had my independence. Finally. And I wasn't going to allow him, or anybody else for that matter, to take that away from me. I was going to fight and stand up for myself, no matter what. Mr. Milan took us to a small office so we could talk privately. "As far as I'm concerned, you can proceed with the arrangements we previously discussed," I said to the funeral director, cutting straight to the chase, not wanting to be forced to spend too much time inside his office, especially with Michael around. "I don't agree with that," Michael objected. "My daughter-in-law perhaps wishes to cut corners, but I do not. I want only the best for my son." I rolled my eyes. "Then, by all means, be in charge of everything." "I intend to," he said, raising his chin ever so slightly, as though that was the most logical thing in the world. I truly hoped he would say that. "Then I guess I'm done here," I said with a nod, ready to stand up. Michael looked appalled. "You're staying. You need to do your duties as his wife." "I'm no longer a wife. I'm a widow," I pointed out. I could see Michael clenching his teeth, narrowing his eyes at me. "You've developed a strange, rebellious attitude since my son passed away," he observed. I certainly hope so. "It is an obscenity to see you like this, and I won't tolerate it." With all due respect, I can now do whatever I please, behave as I please, because your son isn't around anymore to beat me for everything, was what I wanted to say, and didn't. As a matter of fact, I chose not to say anything, and not merely because a very intimidated funeral director was watching our exchange. What was the point anyway? Michael was a bully who would never change, so it really didn't matter if I responded or not. He would only carry on his tune. If you stand up to him, then maybe he will think twice about pestering you next time, part of me pointed out. All the same, I chose the higher road. I'm sorry. Can we continue? I can't stay long, I told Mr. Milan, completely ignoring the other man. Mr. Milan nodded as though relieved he wasn't going to remain a spectator in this very unpleasant situation, and would actually be allowed to do his job. My remark didn't sit well with Michael. I can see you are eager to spend my son's hard-earned money. Hard-earned money? Please. All the money Bruce had, he'd inherited, the same as Michael, so hearing him say something like that with a straight face was beyond ridiculous. Only a truly wealthy, entitled person would dare to utter those words. It's very selfish, criminal, not to mention immoral, that you choose to keep all of his inheritance to yourself. He continued to berate me. I sat there as he went on and on, attacking my character, calling me names, trying to bully me into relenting since I was unfit to take care of myself merely by being a woman, and I knew I was reaching the point of breaking at a very fast pace. Part of me was quite surprised, amazed even, that Michael allowed himself such a lack of control in front of someone else. I must have hit a nerve defying him. Did I remind him of his ex-wife? I wondered. Or was this one of the signs he was in fact affected by his son's death? Probably a little bit of both. Not that it really mattered. I was simply amused. Usually, he had better self-control. Not to mention he was usually a much better actor, so this truly was out of character. He must have thought poorly of Mr. Milan, to not care what the other man thought of him. Speaking of Mr. Milan, he simply sat in his chair, trying to make himself as small as possible, clearly wondering how to excuse himself without insulting anyone. Mr. Milan was evidently feeling extremely uncomfortable to be witnessing such a family quarrel, and didn't want to be there. That made two of us, because I didn't want to be there either. Not to mention we were definitely not a family. We never were. And I'd had enough. Mr. Milan had to remain quiet for some reason. However, I didn't anymore. I didn't depend on Michael, so I didn't have to remain quiet, take his abuse, and endure. I tried to be the bigger person and take the higher road, not because of Michael, but because of poor Mr. Milan. But if Michael wanted to fight, I was more than willing to oblige. I looked Michael straight in the eyes. And what will you do exactly if I refuse to sign the papers? I asked, breaking his tirade. How dare you interrupt me? He snapped haughtily. I understood his outrage perfectly, because in his world something like that never happened. He was surrounded by sycophants and people who feared him. Either way, his words were always gospel. It gave me immense joy to stand out from that crowd. Listen, girl, I am done listening. It's my turn to speak and yours to listen. I interrupted him again. Much to my delight, his eyes bulged, as though ready to pop out. So I pressed forward. It is very rude to not answer my question, but never mind. I'll repeat it. How exactly do you intend to make me sign the papers? I challenged. Are you going to beat me up like Bruce used to do if I don't give you all the money, leaving me to live destitute at your mercy? Lies, Michael objected. You're slandering my son. He never laid a hand on you. He did more than lay a hand, and I have medical records to prove it. He was an abuser and overall a terrible human being. But I guess he had you to thank for that, since you're pretty much the same. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? How dare you try to steal all my money? How dare you threaten me to get it? I'll do more than that if you don't stop this lunacy right this instant. And how are you going to stop me? I asked anew. Because I have to warn you. I'm tougher than I look. Bruce did his best to break me for 10 years and still failed. In the end, I won, because he's dead, and I'm still here, I added, raising my chin ever so slightly. Have you completely lost your mind, woman? Have you no shame? he countered in utter disgust. Was that really the best he could do? Looking at him now, I wondered why I'd been so afraid of him to begin with. He was nothing but a bully, and bullies were the biggest cowards once you finally stood up to them. No, you're right. I have no shame, especially when it comes to defending what is rightfully mine, I replied.
That money does not belong to you, he said, raising his voice.
Yes, it does, I snapped in the same manner. I fucking earned every cent of it, having to endure your monster of a son, having to endure all the beatings, living imprisoned in that house, hiding all my bruises, and if you want it, you will have to fight me for it. You'll have to lock me up and bury me like you did your wife to get it.
Excuse me?
He jerked as though I just slapped him. I nodded very slowly. I know what you did to her. I know everything. I bluffed. And I won't let you do the same to me. I will fight you on this until the end, I said, and meant every word of it. I was done cowering, listening to men from that family. From now on, I was my own woman, and if anyone had a problem with that, then fuck him. To my complete astonishment, Michael went pale and said nothing in return. I took that as a win. He simply straightened his jacket and turned to look at the funeral director. I decided to do the same. I'd won, but that didn't mean I would continue to press. I was no idiot. Michael was still the most powerful man in Graceville, so pressing him too hard wouldn't be a good idea.
Are we ready to proceed?
Mr. Milan asked, as though nothing had happened. The man was a true professional, and I really applauded him for it. Still, I felt like he'd already earned his wages for today and wanted to spare him any future misery. We will take your most expensive package, I announced. I wanted to be done with this, and fighting with Michael over the funeral package was just dragging things out, so I decided it was worth it to spend the money. Mr. Milan couldn't hide his surprise.
Are you sure?
He asked, looking at Michael, who surprisingly remained silent. I looked at Michael as well. Yes, I'm sure. Now just tell me, where do I need to sign? 23. Another strange conversation. I felt pretty good about myself, driving back home after sorting everything out at the funeral home. Not only would I finally be able to bury Bruce, which was a closure I was actually looking forward to, especially considering the part about spitting on his grave, but I'd also once again stood up to his father. I never imagined I would have the courage to do something like that. Not only did I stand up to him, I ended up yelling at him as well, and also managed to wound him where it hurt the most, by mentioning his late wife. I was especially proud of that. It felt amazing. Am I turning into them? I wondered. There was nothing wrong with letting him have a taste of his own medicine every once in a while. That wasn't bullying. That was payback. He was used to bullying people simply because he was the wealthiest man around, the mayor, and I was done enabling such rotten behavior. And thanks to Bruce's money, my money, I would now be at liberty to do whatever I pleased, live wherever I pleased. I'll grab a map and tell Daniel to close his eyes and point at a place, and that's where we'll go. I frowned. That didn't sound like a good way of choosing the next place to live. What if he chose Alaska or something? I certainly didn't want to live someplace that cold. We will find a different method to choose it. That same good mood followed me around once I returned home. I realized that as long as I didn't think of Marco or his wife, I could remain in high spirits. Life without Bruce was good. Really good. I felt like a kid again. Not completely carefree, thanks to all the problems pressing me, but close. I had a craving for a fruit salad with a scoop of vanilla ice cream, so that was exactly what I made for myself. Delicious. My first instinct was to add something chocolate as well, in a form of topping, but since I'd eaten so much of it the other night, I still felt slightly sick just thinking of it, so I decided it would be best to skip it. I settled in the living room and enjoyed my dessert when my phone started ringing. It was the burner phone, which meant only one person could possibly be calling. What does he want now? I grumbled, putting my bowl of fruit and ice cream on the table so I could fetch the phone. Probably to urge me to kill his wife already. I wasn't ready for that task, and I knew I was stalling with such behavior, yet it couldn't be helped. The phone continued to ring, and I truly didn't want to answer, because there was no telling what fresh brand of hell would be waiting for me afterward. Why do I have that phone in the first place? If I were smart, I would get rid of it. Should have done it weeks ago. And yet there was something stopping me from doing just that. It wasn't necessarily fear. I was simply worried what Marco would do if he couldn't reach me this way. He had already proved he wasn't all there in the head. The last thing I needed was for him to come knocking on my door. Then I would truly be doomed. "Hello?" I answered reluctantly, although it was safe to say having to talk to him over the phone was the lesser evil compared to all the rest. I didn't need another round of him stalking me around town. There was no reply, at least none in a conventional sense. I could hear Marco laughing from the other side. He's lost all his marbles. That thought filled me with dread. The last thing I needed at the moment was a lunatic and a murderer transfixed on me. Then again, there was a chance he was like that because I still hadn't accomplished my end of the bargain, which meant I only had myself to blame. At times, I hated when I was this rational. "Marco?" I prompted. Still nothing. It took him about 2 minutes to calm down enough that he could speak to me. I impatiently waited for him to achieve that state. "Kittens have claws. I approve," he said in high spirits. "Excuse me?" I countered, flabbergasted. He'd really lost his damn mind. What he was saying made no sense. "I heard the whole exchange between you and your father-in-law, and I have to say it was highly amusing." "What?" I exclaimed, horrified among other things. How could he hear us? Were we all alone in the office? Did he plant listening devices? Did he bug my phone? "Yes, I heard the whole thing at the funeral home. The way you roasted him was pure perfection. Is it true he killed his wife, or did you add that for dramatic effect?" He wondered, as though genuinely curious about it. I felt like I was in a nightmare. I couldn't believe he had followed me to the funeral home. Where was he hiding? I couldn't remember seeing him there, and I would have noticed him. He was such an impressive figure, I was sure everyone would remember seeing him there. And that was the most troubling part. If Michael realized this man was following me around, he could get suspicious. And him being suspicious of me, of something going on, would be my undoing. "How do you know all that?" I demanded. After my confrontation with Michael, I realized my days of putting up with other people and their crap were over. From now on, I was going to stand up for myself, no matter what. "I told you. I heard it," he said calmly, as though that was no big deal. I saw red. "Why were you there?" I snapped, not being able to stop myself. "Why do you continue to follow me around? I told you to leave me alone." "You're in no position to tell me what I can or cannot do," he growled in return. That only made me angrier. What an infuriating, deranged man. I really knew how to pick them. Cops are suspicious enough, especially Detective Peterson, so I really don't need you coming to my town, ruining everything with your sick games. I countered in the same manner, refusing to be intimidated by him. Part of me knew I was stupid for doing that. The man was a murderer, clearly dangerous, and he could snap and turn against me at any minute. All the same, It couldn't be helped. This was the right course of action if we wanted to get out of it unscathed, which was precisely why I needed to stand my ground and make him see reason.
"Retract your claws, little kitten," he said, chuckling again.
It was irritating as hell he wasn't taking any of this seriously. It was infuriating he found me amusing. I gritted my teeth.
"I was in the next room by chance."
I wasn't buying that for a second. "Why?" I demanded.
"I was having a meeting with the assistant director about funeral arrangements."
I really didn't like the sound of that. "Funeral arrangements?" I parroted.
"Yes, for myself and for my dear, loving wife, to have everything ready for when the time comes," he continued, speaking in that light tone, and it was beyond disturbing.
"Oh, and you chose that funeral home? Why?" I challenged. "Charleston is full of them."
"Yes, but I like the view better in Graceville. It's more peaceful."
"Okay. I'll bite," I decided. "So did you sign the papers?" Were we really speaking about such things?
"Oh, I couldn't do anything because of the two of you. You two shouted so loudly I felt like I was there in the room with you. But I am still glad I was there. Kudos for standing up for yourself like that. The old man deserved it."
"Thanks?" I had no idea why that came out as a question. This whole conversation was beyond confusing to me. Not to mention, I didn't buy his explanation as to why he was at the funeral home. I would have to be an idiot to believe that. Marco was still following me around, and that was troubling. Not simply because it was potentially dangerous due to the police. More because he was clearly deranged, and I definitely didn't want someone like that fixated on me. Case in point, why did he feel the need to call me today? Was it simply to tell me how amused he was by what happened between me and Michael? If that was the case, then that was problematic as well. We weren't friends. We could never be friends. And not simply because we made a pact to kill each other's spouses, but because the more I learned about him, the less I liked him. Truth be told, I feared him. Probably almost as much as I feared Bruce. That was rather familiar territory for me, and I hated it. And with my newfound freedom, I intended to fight it. The question was, how? Marco was clearly dangerous, and held all the cards because he'd killed Bruce for me. I was doomed.
"Don't think like that,"
I snapped at myself.
"Tell me one thing,"
Marco continued conversationally.
"Is your father-in-law also as much of a bastard as your husband?"
That was an easy question to answer. Yes. I didn't feel the need to elaborate on that. However, Marco apparently wasn't satisfied with my answer.
"Did he also abuse you?"
Physically, no. Emotionally, psychologically, yes. Every time I see him. I replied completely honestly. I truly didn't see the point in lying or mitigating the dynamics of our relationship. Michael hated me, and I hated him. It was as simple as that.
"I see,"
Marco countered in a strange voice as though lost in thought. He recovered quickly.
"Would you like the old man to take a dirt nap like your husband?"
he asked, getting completely serious all of a sudden. Seeing Michael dead was a very powerful, tempting thought. More to the point, I'd thought of that very same thing earlier today as we fought in the funeral home. My life would definitely be easier without him. And then the implications of such a question dawned on me. Was it possible Marco wasn't merely asking me about my sentiments? What if he was asking if I wished for him to kill Michael? No! Every part of my being rebelled. It would be wrong of me to wish another person to die. I couldn't go around deciding who was supposed to live and who was supposed to die. I wasn't God, and Marco was not my personal Grim Reaper. Besides, why was he so generously offering something like that?
My mind started to race. What was he trying to accomplish? What was his end game? Was he trying to find ways to tie me to him, make me indebted to him forever? That was something I couldn't allow.
"Daisy, did you hear me?"
Marco prompted, clearly getting impatient since I took my sweet time replying.
"Do you want him dead?"
"Of course not," I exclaimed. "He's a miserable old bastard. All the same, I don't want him dead," I said firmly. Not that I thought he didn't deserve it. He was responsible for his wife's death, after all, but that didn't mean I wanted Marco to kill him. That would be wrong. I was done with killing. Right after I kill Marco's wife.
"Just checking,"
Marco replied, his tone getting light again. "No more deaths," I was adamant.
"Except one,"
he corrected.
"My wife is still alive, and I need you to keep your promise,"
he said ominously. "I will," I forced myself to say, closing my eyes.
"Good. Have a nice day, kitten."
And with that, he disconnected. What a nightmare. No matter how much I tried to pretend everything was okay, I couldn't ignore the fact, at least not anymore, that I had an actual human being to kill, and soon, because if I didn't, then my life would fall apart like a house of cards, and that was something I couldn't allow. Which meant I would finally have to face the music, gather all the courage and strength that I possessed, and actually start working on the plan. I would actually have to find a way to get close to her, to kill her, poison her, shoot her, stab her, strangle her. Appropriate images followed those thoughts, and they hit me so hard I ran to the bathroom immediately to throw up. What a fucking mess. 24. The Investigation. As Marco predicted, as I hoped and prayed, the police hit a dead end regarding Bruce's case. They had no real evidence. They had no real suspects, and certainly not for lack of trying. They interrogated me several times. They also spoke with Michael. To be a fly on the wall of the interrogation room while that conversation was occurring. I was certain Michael was his obnoxious self, but I was curious to know how Detective Peterson handled it. Did he stand his ground, or cave under the pressure like all the rest of them? Naturally, the list of people the police talked to didn't end with just the two of us. Detective Peterson spoke with all of Bruce's colleagues. I heard he even asked Bruce's secretary if he was having an affair. Also, the police interrogated all the people in the diner who were present when he died. That was the part I worried about the most, because I feared Marco was there as well. He had to be because the oleander was a fast-acting poison. The same reason I was off the hook for that murder could doom Marco. Even if he managed to get out of there in time, it would be enough for one person to remember him, for the police to start looking for him, and then it would be game over. However, it didn't come to that. The video from the diner showed Bruce did not interact with anyone other than the staff. I was allowed to watch that video thanks to Detective Peterson. He hoped I could help him recognize any suspicious or strange characters. Although I remained his #1 suspect, he still asked for my help in that one matter. Detective Peterson was one strange man, and I couldn't figure him out. I didn't like that. All the same, I agreed to help. Not that I had any other choice in the matter. It would look suspicious if I turned him down for whatever reason. Watching Bruce's last moments alive was strange. I didn't feel sad, and I didn't pity him at all, especially when I saw him yelling at one of the waitresses in the diner. The video had no audio, but I could list a number of reasons for something like that. The coffee was too hot, or too cold. His eggs were undercooked, or overcooked, or simply looked strange. The bread was stale. The list could go on and on. It went without saying I was sweating bullets watching the video, waiting for the moment when I would spot Marco. I knew I had to put on my best poker face not to react.
That moment never came, which was a huge relief. The police had no way of tracking anything because there was nothing to track. Marco had made sure he left no traces. It was like he'd done this before. The thought was too horrific, but I'd made a deal with the murderer. Eventually, the case went cold. Detective Peterson informed me, pretty grave-looking, as though taking it as a personal failure, how there was a chance he would never be able to solve this crime because there was nothing he could work with. I thanked him for all his efforts regardless. I pretended to be distraught that I might never learn the name of my husband's murderer. Inside, I cheered. I was delighted he was prepared to throw in the towel, because that meant Marco was off the hook. I was off the hook, and despite all the implications, all the new problems, that was a piece of very good news. I should have known things wouldn't be that easy, though. At least not in my world. Michael threatened, yelled, and raged, trying to force the police to keep the investigation going. He needed to know who killed his son because he needed revenge. And that worked for a little bit longer, but eventually even he had to face the facts. There was simply nothing for them to investigate. Not even Michael was that all-powerful as to produce evidence for the police, to point them in the right direction. He came to me fuming about the incompetence of them all, threatening to hire private detectives to continue working on the case, and I really feared he would actually do that. Luckily, as it turned out, that was all for show. He did that for his constituents. He wanted them all to believe he was such a good father he would do everything, when in reality, he never meant to follow through. It was merely a PR stunt since he aimed for higher office eventually. He believed the public would sympathize with him more and vote for him if he had a sad story to share with them. His son had been murdered, and the murderer was never caught. He made me sick. Then again, it was a relief to know he wouldn't continue snooping around on his own. That was the last thing I needed. With my luck, he would discover everything, and then Marco would have no choice but to kill him too. I really shouldn't allow myself to think like that. Eventually, Bruce's murder became old news. The police stopped investigating, at least actively. Michael refocused on his future campaign, and people stopped gossiping and found other scandals to speak about. Life moved on. Although that was what I'd hoped for from the start, it was also the moment I dreaded the most, because it meant I lost my one and only excuse for not honoring my end of the bargain. With the police finally off my back, I could proceed with the plan. The plan I hadn't made yet. So far, I'd managed, to a degree, to keep Marco at bay. However, I was painfully aware that respite was over. He knew everything that had been happening in my life somehow, so I was sure that word that the investigation finally hit a dead end would reach him as well, which meant he would once again start pestering me to do the deed. This time, I had truly run out of time. Why couldn't Marco kill his own wife? I wondered out of sheer desperation. Because he has me for it. Because I agreed. Because this way, both of us would walk free after committing terrible crimes. When I put it that way, I sounded like the most terrible person on the planet. Maybe I am. Maybe it was time to face the music. I was not as good, as innocent as I made myself to be. What normal person would agree to such a deal in the first place? A desperate one, I argued with myself. I was nothing but a desperate soul trying by any means necessary to escape my terrible marriage. And I did, thanks to Marco. Which was precisely why it was now my turn to return the favor. It was time I paid for this freedom which I now enjoyed. Being completely alone, since I'd fired all the help, since people stopped visiting me to check how I was doing, I felt confident enough to take the file Marco left for me and finally go through it. I'd hidden it in the basement all this time, waiting for the dust to settle, but unfortunately, I couldn't wait any longer. I ignored the personal note Marco left for me, the one in which he threatened me so eloquently and focused on other things. On second thought, I removed the photograph as well. It pained me to look at her young face, so I read the details about her days only. Although the schedule was pretty old by now, I was confident it hadn't changed that much considering she was a stay-at-home wife like I was. I knew that meant her days were pretty monotonous and that she was stuck in a routine. I certainly was. Sarah, no last name, Marco left it out for obvious reasons, was only 26. And that surprised me. She was young, but looked even younger for her age. She was a tiny blonde with big blue eyes and a bright smile. I couldn't help wondering how she met Marco and why she chose to marry him. Then again, that wasn't my business. My only job was to kill her. I cringed at that, but forced myself to carry on. Nothing in her schedule suggested she had time for lovers. Then again, would Marco really include those in the file? Having learned everything I could from that piece of paper, I decided, more like forced myself, it was time for some field work. I felt sick to my stomach as I got into my car and drove to Charleston. Seeing Sarah in real life felt like a punch in the gut. I felt like weeping because I found myself in this position. Steeling myself, I started to follow her around, discreetly, as she was out and about. I had her photo and her schedule with me just in case, although at the moment I didn't have the faintest idea why I was doing all of this in the first place. I had no idea how to kill someone, so I reverted to things I saw in movies, and killers always stalked their victims first. From the moment I saw her, there was something very familiar about her, and it didn't have anything to do with her appearance. It wasn't that she was familiar because I saw her somewhere before, or knew her. It was vague, this familiarity I was experiencing, and no matter how much I tried, I couldn't put my finger on it to figure it out. As I continued to be her shadow over the next several days, it didn't take me long to realize Sarah kept to the same routines each day. She was running errands for a few hours before going home. In the meantime, while she rushed all over Charleston, she was constantly on her phone, texting, speaking, all the while looking beyond nervous. I was sure she wasn't speaking with her lover because there was no way he would make her feel like that. I knew that from personal experience. Once she was done with everything, always looking beyond nervous, exhausted, and startled by everything, she would rush home before 5 p.m. As far as I could see, she had no social life. I hadn't seen her really interacting with anyone. She never sat down to have a coffee or a drink with friends. The longer I stayed with her and followed her around, the more pieces fell into place, creating a very familiar picture. And I realized a very disturbing truth. Sarah was living my life. Sarah was me. 25. The plan. Sort of. The knowledge Sarah was like me was so earth-shattering that I had to go back and sit in my car for a bit. Knowing that Marco was like Bruce chilled me to the bones. I had made a terrible mistake. How could I be so blind? It was terrifying that I'd managed to fall into his trap so deeply without realizing it. I had, of course, already noticed Marco's similarities to Bruce, but I never imagined they wouldn't stop with their character. As it turned out, they shared a taste for similar women. They treated women in a similar manner as well. I never expected I would learn how that poor woman lived my life. She didn't have her Marco who would kill for her. Instead, she had me, who was supposed to end her suffering. This was a nightmare, and the more I thought about it, the less I wanted to fulfill my end of the bargain. As far as I could see, Sarah was doing nothing wrong. She was the abused one in her relationship, not the other way around, as that bastard suggested. Now I knew Marco was simply using me to kill her. Somehow, I managed to drive back home again. I headed straight to my bed. This violent confrontation with the truth had left me completely gutted. I was such an idiot for trusting Marco. I thought meeting him was a salvation, and as it turned out, it was my utter ruination. A curse. If I went through with it, I was doomed. I would be killing an innocent woman, which was something I would never be able to live with. Because if I killed her, it would be like I was killing myself. If I didn't go through with it, if I refused to kill her, then I would be doomed as well. I cried for hours, not knowing how to save myself from this predicament. How to save Sarah? Crying didn't help at all, didn't make me feel better. All the same, I was unable to stop. I sobbed as though my whole world had just crumbled, because in a way it had. No matter what I did, the end result would be the same. The life I know is over. And that only made me cry even harder. It was hard enough to convince myself I was doing what needed to be done while thinking she was nothing but a monster. Of a different kind than Bruce, but still a monster in her own right. That I wasn't only paying my debt, but setting Marco free. However, now, after learning the truth, the shit got too real, and I knew that no matter what, I could never kill her. Which meant I was fucked. And then Marco called. Part of me wanted to tell him everything. I wanted to yell at him and tell him how I'd discovered the truth. How I knew he'd lied and used my moment of weakness, dangling the perfect carrot in front of me so I would succumb to temptation and agree to kill his poor wife. The rest of my mind knew I couldn't do that. There was no telling what a man like Marco would do if I tried to defy him, if I challenged him in such a manner. He was a murderer, a very dangerous man, so I needed to be careful of each step that I made if I wanted to survive this. Somehow. The phone rang and rang as I stared at it. I didn't want to speak with him, and not simply because I feared I wouldn't be able to hide my true emotions from him. I knew what he wanted, and that was putting me in a pretty rough place. Eventually, I relented, picking up the phone. I knew ignoring him would make matters much worse than they already were. The last thing I needed was for him to stalk me around town, harassing me and hurting me. What kind of a sick game was he playing? What did he want from me? Why did he choose me? Hello? I forced myself to answer.
I'm quite pleased to see you finally taking your task seriously,
he said almost conversationally, making me cringe. After everything we'd been through, I wasn't surprised that he knew about me following Sarah around. He stalked me, so it was safe to assume he did the same to his wife. Any self-respecting control freak would. That was the only explanation for how he always seemed to know everything somehow, which made him even more dangerous as an opponent. And there was no doubt about that. Since learning the truth, Marco was my opponent, my enemy, not an ally. I told you I would do it once the dust settled.
So, what do you think about my dear wife?
I think she is too good for you, you piece of human trash. Nothing much yet. I'm just trying to learn her routine, I answered diplomatically. For some reason, he chuckled.
She is a busy bee, my dear Sarah.
I didn't know what to think of that comment. Was he still playing the part of a wronged husband? Probably. He didn't know I knew. It was his own delusions, hubris about his smarts that he never assumed I would be able to put two and two together. I had been an abused woman for 10 years. Of course it wouldn't take me long to recognize another. All the texts, all the phone calls. It was textbook. And all that had been happening to me as well. Then why is he following her around, if he constantly checks her over the phone? I wondered. He calls and he texts to keep her fearful. He stalks her so he can see his effect on her, to see her fear. I felt ill. He was one sick bastard. She sticks to her routines from what I could see, I replied, simply to say something. He would become suspicious if I didn't have a normal for us anyway, conversation with him.
Excellent.
He approved, making me sick to my stomach, because there was pride in his voice. His wife was behaving in such a manner because of him. He made a fearful slave out of her, and that made him feel good. This bastard deserved to die, not his wife. I fumed. Of course, Marco was too dangerous, too powerful for me to take down on my own. What was I supposed to do, then? I wasn't strong enough to fight him. I wasn't evil enough to go through with his plan. I forced myself to calm down. Nothing good would come of it if Marco learned I had discovered the truth. He needed to remain oblivious as long as possible. It was critical that Marco continued to think he held all the cards. He does hold all the cards, part of me pointed out, but this was no time for pessimism. It was imperative he continued to believe I was prepared to carry on with our previous agreement, though I was painfully aware I couldn't stall for too long. He would get suspicious once he noticed his wife was still breathing. I needed a plan. I had nothing. How to get out of this mess? I'll continue following her around for the time being, before coming up with a plan, I said, trying to stall for more time.
Really? I'm saddened to hear that,
he countered. He didn't sound sad at all. He sounded disappointed. Of course he was. He wasn't getting what he wanted, and unfortunately, he was no idiot. I knew he would figure it out if I tried to stall for some more time. Shit! Why? I asked, pretending I gave a shit.
It's disappointing it's taking you so long to help me. I helped you immediately, didn't I?
He actually waited for a reply. Yes, you did.
I freed you from that monster.
Yes, you did, Marco.
Then why is it taking you so long to return the favor?
You know why. It was like speaking with Bruce in one of his moods.
The police aren't after you anymore.
That's true, but it's not like I've had plenty of opportunities to do it so far. I was quick on my feet, coming up with excuses. She's always surrounded by so many witnesses. It would be suicide to kill her in front of witnesses.
So, you know how you want to do it?
I closed my eyes. Yes, and I need her alone, I continued, not meaning a word of it. In truth, I hadn't thought about how I would do it. I was just buying time. Now that I knew Sarah was innocent, I knew there was no way I could actually go through with it.
I see,
he replied thoughtfully, and there was a hint of disapproval in his voice, among other things as well. That worried me. I have a question, I blurted out, thinking fast on my feet. I wanted to try and deflect attention from me onto him. How did you manage to poison Bruce in a diner full of patrons? He actually chuckled.
It was quite easy,
he said, and it was obvious how proud he was about it. Smug.
All it took was an accident.
He accentuated that word.
Running into a patron to cause a distraction and to empty a concealed vial with oleander into Bruce's coffee.
I tried to remember if I saw something like that on the video Detective Peterson showed me, but couldn't. Nothing like that was on camera. It must have happened before the waitress brought Bruce his coffee to the table. He bumped into someone as a waitress was passing by, and that allowed him to spike Bruce's coffee. It was a pretty simple plan. It was kind of genius, actually, I had to admit, and terrifying, too. I see. I used his own words from before, not really sure what to say. Learning how easy it had been for Marco to kill Bruce was really frightening.
Do you think you can do something similar?
He asked, making me cringe. I didn't want this conversation to return to the question of me killing his wife. Then again, it was naive to hope I could accomplish something like that and steer clear of this deal. It wasn't like Marco would forget I needed to kill his wife if we talked about him long enough. I don't think so, I replied honestly. I wanted to add that Sarah didn't visit diners but stopped myself in time for some reason. I was paranoid he would figure it out, that I now knew his wife didn't really deserve to die, which would fuck things up even more, put us all in danger.
Do I need to set things up to make it even more easier for you?
He offered, and this time his disappointment was palpable. I ignored it. What do you mean? I asked, knowing I would probably regret it, knowing it would be suspicious if I didn't.
I know Sarah will visit her lover on Thursday at 4 p.m., like she does every week.
I didn't see that on her schedule, I blurted out before I could stop myself.
I left it out on purpose, to see if you'd discover it on your own.
Oh. So now he was playing games with me, too. If I wasn't already out of my mind, terrified, that comment would have had an impact on me. As it was, it only confirmed what I already knew. Marco was batshit crazy. He recited me the address, and I wrote it down, knowing I didn't really have a choice but to be there at the time Sarah was. It was obvious Marco had been following me around. He'd followed her around, so refusing to comply wasn't an option. I just had to figure out in the meantime how to avoid it all.
It's an old office building downtown, in Charleston. That will be the best opportunity to kill my wife,
he continued, unaware of my thoughts.
Make it so,
he demanded, before hanging up. I put a blanket over my head. I so wished this was all a dream, that none of this was real, that it would all go away once I woke up. Unfortunately, I wasn't that lucky. I went from stressing about how to kill Sarah to stressing about how to not kill her. That was supposed to be a good thing, right? 26. Speck of good in a world of bad. Although I wanted to sleep forever and pretend all my problems didn't exist, I couldn't actually do that because Marco had given me a deadline. I had until Thursday to come up with a plan to get out of this mess because on Thursday at 4 p.m., he would expect me to kill his wife, which was something I couldn't bring myself to do. Daniel had invited me to spend the day with him because he was off work, and no matter how much it pained me, I had to turn him down. This was the first time he'd invited me out on a proper date, and I couldn't go because I had to plan a murder, or rather plan to not murder someone, as it turned out. I knew Daniel was disappointed we couldn't see each other, but he didn't say anything. I knew he was trying to be extra supportive, but I was worried he would lose patience with me if I continued to push him away. I was worried he would realize I wasn't worthy of his love. I worried about a lot of things, but it couldn't be helped. I couldn't enjoy my life or my relationship with Daniel as long as I was entangled with Marco. I would try to make it up to him once I freed myself of Marco, after I rescued Sarah. If I managed to do that in the first place. I shook my head. One problem at a time. I knew I would do everything in my power to solve this in a non-violent way, and I had some tough decisions to make as well. I couldn't pretend things would go my way, because I wasn't the one in charge. Things could go sideways pretty quickly, despite my best intentions, especially while dealing with someone as dangerous as Marco. So, although it pained me, if it came to a choice between me or Sarah, I would choose me. I had sacrificed too much already to stop now, so if there was no other way, if Marco threatened me at gunpoint, I knew I would do what he wanted me to do. I knew I would kill Sarah, no matter how horrible that sounded. People did horrible things when backed up against the wall, and I was definitely heading that way. Thursday was approaching, and just in case I wasn't successful in my original plan of saving Sarah, while hating myself and feeling extremely guilty, I started to contemplate how to kill her if I had to. I couldn't poison her during her rendezvous with her lover. That would be too difficult. It wasn't like I could sneak into their love nest unnoticed to poison their food or drinks. I was sure none of those things would be on their minds at the moment anyway. While I thought of it, I had a very obvious side note. I still couldn't believe that Sarah had a lover. It looked almost impossible to me that she managed to cheat on her husband while Marco was so controlling. Not to mention that she had enough courage to go through with it each week, while knowing what her husband was capable of in the first place. Then again, I'd been married to a controlling monster as well, and I had Daniel. So, there was that. It was possible, if she was really that determined and in love. Was she? I guess I'll find out. So poisoning was off the table. Should I push her off a building? I had no idea how many stories high the building was, and then there was the most obvious problem: how to get her to the roof. It's a stupid plan. The easiest, if I could call it that, would be to shoot her with Bruce's gun, although there were a couple of problems with that plan as well. If I used that gun, then the evidence would lead back to me, and then Detective Peterson would come knocking on my door, which would open the entire can of worms, which meant I would need a different gun. Also, I had no idea how to use one. I'd never shot a gun in my entire life. I knew the basics, that I needed to point and pull the trigger, but I was pretty sure my target wouldn't stand still while I tried to aim at her heart. Also, what was the safety button, and where was it located? I had no idea. Then again, I was certain I could Google it. There was nothing there that couldn't be learned online. And that's how you'll create additional evidence against yourself, part of me pointed out. Was I just paranoid without reason, or was I making sense? I wasn't sure. There was one more thing to stress about: how to learn how to shoot in the limited time that I had. I only had until Thursday to come up with a viable plan, and so far I had nothing, only stupid ideas that I picked up from unrealistic movies or books. The next day, after speaking with Marco, I took Bruce's gun out of the safe again and decided to go to the shooting range and see what I could learn. My first impulse was to drive to Charleston, because when I wanted to do something in secret, without the whole town of Graceville finding out, that was where I went in the past. However, there was one problem with that this time around. Sarah lived in Charleston, which meant if I went there to learn how to shoot, that could create potential problems for me in the future. If by some chance the police ended up questioning me about Sarah and her murder, I didn't want them finding out I visited a shooting range nearby. So, Charleston was out of the question. Better to stay local, I mused. I realized that staying in town was the better option anyway, because here nobody would question why I wanted to learn how to shoot. Everybody knew how my husband had died, how he was murdered. I found a shooting range in Graceville, which wasn't that hard, as it turned out. There was only one. The owner, Pete, found it perfectly normal that I came to him since I didn't feel safe anymore, so alone in that big house of mine. I was overcome with guilt as I stood there, gun in hand. I didn't want to be forced to kill Sarah. That would haunt me for the rest of my life. She was innocent, and if I did her harm, then I was no better than Bruce, than Marco. And becoming the thing I hated the most in this world would be my undoing. All the same, even if I didn't want to use the gun to kill Sarah, I felt the need to learn to use it, and not simply because of the deal I'd made. Perhaps I would need the gun to defend myself against Marco, because I wasn't too sure what the future could bring, and I wanted to be prepared for everything. Now that I knew how dangerous the man truly was, how deranged and controlling, I felt the need to do everything in my power to protect myself from him, because even if I did what he demanded of me, what he bargained for, there was no telling if he would actually leave me alone once it was over. Ever since learning the truth, I had all those troubling thoughts inside my head. I even had a nightmare last night. After I killed Sarah, Marco knocked on my door, declaring he was my husband from now on and that I had to obey him in everything. It went without saying I woke up screaming, covered in sweat, and shaking from head to toe, because that was my biggest fear, that I somehow simply managed to trade one monster for another. It was possible that he would think I was living proof that he'd killed Bruce, and that he would try to get rid of me after I took care of his wife. I was a liability while alive, I was so deep in shit I couldn't tell what was up and what was down anymore, though I did feel it was better to be safe than sorry. If it comes down to me and Marco, I am pretty sure he'll kill me, and quite easily. I thought darkly. But the last thing I needed was to end up paralyzed by fear. I couldn't think like that. I had to do everything in my power to prepare myself and hope for the best. "You need to keep your breathing in check," Pete explained. "Squeeze only when you feel comfortable. Grip the gun firmly with both hands." I don't know how comfortable I'll feel when Sarah is standing in front of me. I kept that thought to myself. He made me fire again and again, all the while explaining what I did wrong. Not in a bad way. He was trying to teach me something and was simply trying to make me improve, which I thought I did. At the end of our lesson, I was pretty good at hitting the paper target within the rings. I returned home exhausted. My head was overflowing with information, with all the lessons Pete tried to instill upon me in our limited time together, and I tried to remember everything, repeated it all over and over. Feeling so exhausted, I went straight to bed. I sat inside an unfamiliar house. All the furniture was white. All the walls were painted white as well, and there were no windows. At first, I thought I was all alone in that unfamiliar place, and that made me feel uneasy, especially since I had no idea where I was or how I got there. And then I turned. I saw Sarah standing only a couple of feet away from me. She was crying. I wanted to approach her and learn what was going on, but then she raised her hands and I could see a gun in her hands. That froze me in place. "What are you doing?" I asked in a calm voice, although I felt anything but. I figured it was best not to cause panic while an armed, crying lady was pointing a gun at me. "I'm sorry," she said through sobs. "He's making me." "Who?" I asked, confused. She was making no sense. None of this made any sense to me. "Marco." She closed her eyes for a moment before firing the gun. I woke up gasping for air, clutching my chest, which ached as though I was really hurt. It was just a nightmare. I tried to calm myself, but I was deeply rattled. This had all gone too far. I was in so much trouble, and I couldn't see myself getting out of it unharmed. Since I couldn't take it anymore, couldn't stay in that bed in that house a second longer, I rushed downstairs to the gardens and jumped the fence. As always, the back door of Daniel's house was left open for me, so I let myself in. It was still the middle of the night, and I hoped he was home and not working a night shift. I reached his bedroom. I smiled when I saw him there, curled on one side of the bed. He jumped when I crawled into bed with him, but he recovered quickly. My first instinct was to apologize because I woke him up, and then he smiled. "I hoped you'd come over." I slipped into his arms, unable to stand being so far away from him. I missed him so much, and hated that I got myself into all this mess and had to stay away from him because I didn't want him involved. It was breaking me in two, and after the dream I just had, it all came crashing down on me. "Just hold me," I pleaded, closing my eyes. "Is everything all right?" Daniel asked, his voice laced with concern. "No," I wanted to say, but then again, it wasn't like I could tell him the truth. All my previous worries were still there, still true. "I had a nightmare." I settled for a partial truth. "He's gone. He can't hurt you anymore." Daniel tried to console me, assuming, wrongly, that I'd dreamt of Bruce. "He's dead, and you're free." That may be true. Bruce was dead, yet I was anything but free. In Daniel's arms, it was hard to focus on the negative. I was finally in his bed, alone with him, and I could stay there without fear that I could get caught, beaten, hurt for my indiscretions. I am free, I breathed. To do this. And with that, I kissed him. Daniel returned the kiss with eagerness. One kiss turned into another, and things heated up pretty quickly from there. It had been quite some time, years actually, since I'd been touched in this manner, in a way that would make me feel alive, wake up all my senses, and make me ache. We longed for one another for far too long, so it was expected we ended up making love. And it was wonderful. 27. Life-changing decisions. I snuck out of Daniel's bed once he fell asleep. I felt so guilty about it all, especially now, after we'd slept together. At the same time, despite everything, there was a smile on my face. He really loved me. I didn't sleep at all once I returned home, knowing that today was Thursday. The Thursday I was supposed to kill Marco's wife. I felt sick to my stomach each time I thought about it. The only reason I didn't end up in the bathroom to throw up was that I hadn't eaten anything in the last couple of days. I was too nervous and too stressed to have an appetite. Small favors. With a knot in my stomach, I forced myself to leave the bed. I could literally feel it in my bones, the passing of each minute. I was getting more and more agitated and stressed, with panic reaching new heights as it was approaching 4 p.m. I started to get dressed. I was supposed to go to the shooting range that morning as well, but I decided to skip it. I shook from head to toe, and I wouldn't be able to hold a gun. Pete would know something was wrong. How was I supposed to point a gun at Sarah when I wasn't capable of pointing it at a paper target? I tried not to think about it, which meant that was all I could think about. Pull yourself together. Not to mention I had no plan on how to not kill Sarah today. I was doomed. That afternoon I got into my car, still not sure what I was supposed to do, but afraid of Marco too much, afraid of what he would do if I stayed home and did nothing, and drove to Charleston. I was agonizing over my decisions. Marco was a monster. As I considered everything, I wasn't so sure Sarah had a lover. And if she did have one, who could blame her? Living with a person like Marco must be a nightmare, a prison, and she deserved a moment of happiness, no matter how small, how fleeting it was. I couldn't judge her for that. I was the same. Sarah didn't deserve a death sentence for that, and Marco merely wanted her dead because he believed he could. He already controlled every aspect of her life, and now he wanted to control if she was breathing or not in the first place. He was a sick man, and the even sicker part was that he wanted me to do it. He wanted one abused woman to kill the other. Part of me really wanted to drive back home, wait for my punishment, judgment, there. But I kept driving. It wasn't just the fear pushing me forward. I felt this urge to see Sarah at that business complex, partly because of curiosity. I wanted to see why she was going there, no matter what my head was telling me, no matter what my heart was telling me. I kept on going. It didn't take me long to find the place Sarah was using to meet her lover, supposedly, if that man really existed. If he wasn't just a figment of imagination, of Marco's sick mind. Then again, what was she doing there? Whom was she meeting, if not her lover? I looked at the complex, frowning. It looked exactly as Marco had described it. It was nothing special. I parked in the perfect spot so I could see the entire place and all its entrances. It was simply a series of professional suites, nothing remotely close to what I expected, and I couldn't decide if that was a good or a bad thing. Either way, I settled in to wait for Marco's wife, checking the time every 5 seconds. I got there a little bit early and knew she would be here right on time. Women like her, like me, were always punctual, no matter what. We had to be, because that was one of the most common excuses used against us when our husbands wanted to beat us without reason. Exactly 15 minutes later, Sarah approached on foot. She looked exactly like the previous times I saw her, in modest clothes, clutching her purse tightly, with her mobile phone in hand. The only difference was that this time around she also wore big, black sunglasses. And the day wasn't that bright. I knew what that meant. It sounded cliché, but a lot of abused women wore sunglasses outside, and not simply to hide obvious swellings on the face, swellings that couldn't be concealed by makeup. The eyes tend to be pretty sensitive if they are damaged in any way. Sarah entered one of the suites without hesitating. There was a look of determination on her face despite the fear. Was it possible she was meeting her lover? I didn't get that vibe from her, though. She looked too tense, and not at all happy she was there. I understood the dangers of sneaking around, but her body language was all wrong to me. I was puzzled. What is going on here? Once I made sure she wouldn't be coming out, I got out of my car and headed to the building to investigate. I felt beyond silly, among other things, as I tried to be inconspicuous about my actions. I was sure I was failing miserably. That was why I was not a professional PI. Or a professional hitman, for that matter. I wanted to pretend as long as possible that wasn't the reason I was there. On the wall next to the door Sarah had walked through was a sign. I moved even closer so I could read it. Dr. Vernon Smith, psychologist. Oh my God. Sarah's lover is a psychologist. I mentally slapped myself because I was acting like an idiot. Sarah was seeing a psychologist professionally. That was why she looked the way she did going inside. The psychologist wasn't her lover. He was her doctor. My mind was blown away by that realization. She was doing that because she was clearly aware something wasn't right in her life, in her marriage. Being miserable was the wrong state to be in. I needed a lot of time to realize that. A lot of women were completely oblivious, brainwashed by the years of abuse. Only a lucky few managed to retain something of themselves and tried to fight the abuser off. This was Sarah's way, apparently. And she had come here in secret because I was sure Marco would not approve or let her go in the first place. If Marco was anything like Bruce, and I feared he was even worse than my late husband, then Marco would be furious to discover Sarah had been seeing this doctor behind his back, sharing all the ugliness from her marriage with a stranger. Would he be furious enough to kill? I didn't even have to think about the answer to that. It was more than apparent what he was capable of doing. He was capable of finding a perfect scapegoat. Me, someone as abused and as broken as his wife was. Strike up a conversation, then propose a completely insane deal, a mutually beneficial transaction, if you will. He would then proceed to kill my husband, all in hopes I would repay the favor and kill his wife for him in return. That would be his revenge on his lying wife. I felt lightheaded and disoriented. I wanted to run away and hide. I wanted to rush home to Daniel and confess everything to him. I remained where I was. Sarah had been living in the same version of domestic terror as I was with Bruce. As though in a daze, I returned to my car. I had to sit down because I could feel my legs on the verge of collapsing under me. At that moment, everything inside my head was pure speculation, yet I felt in my heart that I was right. I grabbed Bruce's gun from the glove compartment and just stared at it for a bit. It felt too heavy in my hands, and I knew why. There was no way I was going to play Marco's sick game. There was no way I would be his instrument of revenge. I wasn't going to kill Sarah for him. The slights against him, the insults, and the pains were pure imagination, non-existent. Though it was logical to me that a narcissist like him would perceive Sarah's behavior as a betrayal. I wasn't saying he was right. Far from it. Yet living with Bruce, I had learned to see things the way an abuser would. Abusers like to play the victim and find justifications for their behaviors. As far as I was concerned, Sarah had made only one mistake in her life, and that was falling in love with the wrong man and marrying him. Just like I did. She definitely didn't deserve to die for it. Marco cannot win. He'd already taken too much from that poor woman. I wasn't going to allow him to take her life as well, especially with my assistance. There was a chance I was projecting my own thoughts, feelings, and memories into this, but that didn't matter. That didn't mean I was less right. It only meant that I knew exactly what Sarah had been going through, and I actually applauded her courage, resilience, and willpower to persist and get herself to this place each week. She was a lot stronger than I ever was. I wasn't going to kill her because she managed to find a way to resist her abusive husband. But if I didn't do it, then I would be in a world of problems. It's not like he can report me to the police. Then again, he can kill me. What was I going to do? I had no idea. It wasn't like I could simply call Marco and tell him I'd had a change of heart. He'd already threatened me for only thinking about backing out of our deal. And at the moment, I was doing more than that. I'd made a decision. I wasn't going to go through with it, no matter what, and he couldn't make me. Are you sure of that? My mind was set, though. Sarah deserved to live. She deserved to be free of Marco, the same way I managed to get rid of my monster. You had help, a small part of me pointed out. That didn't matter. I would help her achieve her freedom somehow. It was time to pay it forward. I simply had to find a way out of it, which was easier said than done. I sat in my car for almost an hour, trying to find a way out of this mess. I thought about calling the police multiple times and confessing everything to Detective Peterson. At one point, I even thought of Michael. If I told him I knew who killed Bruce, I was sure he would want to do something about it, take revenge. Michael was an eye for an eye kind of guy. There was only one thing stopping me. I didn't know how to explain how I knew that Marco killed Bruce. If I told him how I was involved, I would end up in jail, and for some reason, I feared that more than I feared dying. I'd already experienced imprisonment once. I wouldn't be able to go through that again. As I racked my brain, trying to find a way out of this mess without spilling blood, with everyone surviving unscathed and Marco in jail, trying to find a way to the happily ever after like it was custom in all fairy tales, Sarah finished her session. It was exactly 5 p.m. as she left the therapist's office, looking glum, looking exactly the same as she did while walking inside. I would too, knowing to what horror I had to return. I sympathized greatly. On impulse, I grabbed the file, leaving behind the threatening note, left my car and started walking toward her, then almost running, afraid I would lose her. As I was trying to shorten the distance between us, I was mentally preparing myself for this confrontation, for this strange, disturbing meet and greet. God! I had no idea what I was going to say to this poor woman, but one thing was sure. She deserved to know the truth. 28. Meeting Sarah. "Excuse me," I called out after Sarah when it became apparent that I wouldn't be fast enough to catch up with her. And I feared if I didn't speak with her now, I would lose my nerve later, or never have such an opportunity again. Sarah jerked at the sound of my voice, clearly startled, although I tried to be calm and pleasant. She turned to me, and I could see her demeanor was fearful, on guard. That knocked out all the breath inside my chest, because it was as though I was looking in a mirror. I too looked like that while married to Bruce. And the only reason I stopped looking like that, like a frightened animal on high alert, constantly expecting to be treated badly, abused, was because of this woman's husband, because of Marco. Her tormentor was my savior. Life had a sick and twisted sense of irony. Since she merely looked at me, I continued to speak. "I'm sorry to bother you. I mean no harm, but I really need to speak with you." Her demeanor slightly changed.
I don't know you, and I don't have time for whatever it is you want. I'm late as it is."
I had behaved in the same manner once. A shadow passed over her face as she thought about what would happen to her today if she returned home late. I had similar images inside my head. I knew what happened to me each time I messed up. She made a gesture as though she was about to turn around and resume walking, and I knew I was running out of time. It was now or never.
"Sarah, it's about your husband, Marco," I said in a rush.
That did the trick, although she didn't look happy at all. She took her sunglasses off as though to have a better look at me, and I was right. She had a huge shiner on her right eye.
"How do you know my name? How do you know my—"
Take this brief pause to let your mind settle. The journey ahead awaits with new emotions and new discoveries.
"Husband," she demanded to know, visibly agitated. "I'm screwing this up," I realized. The woman did not look like she was prepared to listen to me or believe a word I said. She looked ready to flee, and I had no idea how to turn it all around. How to correct this? Then again, it wasn't like there was a manual I could have used. How to speak with a woman you were being forced to kill by her husband. A quick guide for dummies. That would be perfect. There was no appropriate way of telling Sarah that her husband wanted her dead, how he'd made a deal with me, how he'd killed my husband so I would in return kill her. Should I tell her all that? She already looked at me suspiciously, so if I told her all that, there wasn't a chance in hell she would believe me, I realized. It didn't matter that her husband was a monster, that something like that would fit the profile. I was a stranger, a threat, so she would never believe me. What to do?
"Who are you?" she added.
"I know Marco because he's blackmailing me, and I need your help," I said. That was vague enough and still true, and I hoped that would be sufficient to make her pause and stay long enough to hear the rest.
"Excuse me?"
"We met a month ago or so, and now he won't leave me alone. He's threatened me, even. I don't know what to do."
"Marco would never do such a thing,"
she rebelled. I too would have defended my husband in front of strangers. "I have a note in my car that says differently." Sarah frowned, taking a step back.
"Listen, lady, I don't know who you are or what you want, but you need to stay away from me and my husband."
Saying all that, she took another step away from me.
"I'm telling you the truth. He killed my husband, and now he's blackmailing me,"
I insisted. There was so much more I had to say to her, but knew I couldn't, especially not now. She would run away from me, screaming, and that was something I had to avoid at any cost. I needed her on my side because if I messed this up, she could go and tell Marco what happened, and then I would definitely be fucked.
"What?"
she exclaimed.
"That's insane."
"He even gave me this." I offered her the file Marco provided for me, about her daily whereabouts. I intentionally left out the part about why he'd provided such a schedule for me. If I told her he wanted me to kill her, then it would be game over. There was no way she would be able to handle it. That would only scare her even more, and she would go into denial and flee. I can't lose her. She needs to know the truth. She needs to know she's in danger. She skimmed through the file I gave her, constantly glancing at me while looking at it, as though afraid I would try something nefarious while she was distracted. I remained perfectly still.
"Why would he give you this?"
she asked. I honestly had no idea how to reply to her. And then I had an idea.
"He wanted me to follow you,"
I said, once again remaining as close to the truth as possible. I didn't want to intentionally deceive her. However, since I was nothing but a stranger to her, who had intercepted her on the street and started saying all kinds of crazy things, it was better that way at the moment.
"I don't understand,"
she said eventually, and there was a hint of exasperation in her voice. I sighed. The fact she was still there with me meant that she was prepared to listen. Or so I hoped.
"I met Marco in a bookstore."
I started to share my story with her. "He overheard my conversation with my husband, a very embarrassing conversation in which my husband was ordering me around and threatening me." Sarah looked away for a moment, and I knew she could relate. I pressed forward.
"My husband was a very abusive man, and he was particularly in a mood that day to be controlling and vicious. I really was at the end of my rope when Marco showed up and offered to listen."
Sarah raised her eyebrows at that, but recovered quickly. Still, she said nothing.
"I started talking with him. We started talking. He looked very sincere and sympathetic and said how he could relate to my situation." "He said that?"
Sarah looked shocked. I nodded.
"At the end of our conversation, he offered to take care of my problem for me."
Sarah frowned, clearly understanding what I meant by that.
"At first I thought he was simply joking, trying to lighten the mood since we shared some private things with one another. But then my husband died." "How did he die?"
"Someone poisoned him with oleander at the diner he had breakfast at."
"What does that have to do with Marco?"
Sarah challenged.
"It has everything to do with him because ever since Bruce, my husband, died, Marco won't leave me alone.
Besides, he told me he killed him." Sarah remained silent hearing all that. While she pondered everything, I was sweating bullets, reevaluating everything I'd said and done since meeting her, trying to figure out what I could have done better, where I made mistakes, and so on. I decided to be the one to break the silence.
"I know how this all sounds. If the roles were reversed, I would act the same way, but I'm telling you the truth."
I pleaded with her, with my eyes so she could see how honest I was.
"Let's say that I believe you," she hedged. "What do you want from me? What do you want me to do?"
"I know everything, Sarah." She looked at me all puzzled.
"What do you mean?"
"I know everything," I repeated, pointing at her bruises. "I've been there, where you are, except Marco is far more dangerous than my husband ever was. Deep down, Bruce was nothing more than a coward, and he'd tried to heal his complexes, his impotence, by lashing out at me. On the other hand, Marco was a completely different type of monster. He was a true monster, a murderer who would do whatever it took to get what he wanted. He had proved as much so far." Sarah started to raise her hand as though to touch the bruised cheek, but stopped herself in time. Instead, she put the sunglasses back on.
"You need to get away from him before he really hurts you. I can give you money if you need it, a place to stay for the time being. I'll be there for you, provide whatever you need to run away from him right now," I said with urgency.
Sarah started to shake her head even before I finished speaking. I understood how all of this sounded to her. I had been where she was, and fear was greater than anything else. Besides, I was pretty sure that at one point she started to wonder if this was all just a test designed by her husband to torment her further. I knew I would think that. Bruce used to do some pretty crazy shit to me, to keep me under control, and there was no doubt in my mind Marco behaved in the same way. All the abusers had similar tactics. Tears appeared in her eyes.
There is no getting away from Marco. He'll find me. And then... The rest of the sentence remained choked inside her throat. I've been where you are, and you can't lose hope, I said lamely. I wished I could offer her something more than that, but unfortunately the truth was that in part she was right. Abusers like Marco and Bruce were relentless. She could try escaping. She could try going to the police, reporting him, yet in the end none of that would work. The system protected the bullies, not the victims. He could track her no matter what and kill her quite easily. As long as he was free to roam about, she could never be safe. Sadly, she wasn't safe while staying with him either. That was one of the biggest tragedies of our society. Women who had nothing, who had no place to go, chose to remain trapped in their marriages with their abusers because there was nobody out there in the world who could help them. I knew because I'd been there. But her husband was worse. He wanted her dead. I couldn't allow that to happen. Sarah smiled humorlessly, sadly at my words. For a long time, I hoped that the police would catch him, or that he'd end up killed, and each day that hope became slightly less. When something like that didn't happen, until one day it vanished completely. I have no hope left, Mrs. Costigan. My name is Daisy Costigan. I introduced myself, seeing no harm in that. Mrs. Costigan. There's no stopping Marco. He's too ruthless. Maybe you should listen to your own advice and run away from here as far as possible while you still can. What about you? Sarah shook her head. Thank you for trying. But there is no hope for me. At least, not anymore. My heart was breaking hearing her say that. You can't think like that. There has to be something that can be done, I insisted. She checked the time, ignoring my words, as though I'd said nothing. I have to go. And with that, she shoved the papers back in my hand, turned away from me, and started walking with haste. Sarah, please, I called after her. Don't go back to him. A few people on the street looked my way since I was making a scene, yelling like a mad woman, but I didn't care. Sarah didn't slow down, and I didn't try to stop her. As I watched her rush away, so afraid, so broken, although I advocated for hope, I felt like I was seriously losing mine. For a fleeting moment, I contemplated if I should go and see Sarah's therapist, share with him everything, hoping there was some way he could help, but ruled against it. It was a bad idea. He wouldn't be able to do anything. Sarah was right. Nobody could help her get away from that maniac. Not even me. 29. Biting nails, worrying, panicking. After my talk with Sarah, after my failed attempt to help her, I returned home. It wasn't like I had anywhere else to go anyway. All the while, I couldn't help thinking about Marco, worrying and stressing. I constantly looked over my shoulder while driving, trying to spot him in my rearview mirror, paranoid he was following me. He was nowhere near that building, I realized. He needs a good alibi. All the same, I was sure he would be beyond furious when he saw Sarah returning home. Will he take it out on her? I cringed, knowing that was a given. I hated him so much and yet felt beyond powerless. Unfortunately, that was familiar territory for me. I felt the same way I did while living with Bruce. Reaching the house, I rushed inside and locked the door. Then, not feeling like that was enough, I activated the alarm system, which I'd finally learned how to use, changing the password to the date of Bruce's death, and drew all the curtains down, making it look like I wasn't home. He'll see the car, idiot. Even with that in mind, I couldn't bring myself to return outside to put the car inside the garage. I headed upstairs and then waited by the window, but he didn't come for me, and that worried me. I was sure Marco wouldn't be happy about this situation, that his wife was still alive. I wished I was braver. I wished I was a man. Then I would walk straight up to him and just kill him. As it was, I had to find some other, creative way to save her from him. That became my life's mission. I tried not to think about the fact that a woman who couldn't help herself and was completely useless would try to help someone else. I had to try. I wouldn't be able to live with myself otherwise. As I stressed about the uncertainty of my future, there was one thing I dreaded the most, at least at the moment, and that was receiving a phone call from Marco. I was sure he would be livid and could only imagine the dreadful threats coming my way. He had promised retribution, yet since he hadn't been specific in his note, my brain provided me with a lot of options. What if he tries to kill me next? I stressed. I was in such a full-blown panic that I had to take some pills to calm the fuck down. I wouldn't be able to help anyone, let alone myself, if I was spiraling out of control. And then, nothing happened. He didn't call. He didn't come banging against my door, screaming and raging. He didn't jump out of my refrigerator to strangle me, and I started to wonder if I should hope this was all over. Even I wasn't that naive to honestly think that, but for the briefest moment, it was sweet to hope. Marco's lack of response puzzled me and worried me, to the point I started contemplating if I should reach out to him first. No, that's a bad idea, especially since I had no idea what lie to use to get myself out of this predicament. There's no getting out of this, part of me pointed out. I couldn't think like that, especially not now. I'd already done the hardest things. I'd refused to kill Sarah, and I'd stood up to Marco. The hardest part hasn't hit you yet. Once again, part of me raised its voice to play the devil's advocate. You crossed the wrong man, and there will be hell to pay. Then again, what could he possibly do to me? It wasn't like he could report me to the authorities because I failed to honor my end of the bargain and kill his wife. If he tried to take me down that way, he would be the first one who would end up in jail. I merely contemplated his wife's murder and knew he would kill Bruce. He, on the other hand, was the one who actually ordered me to kill Sarah and had killed Bruce. It would be a mutually destructive thing that was way worse for him since he was the murderer after all. My hands were clean. Sort of. All the same, I was sure he wouldn't jeopardize his freedom. His retribution would come in a different form, which was why I'd made sure the home alarm worked properly non-stop, and I didn't plan on leaving the house. He wouldn't be able to poison me as he did my husband. For the briefest of moments, I even contemplated if I should sleep at Daniel's, but ruled against it. Marco had already proven he had no problems killing strangers, and I didn't want Daniel getting hurt because of my poor decisions. For the first time being, although it pained me, I needed to stay away from him for his own good. At least until I found a way to take Marco down. If I find a way. I lived in a state of tense dread for about 24 hours. I didn't sleep, I didn't eat, and just waited for the other shoe to drop, waiting for Marco's punishment. And then the police came knocking on my door. 2 officers, whom I hadn't met before, came and very politely but firmly asked me if I would be so kind as to come with them. By their demeanor, I gathered that actually refusing them wasn't an option. Feeling like I was safe with them since I didn't think Marco was stupid enough to try attacking me while I had an escort, I agreed. "Where are we going?" I remembered to ask once we were all inside a patrol car. They refused to respond, and that filled me with unease. What the hell is going on? I was so worried about Marco that I failed to remember there were other threats out there as well. Although Bruce's case went cold, I was still their prime suspect. What if new evidence showed up? I started to speculate. What if it implicates me? What if Marco planted something and they are taking me to jail? I forced myself to stop thinking like that, because each thought was more dreadful than the last one, and I was in danger of causing myself a heart attack. I needed to remain calm and rational. Only with a cool head will I be able to survive. The pep talk somewhat worked, but then we stopped in front of the precinct, and I was led to an interrogation room. Oh, fuck. I sat alone in that room for about 15 minutes, thinking about the worst-case scenarios, imagining them dragging me to jail in handcuffs before the detectives showed up. Detective Peterson was not among them. 2 men, stern-looking, introduced themselves. The first one, the older one, was called Detective James Stone. He was pretty average-looking, average height, with brown short hair and brown eyes, and a serious nervous tic. He constantly played with his Zippo lighter, which led me to believe he was a heavy smoker. And then he approached, and I knew it was so because he reeked of tobacco. The other one, Detective Riley Matterson, was very tall and lean, and all his clothes looked like they were simply put on a hanger. His beard was brown, yet his hair was ginger and his eyes blue. They both looked at me as though I was the most notorious criminal they'd had the opportunity to sit across from. Then again, there was a chance I was exaggerating, being nervous and afraid. "Why am I here?" I demanded to know. "There's no need for you to be nervous, Mrs. Costigan," Detective Stone said in a slightly mocking manner. "If you didn't do anything wrong," Detective Matterson added, condescendingly. I gritted my teeth. I have plenty of reasons to be nervous. I was dragged from my home, and nobody wants to tell me why I'm here in the first place. I was done being a doormat. Even if I went down, I would go down swinging. I had no idea where this newfound courage had come from, but all the same, I liked it, and I was going to ride that wave as long as I could. "At approximately 4 a.m., your father-in-law, Mayor Michael Costigan, was brutally murdered in his residence," Detective Stone stated. Murdered? Michael? My mind just exploded. "What?" I exclaimed. I couldn't believe it. Michael is dead? Who would do such a thing? Why? Questions rushed inside my mind. "It looks like a late-night home invasion and robbery," Detective Stone explained, and while doing so, he dumped a bunch of photographs from the crime scene in front of me. Seeing Michael's body on the floor, all covered in blood, made me nauseated, and I looked away. No matter my sentiments about the man, nobody deserved to die like that. It was pure savagery. It was obvious even to me that he tried to put up a fight, but ultimately lost. "Yeah, they're not pretty pictures," Detective Matterson commented, looking at me. I ignored that inappropriate comment. "Who would do something like that to him?" "We hoped you could answer that for us." I frowned. "I have no idea," I replied honestly. "We were never that close, so if he had enemies, I wouldn't know anything about it." "I bet your husband would know. But unfortunately, he's dead, too," Detective Matterson said, with a strange expression on his face. "Excuse me?" I countered. There was something seriously wrong with the man. "We know everything about your relationship with the mayor," Detective Stone said, moving forward. Then why ask anything? Was on the tip of my tongue. "He was definitely a hard man to deal with," I settled to say. "So, you hated him?" Detective Matterson asked. I only stared at him. What was with the attitude? "He was definitely hard to love as well." "You didn't like your husband either," Detective Matterson continued in the same manner. "What does that have to do with Michael?" I challenged. "Mrs. Costigan, your husband and your father-in-law were both murdered recently," Detective Stone said, and then just looked at me expectantly. "I'm sorry, was that a question?" I countered. And if I sounded a bit on the defensive, that was because I was. I didn't understand why they dragged me here or why they insisted on asking me such stupid questions. And then I put 2 and 2 together. Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no.
What happened can't be a coincidence, Stone commented.
Are you telling me that, or are you asking me that?
Mrs. Costigan, stop playing games and start cooperating,
Stone said sternly. I'm trying, but I don't understand what I'm doing here.
2 very wealthy men in your life died in a very short period of time.
Stone started again. Detective, are you trying to imply something?
Did you kill him?
Are you really suggesting I managed to kill a man 3 times my size and strength? I countered.
Did you hire someone to kill Mayor Costigan, as you did for your husband?
Matterson joined in again. I was dumbfounded, not to mention scared shitless. I knew they still suspected me of killing Bruce, and now the old man had died too. Even if I didn't have anything to do with it, I had to admit how it all looked, and it looked bad for me. Really bad. I was screwed. I did no such thing. I did not kill my husband, and I didn't kill Michael. And yet dead bodies were piling up around me, like the detective said. I knew what happened to Bruce, but what had happened to Michael? I knew it was just a matter of time before he would piss off the wrong person with his behavior. All the same, I can't say I'm too broken up about it, although I was worried.
You're now the sole heir of a large estate. Inheriting so much money could be a powerful motivator.
I didn't kill anyone, I insisted.
We have proof you killed Michael to silence him,
Matterson argued. What? I looked at him with shock. How was that even possible? There was no proof of anything that could be linked to me.
He was on to you. He discovered you killed Bruce, and that's why you killed him,
Matterson concluded, banging his hands against the table. I jumped in my chair. I have no idea what you're talking about. That's a theory, not proof, because I didn't kill anyone.
Your father-in-law was here just the other day, accusing you of killing his son,
Stone provided calmly. My eyes bulged. I couldn't believe my ears. He did what? Why would he do such a thing?
That's a lie,
I said, as my voice started to shake. I couldn't believe this. I couldn't believe that bastard actually came here to accuse me of something I didn't do. I couldn't believe he hated me that much. Then again, he sent his own wife to an asylum. In comparison, sending me to prison must have felt like nothing at all.
That's what happened, Matterson insisted. He was on to you, you panicked, and killed him, didn't you?
He pushed, raising his voice. No, I didn't. I didn't do anything. I started to cry. This couldn't be happening.
You hired someone to get your hands on the money. You give us the name, and then all of this will end.
I shook my head. I don't know who killed Michael or why. You have to believe me.
We don't,
Matterson said sternly.
And you're only making it more difficult for yourself by lying to us,
Stone added. It was very disorienting, the way they spoke, finishing each other's sentences.
I'm not lying. Stop this charade, Daisy. You're going to prison either way,
Stone threatened, which only made me cry even more. That was when Detective Peterson entered the small room, and he looked genuinely upset.
That's enough,
he said sternly to his colleagues. Although he wasn't my friend, I was still relieved to see him.
This is our investigation, Peterson, Matterson told him. Not anymore,
Peterson countered.
And if you have a problem with that, speak with the captain. Now get out!"
After a few more very unpleasant words were exchanged, the dynamic duo left the interrogation room, leaving me alone with Peterson. Despite my dire predicament, I felt like I could breathe again. 30. Singing like a jailbird.
"Want to tell me what is going on?"
Detective Peterson asked me once he settled in one of the chairs. I was crying profusely. Although those two had left the room, their words were echoing inside my head. I would end up in prison no matter what. It was all for nothing, after all. "I wish I knew," I replied simply.
"Then tell me what you do know, and we'll start from there,"
he countered. His words were suggesting he was done listening to any more bullshit from me. This was my one and only shot, to be honest with him, and then maybe, just maybe, I could get out of here without handcuffs.
"I didn't kill Michael,"
I insisted.
"Okay."
"And I didn't pay someone else to kill him either," I felt the need to point out. He'd accused me of hiring someone to kill Bruce, so it wasn't that big a stretch he would think that for Michael as well. Although in the end he hadn't managed to find any proof, I knew that was still on his mind, unfortunately for me.
"But,"
Peterson insisted. I shook my head, wiping my nose with the sleeve of my shirt. Bruce would have a fit seeing such unladylike behavior. Then again, he was dead, so fuck him.
"I feel like this is all my fault,"
I replied honestly. I was tired of keeping all these secrets. I needed to share what I knew with someone because if I didn't, I would explode. In my utter despair, I decided to tell the man the truth, at least in part. I was no idiot. I would fight until the end to get out of this mess. I deserved that. I tried not to think of the fact that omitting shit could get me into deeper problems.
"Tell me."
I sighed before starting my story.
"A while back, I met a man." "Behind your husband's back?"
Peterson wondered.
"It's not what you think. We were in a bookstore in Charleston, and we simply started talking."
"Okay, go on."
"He told me his name is Marco, and we basically shared our sad stories while surrounded by mystery and crime novels."
Peterson listened intently as I told him the story.
"Bruce screamed over the phone at me, and Marco heard everything."
"And then what happened?" he asked, although by the look on his face, it was obvious he knew where this was going.
"After I finished my conversation with Bruce, Marco offered to do something about it. About my problem."
Peterson raised both his eyebrows.
"You mean to tell me a complete stranger offered to kill your husband for you? For free?"
His tone was dripping with skepticism. He still believes I paid a hitman. How to make him believe me? By telling him the truth. I shrugged.
"I honestly thought it was nothing more than a sick joke." "Did he try to reassure you otherwise?"
Peterson guessed.
"He did, and once I realized he was serious, I refused him, of course."
I insisted. And that wasn't technically a lie. I did refuse. At first. Only after spending some alone time with Bruce, I'd had a change of heart. I didn't feel the need to share that with Detective Peterson.
"Unfortunately, I didn't realize that I'd given him enough information to find me. With Bruce being the mayor's son, and I imagine it didn't take him long to figure out who I was, and he started following me around. I pleaded for him to stop, terrified Bruce would find out and lash out, accuse me of having a lover or something." "And did he stop?" "In a way."
"What do you mean?" he asked.
"Nothing happened for a few days, and I honestly thought that was the last time I'd be seeing that lunatic. But then the police came knocking on my door to tell me Bruce died."
I buried my face in my hands.
"This is all my fault." "You really think this Marco is responsible for your husband's death?"
"I know so.
He told me. You saw him again? When? He demanded. A few weeks ago, in Charleston. I was in the market when he appeared in front of me. He bragged about how easy it was for him to do it, poisoning Bruce during the breakfast rush. I stretched the truth a little, but by the looks of it, it was working. He used those specific words? Yes. Why didn't you tell me any of this before? I shrugged again. I was afraid of him, and I still am. And besides, I didn't think you'd believe me. Do you really believe him when he says he did it? That question took me by surprise. Yes, I do. I mean, it would be a pretty big coincidence. He might have said that to scare you, Peterson pointed out. I shook my head. He knew about it being oleander. That is telling, he agreed, but then stared at me for a moment. Why would he do it, though? What did he gain by killing your husband? I bit my lip as I furiously thought about what his gain might be, and there was only one thing I could think of that would make sense. Other than me killing his wife for him, of course. He knew that we were wealthy. He wanted me to pay him for doing me the favor of killing Bruce, but I refused. I didn't want him to kill Bruce. I never asked him to do that. I wouldn't, and now I'm afraid he'll come for me because I refused to cooperate. Although Detective Peterson looked slightly skeptical, as though not all pieces of the puzzle fit perfectly, they couldn't, because I'd left so many things out. Yet he was a professional and wasn't about to waste such a lead. Tell me everything you know about this man, he demanded, grabbing a notepad so he could take notes. He made me repeat everything, including Marco's detailed description. I honestly didn't know much about Marco. That was the point anyway, and since I couldn't offer much information about who he was, I really did my best with his appearance. I even tried to remember the brand of car he was driving. Thanks to the file Marco provided for me about Sarah, I could offer Detective Peterson a few more details. For example, I knew he lived in Charleston. Actually, I knew the exact street name and number, but if I shared that as well, it would be too suspicious. I couldn't explain how I knew something like that. So, I truly had to be careful and pick and choose only small pieces of information to share, tidbits that wouldn't get me into any more trouble. It went without saying it was stressful, walking through that minefield, especially since Peterson was relentless and made me repeat my story over and over. To make sure I shared everything I knew, or to catch me in a lie, I couldn't tell for sure. Since I had a feeling he was really good at his job, it was probably both. At the end of it, I felt completely exhausted, mentally and physically, and couldn't wait to go home. If they let me go home. Now that Detective Peterson was on my side, I was sure I would be set free. I thought I'd managed to convince him that I had nothing to do with Michael's murder. Bruce's murder was a different story, but I was pretty sure I had convinced him that I was innocent of that too. What if Detective Peterson is only pretending to believe me in hopes I would incriminate myself somehow? What if this was nothing more than a good cop, bad cop routine? Those two detectives, especially Detective Matterson, came strong at me, accusing me of murder from the get-go. It was obvious they were supposed to be the bad cops, and then Detective Peterson swooped in, kicked them out, remained calm, and I started singing like a canary. Was all of this just a ploy from the start? I felt wronged in some way. Then again, perhaps it was for the best that I did this. Perhaps now the police would stop suspecting me and start looking for Marco instead. That was definitely one of the ways to save Sarah. With him in prison, he wouldn't be able to hurt her ever again. He wouldn't be able to hurt anybody. Although it was risky, he could come after me since I'd betrayed him. What if he shares what he knows once they arrest him? That thought made me panic. Even if he said anything, who would believe him? He was a wife-beater and a murderer, and I was a simple housewife. That somewhat put me at ease. Only Detective Peterson might suspect something fishy was going on. However, He was only one man, and besides, he would never be able to find proof. As long as I get rid of that phone, they won't be able to find any proof, I corrected.
Mrs. Costigan?
Detective Peterson called out to me, and by the looks of it, not for the first time.
Yes?
I said, you're free to go. I nodded, immediately standing up. I didn't want to risk him having a change of heart. He even offered to give me a ride home, but I refused it. I was done with patrol cars. I would much rather walk home, but settled on calling an Uber instead. I was still too paranoid about Marco to be out and about. I was sure he wouldn't try anything in front of the police station, but I couldn't say that for the rest of the way home. Although they let me go, those two detectives still sent dirty looks toward me on my way out, as though if it was up to them, I would be in jail already. I felt beyond restless and rattled. How could I not? I knew this would all end badly for me, and I was right. Michael was dead. Who would kill him? Why? And in such a savage manner. I couldn't stop thinking about it. And that rude detective was right. I was now the only heir of his estate as well. I hated that large mansion he lived in, and I wished I could hire a bulldozer to tear it apart. It was a silly thought, though. I couldn't worry about inheritance at the moment, when I had more pressing issues. How to get rid of Marco was my top priority. Nothing else mattered. This was too close. I managed to talk myself out of trouble this time, but who could say if I would be so successful next time? Detective Peterson didn't look pleased that I'd lied, or at least not disclosed all the facts, so if he ever discovered I lied to him again, I would really be screwed. Because as it was, he was my only ally, and losing that would be catastrophic. I prayed to all the forces known and unknown he would never learn the whole truth, because there was just no way I could tell him that I'd made a deal with Marco and agreed to kill his wife. He would lock me up immediately and throw away the key, and then I would be powerless to help Sarah. The goal was to destroy Marco, not myself. As soon as I returned home, my phone started ringing like crazy. It seemed everyone wanted to know what happened with Michael, and I knew that once again all the funeral preparations would fall on my shoulders. He was a city official, after all, so that complicated things greatly. Eventually, I turned the phone off, unable to take any more of it. I knew nothing, and I didn't want to have to deal with any of it either. As far as I was concerned, they could throw his body on the city's landfill and be done with it. Besides, I had more pressing issues than that, like staying alive and not getting caught. A whole day passed in fear. I was sure Marco would try something, but then he wasn't the one who came knocking on my door the next day. It was Detective Peterson. I took it as a good sign that he came to see me alone, as opposed to sending police officers to arrest me.
I have some bad news,
he said as I opened the door for him. Do you want to come in? I asked, trying to remain calm. He nodded, and we settled in the living room. I took that as a good sign as well.
I think I've found your guy. Is this him?
He asked, showing me a photograph. I really wasn't that surprised it was a mugshot in question. Yes, that's Marco. A slightly younger version of him, but it was definitely his face. I would recognize him no matter what. Peterson nodded as though I simply confirmed what he already knew.
His name is Marco Mayfield, and unfortunately he is very well known to the authorities. He has an extensive criminal record.
Why, unfortunately? I asked in return.
Because he has this ability to always get away with whatever crime he commits. I'm talking intimidation, witnesses disappearing, you name it.
So he was a seriously bad guy, and now he was after me.
That's horrible. He even served time for attempted murder. He tried to kill his ex-wife, but was unsuccessful. She ended up in a coma, and once she woke up, she named him as her attacker.
Oh my God! I exclaimed, disturbed by it all. He's even worse than I thought. There's no doubt in my mind now. He killed Bruce. Detective Peterson nodded. I will definitely look into it. So, you believe me? I asked naively. I'm inclined to believe you, he hedged. However, considering his fixation on you, I suggest you go away for a bit. Out of town, someplace low-key, but not too far away. Stay within 50 miles or so while I try to sort this mess, he suggested, taking me completely by surprise. I recovered quickly. Don't worry, Detective. I'm leaving as soon as possible, I reassured him. 31. Hitting the road. After Detective Peterson left, my head was spinning out of control. Everything that I learned about Marco was making me dizzy. He was even worse than I imagined, and that was terrifying. For a moment, I was paralyzed in place, not sure what to do first, where to go. Things were happening, changing too fast for me. Mere months ago, I was constantly living in fear, feeling sorry for myself and doing my best to avoid traps Bruce set for me in order not to get beaten up. And then, just like that, thanks to Marco, Bruce was dead, and I was free. But Michael was now dead as well, and I just became free and incredibly rich. Although one thing stayed the same. I was still very much afraid. How is this my life? And now, I'd been ordered to leave town. Where to go? Although I wanted to listen to Detective Peterson and leave Graceville as soon as possible, I was also afraid to do something like that, because I didn't want to be on the run completely on my own. Should I go to San Diego? I wondered. No, that wasn't an option. There was no way I would put my family in jeopardy like that. I was sure that if I went home, Marco would follow me and do something to my father or Hannah and the kids to punish me. I couldn't let that happen. I needed him to focus on me alone. While I pondered all that, I wondered if I should call my father to tell him what happened to Michael. But he was a smart man. He would figure out something was seriously wrong since all these men ended up dead around me. He would assume I was in trouble, get worried, and demand I come home. I would tell him everything once it was all over. One way or the other, and not before, I thought glumly. The same went for the rest of my family. Even with all that in mind, I hesitated. I went upstairs and started to pack a small bag of clothes and toiletries, still having no idea where to go. Money wasn't an issue anymore, so I was tempted to simply get into my car and start driving. I stopped packing and tried to calm myself, then went to see Daniel. He would know what to do. Unfortunately, he wasn't home, so I waited for him to return from work. I busied myself tidying up. I had to admit I felt slightly safer hiding inside his house. I knew that wouldn't be viable in the long run. Detective Peterson had told me to leave town, and that was precisely what I would do. Daniel looked tired walking through the front door. Once he spotted me in the living room, his face lit up, and he smiled. "This is a nice surprise," he commented, coming to kiss me. I had mixed feelings about seeing him. On one hand, his reaction made my heart swell because I felt the same way. On the other, I was gutted with guilt. I would destroy everything if I continued to lie to him. I was aware of that. "Is everything all right?" he asked, clearly sensing I was on edge. It was time to face the music. "I have something to tell you," I forced myself to say before I lost my nerve. "Okay," he countered simply. We sat beside one another on the couch before I opened my mouth again and told him everything. Well, not everything. Actually, I told him the same story I'd told Detective Peterson. A lie repeated enough times became the truth, right? It went without saying I felt guilty that I couldn't tell him the whole truth, At the same time, I fully believed that would only put him in jeopardy. Not to mention he would become an accomplice, and I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I made him a criminal. So I kept my mouth shut. Besides, there was also that same old fear that he would break up with me if he discovered how bad I truly was. I feared he would start looking at me differently, even start to fear me, and losing Daniel was something I wouldn't be able to survive. He was my everything. Because of all those things, I stuck to the lie. It was necessary, at least for the time being. I finished my story, dreading Daniel's reaction. He hugged me. I knew there was something pressing on you, but I could never imagine it was something like this, and I didn't want to pressure you to tell me. I knew you would do that in your own time. I'm sorry, I said. I wasn't sure what I was apologizing for at the moment. Probably for everything. No need to be sorry, Daniel assured me. You know I love you no matter what. I'm just sad you went through all of that alone. I felt tears well up in my eyes. He was my rock. He was always there for me, which only made me want to cry even more. I had created the biggest mess possible, and now I was adding to the pile by lying to everybody around me. But I couldn't tell the truth. I could never do that because nobody would understand. Everything will be all right. He tried to comfort me, mistaking my guilt for fear. Oh, Daniel. I hugged him tightly. I'm here. Nothing bad is going to happen to you. I won't let that maniac near you. I won't let that maniac near you, I promised. There's more. Tell me. The detective in charge of Bruce's case told me I need to get out of town while he's investigating Marco. That's a great idea. If this guy already killed 2 people, then there is no telling what he'll do next. Kill a third? My brain supplied. I started to agree with him, and then I actually processed what he'd said. What do you mean, 2 people? Don't tell me it hasn't occurred to you that he killed Michael as well. Oh my God. If Daniel was right, then Marco had made his move already. I was just too preoccupied with panicking to figure it all out. I had to tell Detective Peterson this. Then again, he was the detective. I was sure that it had crossed his mind already. I was probably the only one who hadn't seen the obvious. He killed Michael to get back at me. But why? That was obvious, too. As those detectives said, it was too big of a coincidence that both men from my husband's family ended up murdered, and I didn't have anything to do with it. Especially since I would get it all. The houses, the cars, all the other pieces of real estate, not to mention all the money. That bastard! He was trying to get me arrested for something I didn't do. And all because I stood up to him and refused to kill his wife. His revenge was as devious as it was terrifying. He'd promised I would pay, and he really meant it. But now the police were on to him. I tried to comfort myself. I can't believe I didn't see it before. That's understandable. You're already dealing with a lot. Knowing that, I want to run away and never return even more, I confessed. That was always the plan, he said with a wink. That was true. Daniel and I had always planned on leaving Graceville. Marco complicated everything. For the time being, I have to stay within a 50-mile radius, just in case. Daniel nodded, and then his face lightened up. I have an idea. I could use one, I said in all earnestness. I have a buddy who has a beach house on Sullivan Island. I'm sure he'll let us stay there for a while. Really? Yeah. Just let me call him, and then we'll start packing. We? I'm not letting you go anywhere without me, he said, resolved. It was obvious he was trying not to boss me around while still wanting to protect me. I loved him more than ever. I really hoped you'd say that, I said honestly. "Of course," he said, kissing me on the forehead. "I'll still have to drive back to go to work, but the place is pretty isolated. You'll be safe there, even while I'm not there," he assured me. And I was. "All right. Call him." He went to grab his mobile to make the call. In the meantime, I returned home so I could finish packing. As always, I slipped over the fence and used the back door, not wanting neighbors to see me. I hated sneaking around, but the last thing I needed was gossip spreading about me and Daniel, especially now when Michael had died too. That could be used against me as a motive, so it was imperative we kept it a secret for a little bit longer. So many secrets, I stressed. I felt like I would explode from it all, but I kept going. I was pretty impressed by Daniel's behavior. He took everything I told him way better than I could ever imagine. He really loved me. That put a smile on my face despite the situation. Although I trusted Daniel immensely and knew he would do everything in his power to keep us safe, I still decided to take Bruce's gun with me. It would make me feel better. I'd become pretty solid with it, so I was confident I wouldn't actually shoot myself, or Daniel for that matter. It would be prudent to be armed from now on. If Daniel was right, Marco had already killed 2 people because of me while playing his sick games. I really didn't want to become number 3. Or Daniel. That thought made my heart race faster. Keep it together. Daniel and I would hide in the beach house, and in the meantime Detective Peterson would find Marco, arrest him, and then we'd all live happily ever after. I tried to reassure myself. It wasn't working. I was too old and too jaded to believe in fairy tales. I knew some kind of shit would hit the fan, and soon, and that was why it was imperative to be prepared. I packed all the ammunition I had inside the house as well. Marco wasn't going to catch me off guard, and if it came to a choice between me or him, I would definitely choose me. I would shoot the bastard without a second thought. I finished packing, throwing the burner phone and list Marco had given me in at the last minute. I was about ready to leave the house when I remembered I needed to call Detective Peterson. I wanted him to be informed of where I was going, just in case. As expected, the detective agreed it was a good idea for me to go somewhere that had no connections to me. I tried not to think of the fact he thought Marco would be coming after me. He also didn't comment when I mentioned Daniel would be going with me. At the moment, I was too freaked out about the fact Marco was after me and had killed Michael to actually worry if that tidbit of information would return me to the suspect list. I was zipping my bag, ready to leave, when the phone started ringing again, and I jumped. It was Daniel, telling me he was ready. He'd made arrangements with his friend to collect the keys, so we were set. I put a hand over my heart. I couldn't allow myself to lose it, not now when everything was on the line. "The coast is clear," he said before disconnecting. He was truly considerate like that. Although he had no idea what Marco looked like, he made sure to park close to my house so I wouldn't be out in the open for too long. Besides, this way, we should be able to avoid any prying eyes from the neighbors. Without wasting any more time, I grabbed my bag and rushed downstairs. After making sure the house was secured, all locked up and the alarm set, I jumped into the car with Daniel, and we started driving away. I didn't look back. No matter what happened in the future, I really wouldn't mind if I never saw that house again in my life. All I had to say was, "Good riddance." 32. The Beach House. I tried to keep my mind blank as we drove to the beach house. I wasn't particularly successful. Is this a good idea? Daniel wasn't speeding, although I could see he was tense. Working a highly stressful job at times, he, like me, had become very good at hiding his true emotions. Yet in this case, his hands were betraying him. He was squeezing the wheel just a little bit tighter than he needed to. No matter how crazy it sounded, knowing he was worried too gave me comfort. The threat was real, not a figment of my paranoid mind. Of course the threat is real. I shook my head. I had created so much trouble for a lot of people, and now, because of me, 2 people were dead. Without going into whether those men deserved that or not, the fact that 2 lives had been extinguished was pretty horrible. God only knew how many others were in danger thanks to my poor decisions. I should never have accepted that deal from Marco. Then again, if I hadn't, Bruce would still be alive, tormenting me. I couldn't regret his death, no matter what. Because of that, I had Daniel next to me, and we were driving toward a safe place that nobody knew about while the police were searching for Marco. I was also worried about Sarah. How was she? Was she still alive? Marco was a monster, so anything was possible. How would I ever be able to live with myself if that man killed her because of me? But I couldn't think like that. I had to have faith she was alive and well. Marco can't risk hurting her. Not now. I was sure he was aware the police were onto him. He knew about everything else, so it was safe to assume he knew about that as well. With that in mind, he wouldn't do anything stupid, like hurting Sarah. Besides, if he wanted to kill her by himself, he would have already. At least, that was the hope. If he became completely unhinged, then all rationality would fly out the window. Daisy? Yes? I said, we're here, Daniel offered with a small smile. As it turned out, I was so out of it, lost in my troubled thoughts. I didn't hear him say that the first time around. Perhaps I was more troubled than I originally thought. I could see a small, very charming house in front of us. The gravel road made the ride a little bumpy, but I didn't care. I was mesmerized by the scenery. The house, the nature around it, and the sea. It was all picture perfect, and the fact that this was the only house in this part of the island meant our privacy was guaranteed. Is that a good or a bad thing? I had a moment of doubt. If something happened, we wouldn't have anyone to turn to. Then again, the fact that there were no nosy neighbors around meant our arrival here was unnoticed, which was imperative. We couldn't be leaving any breadcrumbs that could lead Marco here to us. Once Daniel stopped in the front, I got out. Despite the dire situation, I felt excited. I finally had my wish come true. To get away someplace with Daniel, even if it was while hiding from a homicidal maniac. I needed to look at the positives, so I wouldn't go insane from worry. "Catch!" Daniel called after me, and once I turned, he threw the keys to me. Daniel's friend, Naveen, was very kind to lend us his beach house for a few days, and, more importantly, he was discreet. He wasn't trying to pry into why we needed to get out of Graceville. Maybe he simply thinks we need a love nest. I realized I could totally live with that. Climbing a few wooden steps dusted with sand and sea salt, I reached the door. Although it was obvious the house was old on the outside, it was well maintained and completely modern on the inside. It was on the small side, but very charming. It had a pronounced beach house vibe. I needed less than a minute to take a tour around it. I explored while Daniel brought in our things. Downstairs was the living room and kitchen, which had all the modern appliances, I noted with approval, and a small bathroom. Upstairs was a single open-floor bedroom and another bathroom. Truth be told, I thought it was perfect, and not simply as a hiding place. I could picture myself living there with Daniel quite easily. I could see us curled together under a blanket in the living room, drinking hot cocoa on cool winter days, and enjoying the sounds the crackling fire in the fireplace was making. "Did you discover the best part about this place?" Daniel asked, coming to wrap his arms around my waist. "Huge fireplace. Great internet connection," he replied, while chuckling, clearly amused by my answer. "We can binge-watch any show we want." "That's great," I replied, though I wasn't sure how much TV I could enjoy while being worried about Marco.
Daniel kissed me on the forehead, clearly sensing my mood. His next words confirmed as much. I know you're worried, but I promise you, we're safe. Marco can't hurt you here. I really wished I could believe him. I really wished I could simply relax and enjoy this unexpected time off. Yet something like that wasn't possible. Not after everything. Not after Michael's murder. Marco was on a warpath, determined to find me and hurt me, which meant I could never really let my guard down. Instead of saying all that, I pulled Daniel close and kissed him. I poured into that kiss everything I was unable to say out loud. Luckily, Daniel didn't press and let me be. As always, he was very patient with me and allowed me time to come to terms with what was happening in my life. Thanks to him, thanks to his love, I didn't spiral out of control. I didn't succumb to despair. I didn't allow panic to overwhelm me. Quite the contrary. With Daniel around, taking care of me, it was almost easy to forget about my life, about Marco. I could almost enjoy myself. Almost. Marco was always lurking at the back of my mind, but I found myself relishing my time away with my love. I got swept away in this illusion, this bubble we managed to create for ourselves, where only we existed, where only our love for one another existed. This time away allowed me a glimpse into our potential future, and it was perfect. It was everything I ever dreamt of and desired. This was the life I'd pictured with Bruce, which he could never give to me because he was a selfish person, rotten to the bones. Daniel was my other half, the man I was supposed to be with all along, and no matter what, I wasn't bitter it took us this long to find one another. I was grateful. Luckily, Daniel had enough sense to bring some food with us so we wouldn't starve. In my fear, I definitely hadn't thought about such mundane things. I couldn't explain the feelings that arose in me while I watched the man I loved, the man I absolutely adored, prepare a meal for me. Nobody had ever cooked for me before. While Bruce was courting me, he had ordered food a couple of times or took me to restaurants, but he never cooked anything, not even breakfast. And once we married, it was always me indulging his needs. It was me working away in the kitchen or cleaning up the mess he made, picking up the pieces of the broken dishes and the untouched food from the floor that he'd thrown away when things weren't precisely to his liking. I dismissed those thoughts. I didn't want to think of Bruce ever again. I didn't want to compare one man to the other because they were incomparable. One was a real, loving man. The other had been a rotten monster who deserved everything awful bestowed on him. Daniel was my everything, and I hoped that he knew how deeply I loved him and that I couldn't imagine my life without him. I tried to help, but he shooed me out of the kitchen, yet not in a commanding manner, more playfully. He wanted to do this for me. He wanted to be the one taking care of me. That deeply touched me. I had to force myself not to start crying. I was so happy, so sad, and so grateful for this moment, I felt overwhelmed. However, I refused to ruin this perfect moment with my waterworks. I grabbed the plates, needing something to do to distract myself from all the feelings that resurfaced. I figured setting the table while Daniel finished the meal would be a perfect opportunity for something like that. But then Daniel stopped me. "What are you doing?" he asked in a light tone. We were both in a good mood. His question confused me a little. "Setting the table," I replied, shaking the plates that were already in my hands. He shook his head before kissing the tip of my nose. "I'll do that," he said, taking the plates away from me. "I want to help." "You are helping. You're giving me something gorgeous to look at while I work." He deadpanned. If anyone else had used that line, I would probably think of it as cheesy. But the way Daniel said it, the way he was looking at me while doing so,
made me look away and blush ever so slightly. I was one lucky woman to have this man in my life, to have this man love me so much. "If that's what you want," I said with a smile. "That's what I want. Just sit there, relax, and enjoy your glass of wine," he said, approaching to kiss me again. Enjoy my glass of wine. I couldn't even remember the last time I'd had anything alcoholic to drink. Bruce forbade me. He thought women shouldn't drink because that made them look and behave like whores. He beat me once when he caught me having a glass of wine while making dinner. I never made that mistake again. I'm doing it again, I realized. I'm tarnishing this amazing experience with the past. So I stopped and did my best to stay in the moment. "You'll spoil me," I said, taking a sip of my drink. It was a delicious white wine, and I was sure I would get drunk on one glass. I didn't care. "That's the idea," Daniel replied, grinning. "You deserve it." Here come the waterworks, I thought, once again having to work really hard to not start crying. These were tears of joy, but I still didn't want Daniel to see me cry ever again. I didn't want to see myself cry ever again. From now on, I was allowed only to smile, laugh, and enjoy life. That's not possible while Margot is still out there, trying to get me. I pushed that thought away. I wasn't going to let him ruin this for me either. As promised, after dinner, which was delicious, we settled to watch one of the TV shows I'd never heard of, but Daniel swore it was one of the best ever made. At times like this, I felt like I had been living under a rock for 10 years. Damn you, Bruce. I would definitely feel ashamed for my ignorance if I were with anyone other than Daniel. He didn't judge my lack of knowledge. He simply explained plots and then let me decide what sounded the most interesting to me. It was the best night I'd had in a long time. So this is what happiness looks like, I thought. Although I had plenty of reasons to stress about my life and be afraid, I clung to this warm feeling inside my chest. I allowed myself one night to enjoy life, to live, and simply be with Daniel. Because there was no telling what tomorrow would bring. More to the point, it wasn't like all my problems would simply disappear if I wasn't actively thinking about them all. They would be waiting for me tomorrow morning, like it or not. After Daniel left for work, I had to admit that a lot of the anxieties I was feeling before getting to the beach house returned. Being all alone with nothing to do except worry was true agony. Although, for some strange reason, not as bad as I imagined. I could definitely handle it. We were hiding at a pretty remote place, and nobody knew where we were except Daniel's friend and Detective Peterson, and that gave me confidence. It gave me hope that maybe, just maybe, things would turn out all right. Peterson would catch Marco. Marco would end up in jail for everything he'd done. Sarah would finally be free of him. I would be free of him, and I would be able to enjoy the rest of my life with Daniel. Our happily ever after depended on one thing, though, that we managed to give him the slip for long enough to give Detective Peterson a chance to catch him. Will we be successful? I really hope so. 33. Danger. A couple of days passed with nothing happening. Well, not nothing. A great deal happened between Daniel and me. Our relationship and our bond definitely grew as we had this opportunity, for the first time ever, to spend some quality time together and do things that couples did, like make love nonstop and laugh. One would think all those things together would make me feel happy. They did, yet my joy couldn't be complete while Marco was still out there somewhere. That fact was a constant source of worry. How could it not be when I knew there was a psychopath out there trying to find me? I was in pure agony, although I was trying to hide that from Daniel. I had received no word from Detective Peterson about his progress in locating Marco, and that was very concerning. How hard was it to find one man in Charleston? I fumed. I was constantly stressing about Marco. How could I not? Where was he? What was he up to? Was he still looking for me, or had he given up the search? Of course he's still looking for me. It was foolish to think otherwise. Men like him never gave up. Besides, I had double-crossed him, and a man like that unquestionably didn't do well with betrayal. His wife went to a therapist, and after discovering that, he decided he wanted her dead. The man was clearly completely unhinged, and I was sure for what I did to him, he was preparing an even bigger punishment. What was greater than death? I didn't dare answer that, but I was sure, whatever it was, I would pray for death instead. Don't think like that, I snapped at myself. I couldn't allow myself to succumb to despair, although it was getting harder and harder to resist. Having Daniel beside me was a huge comfort. I honestly didn't know what I would do without him. My days were much brighter thanks to him, and my nights were full of passion. I love you, Daniel murmured against my lips, kissing me goodbye on his way out. I would never get tired of hearing that. I love you too, I countered in the same manner. See you tonight. Bring some food with you, I suggested. We were running short of supplies, especially since we both attacked the fridge each night after making love, and it didn't really matter what we ate, as long as it was food, a necessary fuel so we could continue with our activities. That thought put a smile on my face. He chuckled. Send me a list of what you want. I loved how domestic we were with one another, although we'd spent only a couple of days actually living together. That was how I knew we were a good fit. Everything with Daniel felt easy and natural. Once he left, leaving me all alone with my worries and thoughts, which somehow always multiplied when Daniel wasn't around, I decided to do something extremely stupid. And the fact that I knew it was a terrible, idiotic idea didn't stop me or slow me down in the slightest from proceeding. Making sure I was alone and that Daniel wouldn't be coming back, I went upstairs. What could I say? Old habits die hard. And although I really hated myself for it, I couldn't prevent myself from behaving in such a manner. I grabbed my bag from the bottom of the wardrobe and rummaged through it. I knew it was stupid of me, but I couldn't leave it behind. It was my connection to Marco. At least it was, if he hadn't changed his number. Just holding the phone in my hand made me feel a little less stressed. Not because I wanted to contact Marco. I didn't want that at all. But because if it was with me, then nobody else could get their hands on it and use it to incriminate me. Holding it now, I had one less thing to stress about. If I had left it at home, I would fear someone, mostly Marco, would find it. There was no doubt in my mind he would try to break into my house if the opportunity arose to snoop around and try to figure out where I went. So, not having this evidence waiting for him to take and use against me, was a huge relief. And the only reason I still hadn't gotten rid of it was that I was too paranoid and couldn't find the perfect place to dump it. How about the sea? I shook my head. I definitely didn't need attitude from myself at a time like this. I needed to make sure it could never be traced back to me. The last thing I wanted was for someone like Detective Peterson to find it and realize I was a big fat liar who deserved to be in jail alongside Marco. Before I managed to convince myself that I was being ridiculous, I turned the phone on. I shouldn't have. It started beeping almost immediately, notifying me I had a bunch of unread messages. It could only be Marco, which made me believe some kind of sixth sense was urging me to look at the phone to read them in the first place. I had to know what had been happening. Where was Marco, mentally speaking? Or, in other words, how pissed off at me was he on a scale of 1 to 100? Do I really need to read the messages to know that?
I was sure he was beyond pissed without having to do anything. All the same, I opened the text messages and scrolled backwards to start reading them according to the date stamps. I started with the older ones, then proceeded to the newer ones. There was a distinct progression of his anger. I read the first one. "You've disappointed me gravely. I did you a favor, and this is how you repay me?" Well, of course, he was the victim in all of this, and I was the bad guy. Typical. I moved on to the next. "Don't think I'll forgive you for this. You've made a big mistake. I'm not the man to cross. Or ignore. You cannot stay hidden from me for long. I will find you no matter what." I gulped at that. His tone definitely escalated from there. Even though these were text messages, I could clearly hear his voice in my head as I read them, and for some reason, it came to me how he had completely stopped mentioning a partnership like he used to. Before, he had spoken in terms of us against the abusers, but that had quickly changed after he'd killed Bruce. Now, it was him doing me a favor, him saving me betraying him, me hurting him. These were all familiar phrases to me. I'd heard them from Bruce too many times in the past to not recognize them. And in a way, I was glad. He was showing his true monstrous face. Although I was terrified, at least now I knew where I stood in his eyes. I had known he was a monster for a good while now, but I appreciated having this concrete proof, no matter how weird that sounded. With these messages, I had proof I was right. He had pretended from the start and lied and manipulated me so I would do his bidding. Marco had tried to use me, and him acting out now was only further proof he was no better than Bruce. Actually, he was 100 times worse because he was prepared to kill. I forced myself to continue reading. "I hope the cops get you for being the only one to profit from Bruce and the mayor's death." So it's true, I thought as my heart started to race like crazy. Daniel was right. Marco had killed Michael. He killed him to frame me, to make me look guilty. He was a complete psychopath. Then again, it wasn't like I didn't know that already. There was one last message from Marco, and I opened it up. "I'm going to find you, you bitch, and I'm going to kill you and your new boyfriend. You fucked up, and now I'm going to fucking kill you." Reading those lines, I dropped the phone. I started shaking from nerves. He was completely unhinged. Having figured I'd double-crossed him and that the police were after him, he was now channeling all his anger toward me. And now he wouldn't rest until he found me, hurt me, and killed me. And Daniel. Oh my God, what have I done? The most rattling thing was that he knew about Daniel. And I thought we'd been careful. Apparently not careful enough, because he called Daniel my new boyfriend. That made me frown. Daniel and I had been having an affair for quite some time, but Marco wasn't privy to that. How could he be? All the same, he knew enough. He had definitely followed me around, so he must have staked out my house and seen the two of us together. Oh, no. He knows what Daniel looks like. I didn't like that one bit. All this time, I was worried I would put Daniel in danger, and in the end, that's exactly what I did. Stupid, stupid. If Marco has been watching me, does that mean he knows about this place too? The thought chilled me to the bones. He couldn't know about this place, I thought, trying to calm myself. He would have come here already if he did. He would be here and confronting me already if he knew where I was hiding. He wouldn't send threatening messages. Unless he's toying with me. That thought was a scary one. Marco couldn't have known I would convince myself to read these messages, so to assume this was all part of some plan would be reaching. All the same, I couldn't say that I felt as safe as I had before reading those damn messages.
I knew I was doing something idiotic, and yet it couldn't be helped. I simply had to. And now my head was spinning. Can I use these messages against him? I played with the idea that I could show them to the detective. They would provide him with additional incentive to find Marco and arrest him. With these threats, I was sure he would end up in jail, and then all of this would be over. Once Marco was behind bars, I was sure the rest would fall into place. Maybe Sarah would gather enough courage, seeing him locked up, to speak against him as well. There was just one problem with that. Detective Peterson couldn't know about this phone. Sure, I would incriminate Marco with it, but it would be direct proof against me as well. It would be the evidence that I had lied, that I had plotted with Marco to kill 2 people. I couldn't show Detective Peterson what was on this phone. It was too dangerous for me because of all the information it contained and the data it stored, and I definitely couldn't pick and choose what to show and what to conceal. I truly believed Marco wanted to frame me more than he wanted to see me dead, despite what his messages said, because if I was imprisoned for something I didn't do, I would suffer more. And then he could come to visit and gloat. I believed I had gotten to know him well enough to know he would prefer such an outcome rather than downright killing me. Somehow, that wasn't comforting. I had to destroy the phone. That had become imperative and urgent. Without wasting any more time, or even feeling the desire to reply to Marco, I really didn't want to antagonize him further. I had done that plenty with my actions already. I turned the phone off and took the SIM card out. More like yanked it out. Then I started looking around the house for some kind of tool I could use to destroy it. I found a hammer in one of the cabinets in the kitchen, then rushed back to the living room, dumped the SIM card on the floor, and started whacking it with the hammer. I stopped only when it was completely destroyed, broken into smithereens. With painful care, I then collected all the pieces and, after grabbing the device as well, went outside. I carried everything to the beach, but didn't stop there. I entered the ocean, still fully clothed. The water was chilly, but I ignored it. Apologizing to Mother Earth for polluting its waters, I tossed everything as far as I could into the ocean. I felt better and worse at the same time for doing it. It was a relief that I no longer possessed all this evidence against me. There was nothing tying me to Marco anymore, which was great. At the same time, I lost my connection to Marco. I wasn't sure if that was smart or not. If he decided to write me again, I wouldn't know, and I felt like that was an advantage lost. All the same, I really felt like this was the right thing to do in the long run. Besides, I had already learned everything that I needed to learn. Marco was angry, and he was coming for me. What else is new? 34. Overconfidence. I was happy when Daniel came home toting bags of groceries. Home. How strange that sounded. It was ironic I considered this stranger's beach house more of a home than I ever did the big house I lived in with Bruce for a decade. I hugged him and kissed him because, as always, he made my worries go away, and after reading all the messages from Marco, I was extremely worried, terrified that Marco was going to go after Daniel while he was away from me. Daniel chuckled as I wrapped myself around him. I could really get used to you greeting me like this, he said in high spirits as he set everything down on the kitchen counter. Oh, really? I countered playfully. Yes, I like it. He turned back to me, taking me in his arms. Well, I like you, I replied, kissing him. Someone's in a good mood, he commented, grinning. Not really. I didn't feel the need to tell him that, although I had to admit I did feel better while he was around. My thoughts tended to shift from Marco to us getting to bed early any time I saw Daniel, which was not such a bad thing. Then I stopped in my tracks, metaphorically speaking. Should I worry I relied so much on him?
Am I repeating old mistakes? I never wanted to depend on a man again. I knew firsthand to what heartaches that could lead. Daniel isn't Bruce, and he would never treat me the way Bruce did, I argued with myself. To Bruce, I was nothing more than a possession, something he owned and used how he saw fit. Daniel saw me as his beloved, his partner. In his eyes, I was his equal, which was comforting. So no, I realized, I shouldn't be worried, because that was what real love looked like. In times of need, we relied on one another. We helped each other overcome difficulties. Realizing all that, I felt silly for doubting Daniel for even a fraction of a second. What could I say? I was a mess. I was a work in progress, and I was aware I would need a lot of time and patience, not to mention therapy, to overcome some of the shit Bruce put me through. With Daniel by my side, with his love and care, I knew there was nothing I couldn't beat. Including Marco? I left that unanswered, trying to banish all those thoughts of him away and stay in the moment with Daniel. It somewhat worked, especially since we continued to be playful with one another and kiss nonstop between putting the groceries away. I was sure I would never get tired of that, of being able to express my love for him. I never wanted to leave this place, because a part of me thought that would mean we would return to how it was between us before. No! Every part of me rebelled. I wasn't going to hide my relationship with Daniel, or my love for him, anymore. I didn't care if that made me a suspect, or if this whole town started gossiping. Daniel and I deserved this. We deserved to be able to be together, and happy. Determined to live my life the way I wanted, I smiled. "This all looks delicious," I said as I put some of the food in the fridge. "I bet I know a way we can work up an appetite." Daniel chuckled, grabbed my hand, and pulled me up the stairs with me laughing behind him. The next day, I was woken from my late afternoon nap by my phone ringing. My first thought, while I still wasn't completely awake, was that Marco was calling me. Then I remembered he didn't have this number, and I'd gotten rid of the phone he called for good. I put a hand on my chest to calm my racing heart and opened my eyes before grabbing my phone from the nightstand. "Who is it?" Daniel looked at me questioningly. "It's Detective Peterson," I said before answering the call. "Think he's caught this guy?" he asked, but I didn't have time to speculate since I hit the answer button. "Hello," I answered, having pretty mixed feelings about him calling. Part of me was relieved that I was finally getting some kind of information from him. It had been a few very stressful days, despite the fun I was having with Daniel. Still, I was terrified to hear what the detective had to share with me. I ignored the voice inside my head that was telling me Detective Peterson was calling to warn me that Marco was on his way to the beach house to kill me. That same voice thought the detective was calling to let me know he knew I lied and would be coming to arrest me for conspiring to murder Bruce. "Stop it!" I snapped at myself. I couldn't hear what the detective had to say with all these voices shouting nonsense inside my head. I couldn't allow my paranoia to get the best of me. Not now. "I have some news," Detective Peterson said hesitantly. "Oh?" I clenched my fist beneath the blanket and willed myself to stay calm. "Is everything all right on your end?" he asked, instead of telling me why he'd called, clearly getting sidetracked for a moment. It was nice to know that my safety was important, too. "I'm still hidden out here. No signs of Marco," I reassured him. Was I telling the truth? Well, I wasn't lying, but just because I didn't see him didn't mean he wasn't lurking about. "Good," Detective Peterson said. "So, the reason I'm calling is to let you know that Marco is the prime suspect in your husband's murder, and potentially your father-in-law's as well."
Really?
Yes. I've managed to place Marco in Graceville on the day of your husband's murder. He received a parking ticket, and a neighbor of Mayor Costigan describes someone looking like Marco lurking around the estate on the night of his murder.
This was terrific news.
So, what now? I asked excitedly. A judge has issued a warrant for his arrest.
Okay.
And?
I asked, sensing there was something bad coming.
We tried arresting him, but his wife told us he left the house a few days ago without returning, and she had no idea where he went. Then again, she could be lying.
She's not. I would bet $1 million that she's a lot like me. An abused wife. A man like Marco doesn't feel the need to tell his wife anything about his business, and he'd probably give her a beatdown if she asked him. I knew that from experience. I was very much relieved Sarah was still alive and well. Marco had left her to come looking for me. There was a certain comfort in that. Not in the fact that he was hunting me, but because he hadn't hurt Sarah because of me. She must not have mentioned anything I'd said to her. I was grateful for that.
That's a good point, Peterson agreed. She did remind me of you in that regard.
So, do you think he's in hiding? I asked, trying to gauge where his thoughts were.
Actually, we know that's what he's done,
Detective Peterson replied. What do you mean? How do you know? I asked, not fully understanding how it was possible for him to know that unless they had him under surveillance. But if they did, why not just execute the warrant?
We've already located his hiding place. He used one of his aliases to rent an apartment. We are staking the place out and will arrest him as soon as he returns.
What do you mean, returns? He's not there? I questioned.
We haven't actually got eyes on him yet, but we will soon. Don't worry.
That's great news, I said, only fractionally relieved. For all they knew, Marco could be anywhere. I sighed and shook my head. I was giving that monster too much power. The detective knew what he was doing. I needed to trust him. This was all going to be over soon. I felt like jumping for joy, but I didn't, of course, especially after reminding myself he hadn't been apprehended yet. There were still plenty of opportunities for the shit to hit the fan. I wasn't generally pessimistic, simply realistic. And I knew this wasn't over yet. Besides, I was sure Marco wouldn't go down without a fight, whether with me or with the cops. So the celebration had to wait.
That's why I decided to call you and let you know you'll be free to return home soon, the detective said, unaware of my thoughts.
I nodded, although he couldn't see me. Daniel slid his hand into mine and squeezed my fingers under the blanket.
"What's going on?"
he murmured softly, unable to hear Peterson's side of the conversation. I squeezed his hand back and whispered, "Give me a minute." Then into the phone I said, "Thanks for calling me to let me know, Detective. But I do have a question."
"What is that, Mrs. Costigan?"
he asked. "If you don't have eyes on him, how do you know he'll return soon?"
"I suppose I don't, exactly, but I do expect to have Mr. Mayfield in my custody by the end of the night, one way or another,"
Detective Peterson said optimistically, which I took as a good sign. If a man like him was so confident, then it was all over for Marco. He just didn't know it yet. "I like the sound of that," I replied honestly. Although I liked being with Daniel at this beach house, I didn't like the idea of hiding forever. I wanted to live my life, finally, experience new things, not cower on some island worrying about murderers. I promise. I will contact you once we have him in custody," Peterson reassured me at the end of our conversation. "Great. I would appreciate that. And thank you again for calling me," I said, remembering my manners.
No problem. Oh, and I'll need to speak with you again, officially, after his arrest, so you can ID him and so on."
"Of course," I replied, although I wasn't looking forward to a confrontation with Marco at the police station. There was no way I could avoid it. "Goodbye, Detective." I sighed, feeling much better, lighter than before speaking with the detective, collapsing back on the bed. "What's happening?" Daniel asked, snuggling closer to me. In a rush, I explained everything that Detective Peterson had shared with me. "They're about to arrest Marco. They found an apartment listed under the name of one of his aliases, and they're watching it. They have a warrant for his arrest and everything. It will all be over soon. Or, so I hoped." Daniel had a strange expression on his face listening to that. I was about to ask what was wrong when he said, "That's really great news. Although I have to admit, I kind of liked being here with you. And it's sad we'll lose that," he confessed a bit sheepishly. It was heartwarming that he felt the same way I did. I said as much. "We don't have to lose what we have here," I reassured him as I nuzzled my face into his neck. "We can still do this at my place once we head back to town." Daniel pulled back to look at me with a smile.
"Are you asking me to move in with you?"
I didn't even have to think about it. "Yes, I am."
"I'll think about it,"
he teased, and I retaliated by tickling him. One thing led to another, and pretty soon we were making love again. Once we finished, Daniel got out of bed and started to get dressed. That put a frown on my face. I wanted to cuddle some more. "Where are you going?" "Why are you getting dressed?" "To the kitchen. I think that such good news deserves a celebration." It took me a moment to catch his meaning.
"I thought we already did that."
I deadpanned and gave him a wink. He chuckled.
"My mother taught me that good news needs to be celebrated by eating something sweet, and I know just what we should have,"
he explained. He rarely spoke about his mother, or his parents in general, so I was always interested to hear what he had to say. He'd lost both his parents in a car accident when he was young. He'd ended up in a foster house. Although he reassured me he was never treated badly, it was obvious those weren't the best years of his life. I was sure his childhood pretty much ended the day he became an orphan. "He's not been arrested yet, though," I pointed out, "so maybe we should hold off on celebrating." He waved his hand.
"He will be soon enough. So, what do you say?"
"What do you have in mind?" I asked carefully.
I really wanted to know what he'd been thinking of.
What thoughts of his mom had led him to choose.
"How do chocolate pancakes sound?"
he asked, grinning.
"For dinner?"
I asked incredulously, but there was a smile on my face. He shrugged.
"Why not?"
"You know what?
That sounds perfect,"
I replied, grinning like a fool. Once I got dressed, I joined Daniel in the kitchen. He was already in the process of making the batter for the pancakes. I adored how handy he was in the kitchen. I adored a lot of things where he was concerned. At the same time, I remained on guard. I simply could not match his levels of enthusiasm and happiness no matter how much I tried. I needed to hear Detective Peterson tell me he had Marco in custody to be able to fully enjoy myself. So I simply played along for the time being, waiting for his next call. I wouldn't be able to rest until then. Marco ending up in prison was definitely a better outcome than him coming here to kill me. There was a chance, and a big chance, that Marco would try to drag me down with him once he got himself arrested. I was sure he would rat me out the instant Detective Peterson entered the interrogation room to hear his side of the story. He could even try to make it sound as though it had all been my idea in the first place, that I seduced him into killing my husband, or something like that. That was all right with me. I had made my peace with it. I knew that there might come a time when it would be my word against his. As long as he ended up in jail, as long as he couldn't hurt Sarah anymore or hurt Daniel, I could deal with anything else, even prison time if I had to. But I was pretty confident regarding my chances to walk out of it unscathed. I was fairly certain there was no evidence against me after all, and the word of a criminal didn't carry much weight. Besides, I'd managed to talk myself out of this mess once. I was pretty sure I could do it again. I would deny everything and act all surprised and outraged that he was trying to incriminate me and make me part of his sick games. Marco was a criminal who had served time for trying to kill his ex-wife and who developed an unhealthy fixation on me. On the other hand, I was a law-abiding citizen, a poor widow, and a domestic abuse survivor. I was pretty sure that I would get all the sympathy points and a jury would rule in my favor. Even those two detectives would have to admit they'd made a mistake. Marco would not be able to prove that I ever agreed to be his partner in crime. That was the whole beauty of what he'd proposed. Even if he provided that original phone of his with all the messages exchanged between us where I had given him Bruce's details, he would never be able to prove it was me who had sent him those messages in the first place. Not to mention he would incriminate himself further, because many of those texts showed him threatening someone. I could deny that it was me, but he wouldn't be able to deny that he was threatening death to someone. I was pretty sure that I had gotten rid of the only piece of evidence that existed against me, which was now safely lying at the bottom of the ocean, completely ruined. Even if Sarah mentioned that I spoke with her, I would simply tell the detective what I told her. Of course, that would be a bit dicey, explaining how I knew she was Marco's wife, but I would come up with something. I was good at that, it seemed, despite the fact that I hated lying. So, in the end, it didn't matter what Marco tried to do once he was arrested, because I would be prepared for it, and I would win. I didn't have any other choice. 35. When the shit finally hits the fan. Once again, after eating all the pancakes that Daniel made for us, we curled up on the couch under a quilt to watch some TV. That didn't last long. Although Daniel chose what to watch with care, we ended up making out, like we had the previous nights, and since we both felt insatiable for one another, kissing turned into something more passionate, more consuming. And in one swift move, while I laughed, Daniel swept me into his arms, then tried to carry me up the stairs. The stairs were too narrow for him to actually carry me without me hitting my head, so he had to put me down, and we walked up to the bedroom holding hands. We didn't mind. We continued to laugh like a couple of teenagers taking each other's clothes off, before falling onto the bed, with me on top. Daniel usually let me be the lead, and I knew that was his way of showing me that he would never force me to do anything I wasn't comfortable with. Having been forced into sex with Bruce many times, I had to admit I appreciated Daniel's attitude during those vulnerable, intimate moments between us. I kissed him and moved in ways I knew would entice reactions from him, and it still thrilled me and turned me on that I could do something like that. Not simply be the source of his pleasure, but that I could be with him in the first place. I had feared that I would never be able to be intimate like this with anyone, but I was comfortable with Daniel. Despite the fact that I struggled with my faith after being with Bruce for so long, I would thank God for having Daniel in my life for the rest of my life, and I would show him each day how much I cared about him and loved him. I had always believed that was very important, not to simply mumble those 3 words during climax, but actually show that love with everything else you said or did. My parents had been like that in their relationship. Dad had always bought Mom her favorite breakfast returning home after night shifts,
and she had always found interesting parts for his hobby. Dad liked to build miniatures cities, fantasy lands, famous battle scenes, and so on. I had always found it rather sweet. I hoped that one day I would have what they had. I'd wanted that with Bruce when we first married, but he'd ruined it for me. I had a second chance now, with Daniel, and I was very much looking forward to it. I stopped thinking at that moment and surrendered to the feelings Daniel was enticing in me, in my body. We were both very loud and didn't care. It didn't matter how loud we were. We were in the middle of nowhere, after all, so there was no need to be cautious or quiet. It was in the middle of the night when we were finally satiated, feeling exhausted but in the best of ways, still in each other's arms as we slowly dozed off, while lying protected in Daniel's arms. I could almost convince myself everything would turn out for the better, especially after having numerous orgasms. I hadn't had an orgasm with Bruce, ever. It was a miracle I could still remember what lovemaking should feel like after all these years. At the beginning of our relationship, I had convinced myself that something like that wasn't important, how the problem was me, how it would come with time when we got to know one another completely. Although I had gotten to know Bruce really well, especially his dark side, his true side, I had never experienced that kind of satisfaction with him. Over the years, I had become glad it never occurred. I would only hate myself if my body responded to that kind of abuse. So, now I knew better. A man who really loved his woman would do everything in his power to make her happy, to make her satisfied, and vice versa. Luckily, I now had Daniel, with whom I knew I would get my happily ever after. Sleep was on the verge of gripping me, and I hoped of dreaming about something pleasant, perhaps about Daniel, when all of a sudden the sound of a car driving at high speed up the long gravel road to the beach house, because that was the only road available, could be heard, jerking me upward. And I wasn't the only one who was startled by it. Daniel sat up too, suddenly wide awake. It went without saying that the sound was getting louder by the second. It was definitely advancing toward the house. Had someone gotten lost? I wondered. I glanced through the large window that faced the front of the house, and, true enough, lights could be seen, though I couldn't see the car on the road, but I knew a car was approaching. That filled me with unease, and I so hoped all this was simply a figment of my imagination. Unfortunately, it wasn't. "Someone's coming," I stated the obvious, still looking through the window. In the dark, I couldn't see anything other than a pair of headlights. They looked pretty ominous to me, like two eyes gunning for me. "Stop it!" I snapped at myself. I was panicking without reason, although I was sure that I would get my reason soon enough. Daniel rubbed his eyes, blinking. "Is it the police?" he wondered as he too looked out of the window from the bed. I frowned. What would they be doing here in the middle of the night? It didn't make sense. Then again, they could be coming to arrest me. After all that I'd been through, nothing could surprise me anymore. Marco was trying to frame me, after all. Perhaps he had succeeded. I didn't think that was the case, though. "I don't think so." The distinct red and blue lights were absent. If the police weren't rushing to see me, that could mean only one thing. Daniel and I jumped out of bed at the same time, as though coming to the same conclusion. Marco is coming! And he was eager to see me. I felt sick to my stomach. How did he find us? We started scrambling for our clothes, dressing with haste. Daniel started jumping up and down while he was putting his pants on, and I put on the first things I grabbed. It turned out to be Daniel's blue shirt, one of my favorites. I didn't bother with a bra. Marco wasn't coming for a social visit. He was coming here to kill me. Oh, God! He's coming to kill me! Once I got dressed, sort of,
I went to look through the window again. Daniel joined me. The car in question neared us enough I could see it was a massive SUV. "Do you know who's driving that car?" Daniel asked me. "No, but we can definitely rule the police out," I replied with dread. "It's Marco. It has to be him," I forced myself to add. "Don't worry. Everything will be all right." Daniel tried to comfort me, hugging me, although I could see he was tense. How could I not worry? A maniac, a killer was after me. Of course I worried, with every fiber of my being, and I couldn't see how anything was going to be all right, especially since he was coming to kill me. Dear God, please help me. All kinds of thoughts rushed through my head as I just stood there, staring transfixed at the SUV that was nearing the beach house at full speed. Daniel's car wouldn't be able to go that fast on that gravel, but this SUV was eating the distance as if it was nothing. I was paralyzed in place by fear, watching my doom approaching. I couldn't do anything. I didn't know if there was anything I could do anyway. I knew I needed to call Detective Peterson, but I was frozen. Besides, he was 50 miles away. What was he going to do? I'd done my best to resist, to hide from the consequences of my actions, but in the end, Marco had found me. It was game over. No! Every part of my being rebelled. I couldn't let him win. This wasn't a game. But then again, how to stop him? He was a killer. And who was I? A nobody. A weak woman who had endured abuse for 10 years without fighting, without trying to escape, without hope. I didn't stand a chance against this man. I couldn't defeat Bruce on my own. I couldn't hope to defeat Marco either. He was just too powerful. "He's not stopping," Daniel said with alarm, breaking my chain of thoughts, which was a good thing. "I'm going to call the cops." He started to go to the landline phone on the nightstand. Daniel was right. Marco wasn't stopping. If anything, he was accelerating. It looked as though he was gunning for the house. "He's going to hit us," I said, the levels of my panic pretty noticeable in my voice. There was nowhere we could run. There was nowhere we could hide. Marco was going to hit the house, tear it to pieces with us in it. "He can't hit the house. My car is in the way," Daniel countered, turning back toward the window and getting distracted from making the call to the cops. Just as Daniel said that, we watched in horror as the black SUV smacked into the back of Daniel's coupe. As in the movies, I watched it all happening in a strange, slow-motion kind of manner. It was as though we had a private screening of some action movie while seeing this big car completely destroying the smaller one. It was unreal and horrifying at the same time. It was unreal because it was too horrifying to accept it as reality. Marco had trapped us here. We were completely stranded on this island, stalked by a killer. He's going to kill us. Although I tried not to think about it, that was the only thing on my mind. I knew I was supposed to do something, but I still remained by the window, watching to see what would happen next. I felt a strange out-of-body experience, as though witnessing all this happening to someone else, not to me. I knew that was bad, but I was unable to stop it. "That man is completely crazy," Daniel growled beside me. "He trashed my car." I couldn't agree more. Then again, I already knew that, and that was the least of our problems. The least that he planned on doing tonight. Knowing what a psycho he was, I had still decided to double-cross him. Marco was more than simply a crazy man. He was a dangerous man. A murderer. He'd killed Bruce, and he'd killed Michael. He'd tried to kill his ex-wife, his current wife, too, and God knew who else. People I hadn't heard of, that Detective Peterson didn't know about. This was all my fault. I'd done this. I'd brought this man into our lives, and because of it, we were now both going to die. Coming here, to this isolated island, was a terrible mistake. I panicked. We'd chosen the wrong place. Instead of choosing a public place, a place filled with other people, with witnesses, we'd found the most remote place possible to hide. Stupid. 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 We might as well have served ourselves up on a silver platter to him. Marco could do what he wanted here without anyone being the wiser. He could kill us, and nobody would know it. Nobody could save us. I watched, petrified out of my mind, paralyzed by fear, as Marco, very slowly, very calmly, got out of his SUV as though he hadn't just destroyed another car. What was left of the SUV, anyway. It too had taken some major damage. All the same, it still looked a lot better than Daniel's car, which was completely totaled. Marco would be able to drive himself away from this place. We wouldn't be so lucky. Then again, I didn't think we would survive this night. "Stop it!" I snapped at myself, realizing I couldn't just stand there doing nothing. He glanced up before starting to walk. He knew I was up here. He knew I was watching. I could barely see his face, but I could have sworn he was smirking. The crazy bastard was actually in a good mood. Of course he was. He thought he was so superior, so smart, so all-powerful. He thought he'd won. "He did find you." I shook that thought off. With big strides, he reached the house. I couldn't see him anymore from my vantage point, but I could definitely hear him once he reached the front door, because he immediately started banging against it. He wasn't simply knocking, trying to get our attention or something like that. He was trying to kick the door open, and I knew it was just a matter of time before he would succeed. It wasn't like the doors were made of steel or anything. We weren't exactly hiding in a vault or a top-security panic room. We were in a rickety old beach house that had been worn down by the change of seasons by the ocean. He could probably blow at it and get it to fall down. He was going to get inside in mere seconds, and then he was going to kill us. And I knew the order of things happening. He would kill Daniel first, then me, because he wanted to make me suffer. He wanted me to feel powerless in stopping him from killing the love of my life. He wanted me to feel immense pain before dying, because he believed I deserved it, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. This was the reason I would burn in hell, for being unable to save Daniel, for getting the love of my life killed. Daniel was the love of my life. I knew that I loved him with all my heart, but I just now realized that he was the true love of my life. And I'd ruined everything. Oh my God, no. Please, no. Please, help us. I prayed. 36. Battle between good and evil. Marco was savagely trying to break the door down, and I could only stand in place, still staring through the window, even though all I could see was Daniel's ruined car. The banging sounds Marco was making felt like a direct hit to my chest. With an old door like that, it was just a matter of time before he managed to break inside. And then what would happen? He would kill us, I thought with dread. All of a sudden, in a blink of an eye, everything changed for me. Things stopped happening in slow motion, although we didn't return to real time either. Everything sped up, and all thanks to Daniel. Daniel started cursing, something I had rarely heard him do, and just acted. My brain short-circuited for a moment, as though needing a second to rewrite itself before starting to function normally again. Daniel rushed down the stairs. "No!" I yelled after him. Too late. He was already down there, and he would be the first thing Marco would see. No! No, no, no! That That was what finally snapped me from my stupor and forced me into action. I wasn't going to allow Marco to hurt Daniel. Not because of me, not because I'd brought him into our lives. It was on me to protect Daniel, and that meant I needed to fight for the first time in my life. The fear I was feeling was all-consuming, but I wouldn't go down like this. Not cowering in fear in some corner of a dark room. I followed him. We will live together, or we will die together. Two things happened at the same time. Daniel grabbed a poker from the fireplace just as Marco finally busted inside. To my chagrin, Marco didn't even look winded. He looked determined, and he looked not so much pissed off as I would expect, but totally detached. Like a true psychopath, it froze all the blood inside my veins. That stare. But that was not the most terrifying thing about him. It was that he hadn't uttered a word to me, to us, as he advanced. There would be no chit-chat, no exchange of wits, of insults. He came here with only one intent: to kill. And that was it. "Daniel, get out of here," I pleaded. This was my battle, and I didn't want him to get hurt because of me. Of course, he didn't listen to me, and instead charged at Marco. Marco smirked ever so slightly in return. I was aware Daniel was no match for Marco. He is going to get himself killed, I thought with panic, and it was all going to be my fault. Meeting Marco in the middle of the living room, Daniel swung with the poker, trying to hit him straight on the head. Marco ducked while moving to the side, completely missing the blow. He moved freakishly fast for someone his size. I didn't like that one bit. And then it was his turn for the counterattack. He didn't do that exactly. Instead of attacking, he simply pushed Daniel to the side. Daniel tripped over the quilt we'd left lying on the floor and fell over it, on his ass. The poker flew from his hand as well. "Daniel!" I cried out, fearing he hurt himself, while I watched everything happening from my place at the base of the stairs. Marco turned toward me. I could see my own painful death in his eyes. He was going to make me pay. He was going to make me suffer for my betrayal. In a small house like this, it didn't take him long to reach me. I really tried to be defiant. I wanted to say something clever, something brave, but nothing came to mind. I just stood there, frozen, unable to move or defend myself as he came at me, ready to grab me. All of a sudden, Daniel jumped on his back, taking us both by surprise, and once again he had the poker with him. He immediately started hitting Marco with it. Marco went berserk. He started growling, lashing around, trying to shake Daniel off his back while suffering blows all over his body. In return, Marco wasn't holding back his punches either. Being a tall man, his arms had a pretty good reach. He started punching Daniel, his fists managing to land some pretty serious blows. He's going to kill him. He's going to kill him. These words were on repeat inside my head as I watched the two men fight. Marco started thrashing about, moving from one side to the other, trying to push Daniel away, hitting him into the wall, smacking Daniel's head into the wall, hitting into anything and everything. Daniel won't be able to hold on for long, I realized with dread. I needed to help him. I needed to tip the scales in our favor. But how? I started looking for some kind of weapon that would do damage and stop Marco from killing Daniel, and hopefully from killing me. That was a tall order, but I wasn't about to give up. I couldn't. This problem couldn't be solved by running away. I was done running away. Letting out a rather savage, completely inhuman sound, Marco started running backward and hit the wall with such force, with such fierceness, that Daniel grunted as the back of his head smacked against the wall before falling to the floor. And he didn't immediately get up. His eyes remained closed. "Oh, no! Daniel!" I screamed. "Daniel!" There There was no reply. He's killed him. He's killed him. I started to panic all over again. But then Daniel's eyes fluttered open. I was so relieved I started sobbing. "Daisy?" he managed to choke out. "Get out of here. Run!" he pleaded, although it was obvious how much it physically pained him to speak. Marco looked winded. All the same, he once again came at me. It was obvious from the start I was his primary target. Daniel was simply an obstacle on his way to get me. There was some comfort in that he didn't hurt Daniel more than he needed to, that he didn't kill him. He simply incapacitated him so he could catch me. And what am I going to do now? "Get out of here! Now!" Daniel yelled at me in desperation, trying to get up. Of course I couldn't do that. I couldn't leave the man I loved with all my heart with that maniac, no matter what. Even if Marco killed me, right here and right now, that was a price I was willing to pay to give Daniel enough time to run away from this place and get help. Help that wasn't coming. "Any last words?" Marco asked me, speaking for the first time while smirking. I really hated that face of his and the way he was smiling as though he knew he'd already won, as though that was the expected outcome anyway. Bruce used to make that same expression after beating me senselessly. It made my blood boil. It made me want to claw at his face with my bare hands. I wanted to make him bleed, suffer, and wipe that expression off his face. Instead of saying anything in return, I grabbed a painting that hung right beside me and hit him with it, catching his head with the wooden frame. It cracked while whacking him straight in the face. Marco wavered on his feet, and I used that moment of distraction to panic. Also, I used that moment to start running, but instead of running outside, as any normal person would have done, I turned around and ran back upstairs. In all this madness, I'd let my fear overtake me. I'd allowed myself to be paralyzed by fear, and that meant I'd stopped thinking clearly. I wanted to kick myself for that because it made me forget the most important thing. I wasn't alone, and I wasn't fucking powerless. At least, not anymore. Once upon a time, while married to Bruce, I had been weak, pathetic, and powerless to change my fate. But I wasn't that same person anymore. Everything that happened had an effect on me. I'd changed. I'd rediscovered myself. I'd found my long-lost courage, and there was no way I was going to lose it again. I would fight until the end. I wouldn't simply accept my fate, the fate Marco had decided would be mine. Never again would I allow a man to be my judge, jury, and executioner. Especially not a man like Marco, who was no man at all, but a beast that deserved to be punished for all his sins. Someone needed to stand up to him, to make him realize he was not the biggest and baddest. And in all the fairy tales, all the stories, there was only one way to deal with monsters. Reaching my suitcase at top speed, I started rummaging through it, not sure how much time I would have to get my weapon out before he came, because I was sure Marco would follow me. That blow to the head wasn't that serious. It had only stunned him because he didn't see it coming. Coming from someone like me, that was. Someone he saw as a weak, pathetic woman. That was why I hoped to inflict more permanent damage this time around, with something more serious, more deadly. "Where are you?" I stressed. I was losing patience. I couldn't find it. I dumped everything on the floor. Thankfully, I heard a clink as it landed, so I pushed aside all the clothes to reach Bruce's gun. Although this was definitely the wrong time to have such thoughts, I was patting myself on the back for having had enough sense to bring the weapon with me. It was fortunate it was here, because I needed it now more than ever. This was the perfect way to tip the scales in our favor. Marco would definitely not see this coming, especially not from me, the woman he chose to play with, to use while playing his sick games with his wife. I could just picture the surprise on his face when I aimed the gun at him. That thought,
almost put a smile on my face. 37. Guns don't kill people. In a rush of desperation, I grabbed my phone from the nightstand and dialed Detective Peterson, looking behind me, expecting to see Marco standing there. He wasn't. That worried me. He should have been up here by now. What was he up to?
Mrs. Costigan? I am afraid I still have no news for you. Marco hasn't returned to his hideout yet, he explained as a way of greeting.
That's because he's here, I interjected before he managed to say anything else. He is at the beach house, I said, not hiding the hysteria in my voice.
Are you all right?
He demanded, his tone changing immediately. No! How can I be all right? A maniac came here to kill me. No, please help us. I think he's armed, I added for good measure. I was sure that was true, at any rate. Just because I hadn't seen a gun or any other kind of weapon didn't mean Marco hadn't brought one with him. It simply meant he didn't get a chance to use it yet. A man like him wouldn't simply rely on his strength alone. He wanted to win, and he wanted me dead.
Where are you exactly?
Peterson asked. I recited the address in haste, suspicious that there were no signs of Marco yet. What was happening down there? Had Daniel and Marco continued fighting? That filled me with dread. I needed to go down there and help my love.
I'm on my way,
the detective reassured me. Please hurry, I pleaded before disconnecting. I put the phone on the bed and grabbed hold of the gun with both hands. I held it like Pete taught me. I also made sure the gun was fully loaded and that the safety was off before proceeding. My intent was to wound. Well, more precisely, to kill, not to intimidate. I was an excellent student, and because of that, my aim would be perfect. I was really trying to encourage myself as I advanced toward the steps. I had to believe that I would have perfect aim when I needed it. Something was wrong. I could feel it. There was a huge chance that Marco had heard everything I'd said to the detective. The bedroom was an open floor, after all, and sound would definitely have carried downstairs. Was he even still in the house? Knowing the police were coming, had he fled? I paused. He was. Daniel would have come to me by now if Marco had fled. I would have heard the SUV, too. No! The bastard is still here, I realized, and he was planning something. I just didn't know what. Daniel? I called out, nearing the steps. Part of me knew that was a mistake, but I needed to know he was all right. Besides, in a small house like this one, it wasn't like I could sneak back downstairs without anyone seeing me. It would be foolish to expect something like that. Even if the two men were fighting, they would notice me coming. Then again, I couldn't hear them fighting. I couldn't hear anything. That deeply troubled me.
Daisy, why are you hiding upstairs?
Marco broke the silence, speaking almost conversationally, making me grit my teeth. His voice booming all around me made me want to run away. I fought against the urge. I was done running.
Come here. Join us where the party is.
I gulped. Now I was sure something was seriously wrong. I forced myself not to panic. He didn't hurt Daniel. He didn't kill. I wouldn't even go there. I'm always in the mood for a party, I countered, reaching the steps. Gripping the gun tightly, but not too tightly, letting it always stay in front of me, raised to chest height, I started descending. Slowly, carefully, waiting for the moment I would be able to see what was happening in the living room. My plan was pretty simple. Shoot the bastard the instant I laid my eyes on him. There would be no chit-chat, no pleading with him, no nothing. He'd come here to kill us, but that couldn't happen if I shot him first. I was prepared to do it. Oh, no! I'd descended low enough I could finally see what had been happening. The two men were standing near the fireplace,
with Daniel in the front. Marco was hiding behind him, as much as someone his size could hide behind a man of a slightly smaller frame, and he was pointing a gun at Daniel's head. Shit! Apparently, Marco had had a similar idea to me. Still, I didn't let him see how truly terrified I was by that scene. It was as though all my years of training with Bruce, pretending and hiding my true emotions, had prepared me for this moment. I acted completely calm as I reached the base of the steps and entered the living room, stopping at a distance from them. It went without saying I still had my gun trained on him. Marco looked amused that I was aiming a gun at his head. It was obvious Daniel wanted to say something, but looked pained that he was in that position in the first place. He was alive and well enough, at least for the moment. That was all that mattered to me. Now I simply had to keep him that way. Easy peasy. "Drop the gun, Marco, or I'll shoot you," I commanded. One way or another, this would end tonight. Despite everything, I found comfort in that. I was done feeling afraid. He laughed. "You're not in charge here. I am," he said, getting serious instantly. "So how about you drop your gun before I splatter your boyfriend's brain all over the room?" He threatened in return. "Don't listen to him, Daisy. Go! Run!" Daniel encouraged. Marco shook him with his free hand to stop him talking. For a split second, I contemplated if I should bluff, acting as though I couldn't care less what Marco did to Daniel. As far as he was concerned, we had barely just gotten together, so perhaps I could exploit that. No, I instantly rebelled against that idea. It was too big a risk. I couldn't play with Daniel's life like that. There had to be another way. "I said, drop the gun," I repeated sternly, as though I hadn't heard a word he said. "Or what? You'll shoot me?" He chuckled. "Yes," I said matter-of-factly. "I don't think so," he challenged, calling my bluff. He'd made a big mistake. I wasn't bluffing. I was fully prepared to shoot him, to kill him, as soon as I had a clear shot. I had to be careful because I didn't want to hurt Daniel in the process, though. "Don't test me." His smile was devious. "I think I'll kill your fuckboy first if you continue to test me," he commented. "And then I'm going to kill you slowly. Shoot you in the gut so you'll slowly bleed to death while experiencing immense pain." Okay, so he'd really thought about how he would kill me. Good to know. "I'm serious, Marco. This is the last time I'm warning you." "You don't have the guts to kill anyone," he threw in my face. "You already proved that." He was technically wrong. I didn't have the guts to kill his wife. That much was true. However, that was because I had learned the truth. She was an innocent, simply an abused woman, unhappy in her terrible marriage like I was. This was a completely different situation. A maniac was holding the love of my life at gunpoint. He could bet his sweet ass I was going to shoot. And the best part? I wouldn't lose any sleep over it either. Some men simply deserved to die. Plain and simple. He would just take up space in prison, and once released, he would return to his old tricks, because he was rotten to the core, unable to change. This was a cleaner solution, a better one for the world. All the same, I didn't feel the need to point that out. It was better if he continued to underestimate me. I could use that to my advantage. "You're weak, Daisy. You always were, and you would be nothing if it wasn't for me," he continued to rant. I let him. He wasn't aware of it, but I was simply buying time, trying to steady my breathing and aiming, as Pete taught me. I was only going to shoot when I was absolutely ready, and while Marco was busy enjoying the sound of his voice, making eulogies about his supremacy over me. I was getting there. I was slightly worried he would start blabbing out something Daniel wasn't aware of, something that I didn't want him to know, but that was out of my control, a risk I had to take. And then Marco decided to force my hand. He aimed his gun at me while still holding Daniel as a shield. "What are you going to do now, Daisy? Who are you going to call to save you?" "I'm going to do something I've wanted to do for far too long," I replied calmly. In my mind, images of Bruce and Marco became one and the same. They were both abusers, both monsters who walked through life tormenting others. Bruce was thankfully dead, had finally gotten what he deserved, and now it was time Marco shared that same fate. I smiled. Being so overconfident, Marco actually made it easier for me. He'd left himself wide open by moving the weapon to point at me, and even if he managed to shoot back, it was better that he tried shooting at me than at Daniel. I liked my odds better. Marco frowned at my words. Before he had a chance to say anything else, offer his last words, I pulled the trigger. I had aimed at his head and shot him without blinking. As it turned out, my aim was slightly off, and the bullet actually hit the side of his neck, passing through, but I was pretty sure I'd hit the artery. Instinctively, he covered the wound with his free hand as he immediately started to bleed profusely. With that, he let Daniel go, who rushed to my side. Marco tried to stop him, tried to point his gun at him, but it fell out of his hand as he was losing a great deal of blood. He was already that weak. I felt confident that I'd at least nicked the artery. I was sure Pete would be very proud of me, although I had to admit it was a lucky shot. I really hoped I would hit him between the eyes, but despite Pete's training, my aim still wasn't what it should be. It was a fortunate happenstance that I'd hit him at all, although I would have preferred that he suffered a little, since a quick death was too good for him. I would take what I could, because beggars couldn't be shooters. I meant choosers. Besides, the end result was the same, so I really couldn't complain. In a matter of moments, he would be dead and gone from my life forever. Still, I continued to hold my gun high, keeping my aim at Marco, prepared to shoot again if he so much as looked at me the wrong way. "Are you all right?" "Nice shot," Daniel started to babble beside me, clearly in shock. My focus remained on the animal in front of me. For some reason, he didn't look so tough, so all-powerful, or scary anymore. Marco had slumped to the floor. I noted how far away his gun was from him. He wouldn't be able to get it. He must have realized that as well and started to laugh. It was a strange, macabre thing, considering he had a lot of blood gushing from the side of his neck. His behavior took me by surprise. "I must congratulate you," he managed to choke out as blood started bubbling from his mouth as well. "I really didn't think you had it in you." I already knew that. I had counted on that, which was precisely why he was now dying on the floor. All the same, I didn't feel the need to point that out. I had already won. No need to rub it in. That wasn't the person I wanted to be, after all. "You committed the perfect crime, Mrs. Costigan. You're welcome. Enjoy the rest of your life." So he decided to give me credit for what I did, I realized. I could see from the corner of my eye that Daniel looked puzzled by Marco's words. "Condescending to the end," I muttered, more to myself, as I waited for Marco to completely bleed to death. I could see the precise moment he drew his last breath and his heart stopped beating. With a blink of an eye, he became a dead thing on the floor, still staring with his eyes wide open into nothingness. It was finally all over. I could breathe again. I think you can put that thing down, Daniel said softly, urging my arms to lower. He was right. The threat was gone. I'd killed it. I let Daniel take the gun from my hands before he hugged me. It was all over. We were free. That was when I started to shake all over. I had no idea what was happening to me. I did it. I had stood up to a monster. I'd won. I'd killed Marco and won. I fucking won!
38. The Aftermath. I didn't look away until that bastard died. I couldn't. I had to make sure Marco wouldn't be coming back to life like some monster from a horror movie. He didn't, and I only felt relief afterward. Rot in pieces, you bastard, I thought. I hope you and Bruce will become good friends in hell. Let's go. Daniel tried to get me out of the house, in a clear attempt to spare me from looking into the eyes of a man I had just killed, but I refused. It took me a moment to find my voice. Could you please go outside and wait for Detective Peterson? I forced myself to say. I'm afraid he'll get lost. It was freakish how normal I sounded when I felt anything but. Then again, what else was new? I was good at pretending, after all. Come with me, Daniel pleaded. I shook my head. I need to go to the bathroom. Do you want me to come with you? I'm fine. I tried to reassure him. I wasn't fine. Very reluctantly, Daniel went outside, but I could tell he was still grateful he had something to do. This was a difficult night for both of us. Making sure he couldn't see me through the busted front door, I sprang into action. There was one more thing I needed to do before Detective Peterson arrived. One more lie between Daniel and me. Instead of going to the bathroom, I went to Marco and knelt next to his body, avoiding the blood as much as possible. I started searching his body for his phone. I prayed like hell he hadn't left it in the car, because then I would be screwed. Luckily, he hadn't. What a relief. Of course, it was password protected, so I had to use his finger to unlock it. I tried not to think about the fact that I was touching a dead man I'd killed mere minutes ago. Unlocking the phone, I easily located the text messages we'd exchanged. As I started to delete them, I realized that he hadn't changed phones, like I'd thought, just phone numbers, and he somehow still had every message I'd sent, including the one with Bruce's information. I quickly deleted each and every one of them. I noted he'd sent 2 more messages to me today, messages I couldn't receive since my former phone had been broken to pieces and was lying at the bottom of the ocean, and I deleted those as well without reading them. There was no point now anyway. The goal was to simply get rid of all the evidence before the police arrived. I didn't want Detective Peterson to find them. Sure, he couldn't prove I wrote those messages. I never used my normal phone to communicate with Marco. I wasn't that stupid. But the way I saw it, it was better if I didn't give the good detective any reason to start suspecting me all over again. I had barely managed to get myself out of this mess once. I didn't want to go through the same thing again. It would be too exhausting, not to mention potentially dangerous. I really didn't want to end up in prison, not after everything I'd been through. It was better if everybody got a happily ever after. Sarah, Daniel, and me, that was. Marco, Bruce, and Michael, not so much. But those were just minor details. Satisfied with my work, I wiped the phone using the hem of Daniel's shirt, and then, with some juggling, I put Marco's prints back on by pressing his dead fingers against the screen. His dead flesh felt strange against my very much alive skin. Gross. After finishing with that, I simply slid the phone back into his pocket, holding on to it with the edge of my shirt. Perfect.
Or so I hoped. I was very much impressed that Daniel hadn't seen any of it, and I was sure he hadn't. He was the type of man who would definitely come to inspect what was going on if he saw me fumbling around Marco's dead body. Ew! I touched a dead man. I rushed to the upstairs bathroom. I got inside just in time before heaving started, and I threw up, and I couldn't even explain why. I was cold as a cucumber killing him, but apparently touching his remains was a different story altogether. Good to know. Not that I needed a reference for the next time. There would not be a next time. All the monsters from my life were slain. I was finally free. Once I finished, I brushed my teeth, because I was no savage, and washed my face as well. I gave myself a moment to just breathe and compose myself before exiting and heading back downstairs to join Daniel. This time I didn't look at Marco as I passed him by on my way out. "Are you all right?" Daniel asked me as I came to stand beside him. "I am now," I countered, hugging myself. Together, we waited for Detective Peterson to come. He arrived a couple of minutes later, definitely too late to save Marco. Not to mention I'd had time to spare to tamper with the evidence as well. We would both be dead by now if we had waited for help to arrive, I grumbled. Not that I was bitter or anything. Luckily, we'd managed to help ourselves. It was good to be alive, and I really felt alive in those moments, while Daniel held me. Must be because of all the adrenaline, I thought. The danger had passed, and we were safe, and yet it was a relief when Detective Peterson got out of his car. "Others are coming behind me," he said, drawing his weapon. "Are you all right?" We both nodded. "Marco's dead," I explained. "Show me." He noted the damages to both cars in passing. "This looks interesting." "Not while it was happening," Daniel countered while making a face. Giving him the cliff notes, Daniel told the detective how Marco made his grand entrance. Daniel wore a pained expression on his face looking toward his car. I knew how much he loved his car. I made a mental note to buy him a new one. Together, we all entered the house. Daniel and I remained standing by the door, while Detective Peterson reached the body and checked for a pulse. "He is dead, all right," he commented. I could have told him that. Then again, checking was probably the standard protocol. "Where's the weapon?" he asked. "Marco's gun is beside him, to the left. Out of his reach now," Daniel pointed. "And where is the one that killed our guy?" "I have it," Daniel replied, giving it to the detective. Peterson used a tablecloth to take the weapon from Daniel, clearly trying not to tamper with it. "Who discharged it?" he asked, looking between the two of us. "I did," I replied instantly before Daniel decided to act heroically and do something extremely stupid. "I had to. He held Daniel at gunpoint," I defended. "She saved my life," Daniel agreed. "And whose gun is this?" Detective Peterson asked me suspiciously. "Bruce's," I replied honestly. "I brought it with me, just in case," I added with a half shrug, as though something like that was pure luck. "Luckily," Daniel added, hugging me. "Let's continue this outside," the detective said, gesturing for us to leave the house. We did. Daniel and I continued to cling to one another. I guessed we both needed the comfort only our partnership could provide. Peterson looked at the two of us. "And how long have you two been an item?" "Officially, a couple of days," I replied. He nodded without commenting further. "Tell me what happened here." He returned us to the main subject. I did most of the talking. Daniel jumped in to add details or to explain what happened downstairs while I was upstairs getting the gun and calling the police. Between the two of us, we didn't leave anything out. Other than me tampering with the evidence, of course. I still don't understand how he found us, Daniel stressed at some point.
I think I can answer that,
Detective Peterson said, walking toward the wrecked cars. He picked something up from the ground before returning to us.
This is a tracking device,
he explained, showing it to us. I was impressed that he managed to see it in the wreckage of the car. It was small, and it was still dark outside. Where was that? I asked.
You must have planted it on your car before your departure, the detective answered. It clearly fell off once he jammed his SUV into it.
Part of me was relieved there was a good explanation for how Marco had found us. I was worried we'd made a mistake with Daniel traveling each day back to work, but as it turned out, Marco knew where we were from the beginning. He could have attacked whenever he wanted to. That was a chilling thought. I wondered why he waited, but then Marco probably wanted us terrified. He liked to play mind games and psychologically terrorize me. I was thankful that he had played mind games, because in the end, it had cost him his life. We didn't have to wait long for the paramedics and the rest of the police force to arrive on the scene, and we didn't have to speak with anyone much. We simply got out of the way while they worked. The once peaceful beach house was brimming with activity as blue and red lights colored the scenery. 2 EMTs came to check us out. Daniel had suffered only minor injuries, cuts, and bruises, so he refused to go to the hospital, and I was perfectly fine and didn't need medical attention in the first place. Marco's body was carried out in a black body bag. I still felt nothing after killing him. I felt no remorse. He had gotten exactly what he deserved. After a while, Detective Peterson came to tell us we would be escorted back to Graceville. Foolishly, I thought they would be taking us home. They weren't. We ended up in the police station for questioning. Because my night hadn't been hard enough. I ignored all the glances at me, at us, as we were placed in separate interrogation rooms. I had spent so much time in that place it had become familiar. Too familiar. Daniel didn't know anything other than what I'd told him and what he'd experienced from his short interaction with Marco, which was good, and I knew that once he explained how Marco busted inside after totaling his car, how he charged without a word, intent to hurt us, kill us, it made it easier for me to tell my side of the story, tell why I had to kill him in the first place. I stuck to my original story, of course. Since Peterson wasn't the only detective in the room, I knew I had to start from the beginning. I met Marco in a bookstore. I described how we started talking, how he found out I was an abused woman, heard my husband shouting at me over the phone, and offered to help, in a permanent manner. Startled, shocked, and substantially disturbed, I left the bookstore, figuring it was nothing more than a sick joke, ready to immediately forget him and that strange encounter. I never gave him my name or anything. I lied like a pro, as only an abused woman could. Somehow he figured out who I was and started stalking me.
He had probably stalked you since the moment you left the bookstore, Detective Peterson provided. We're pretty sure that's his M.O.
He didn't stop there, I continued. I explained how he started killing off the men in my life, and how he started threatening me that I would be next if I didn't do exactly what he wanted.
What was it that he wanted from you, again?
Detective Peterson questioned. Money.
He wanted me to pay him for what he claimed he did for me.
I lied, giving him the same reason as I had before. I guess he got furious when I wouldn't do as he said, and that's when he killed Michael. I think when I told everything to Detective Peterson. I looked at him, then back to the other detective. That's when he decided to come after me to kill me, since I wasn't cooperating with him. Although the rest of the story was known to everyone, I explained how Daniel and I ended up at that beach house, hiding from Marco, and how he found us. After repeating the story of his attack one more time, we were finally released to go home because they determined that our stories matched well enough. I felt so exhausted I wanted to sleep for a week straight. "Should we go to your house or mine?" Daniel asked. "Yours," I replied without thinking. I was done with Bruce's house. Forever. The police officers drove us back home. On our way, I wondered if I should call Sarah and let her know she was free of Marco for good, but ruled against it. I was sure that by now she already knew. The cops would have informed her of his death immediately. Part of me still couldn't believe everything that had actually happened, that I had pulled it off and survived, that I had managed to fool the police about my part in Bruce's death. It was exhilarating. I allowed myself one small smile while looking through the window, still nestled in Daniel's arms. So, this was what freedom felt like. So this was what victory felt like. I loved it. 39. Hopefully, a happily ever after. 2 weeks after Marco died, after I killed him, Detective Peterson came knocking on my door. After that night at the beach house, Daniel and I had returned to his house and just slept and rested for days. After a while, once everything had calmed down, we both decided it was time to get on with our lives, and moving away was step one. I spent most of my time at Daniel's these days. However, since there was a lot I needed to do before moving, I was in the house I had shared with Bruce, and that was where Peterson found me. Truth be told, I had been expecting to see him again and was prepared for it, so it wasn't that big of a shock that he showed up. I let him in. He looked around, clearly taking note of all the packed boxes that I had piled up in the hall. I had finally managed to pack all of Bruce's things. If it was up to me, I would much rather have made a huge bonfire in the backyard so I could watch it all burn. Since I didn't think the neighbors would look kindly on such an act, and I didn't want to make additional work for the fire department, I decided to give it all to Goodwill. I was sure some good people who were down on their luck could use some of those things. At least in death, Bruce could be of some use to his community. "Are you moving?" Peterson asked conversationally. "Yes, I am," I replied, not feeling the need to elaborate further. And the detective didn't ask. I was sure he could understand I needed to get out of this place. I wanted to be free of all the bad memories, and I couldn't fully accomplish that while living there, while living in Graceville, period. "What can I do for you, Detective?" I asked as we settled in the living room. He nodded as though appreciating that I didn't expect him to indulge in further small talk. "I just dropped by to let you know we closed both murder cases." I wasn't that surprised to hear that. Marco had killed them both. He'd admitted that. So, case closed. Then again, he'd only admitted that to me. So it was no wonder the police needed some more time to arrive at the same conclusion. "We've found new evidence that proves without a shadow of a doubt Marco Mayfield killed both men," he continued. "New evidence?" I prompted, genuinely curious to hear more about it. Detective Peterson nodded. "We've found more video footage from the diner. Not that we didn't have it, but we hadn't been watching the right camera. We had focused on Bruce, but when we looked at everything, all the video footage from that day, it shows Marco being at the diner at the same time as Bruce. He bumped into a waitress as she was carrying coffee to your husband. He definitely managed to pour something inside from a small vial. Oleander, no doubt, while nobody was looking." It was just as Marco had described it to me. I didn't feel the need to say that out loud, though. I tried not to remind the detective how Marco and I spoke on several occasions. Only several, as long as he was concerned. "What about Michael?" I asked next. We recovered several stolen items from Marco's apartment that belonged to the mayor. Those items will be returned to you since we no longer need them as evidence. I couldn't care less about the souvenirs some killer decided to take with him, basically so he could make it look like a home invasion and robbery. Instead of saying what was on my mind, I shook my head. It's still unfathomable to me that one man was capable of all that. I've seen worse. Then again, I'm in such a line of work, the detective commented in return. At least you're off the hook, he added as an afterthought. Was that a provocation? Was he testing me to see how I would react? Was he suspicious still? All kinds of things passed through my head, but then I forced myself to calm down. I'm grateful for that, I settled to say. Sometimes good things happen to good people. It doesn't happen often, but it still happens. True, I agreed, and then we both fell silent for a moment. I broke it first. Detective, what is happening with my case? I asked, starting to get nervous ever so slightly. Although both Daniel and I insisted I shot Marco in self-defense, there was an investigation going on against me, and although my lawyer was reassuring me that I wouldn't end up in jail, I still worried. You've been cleared of any charges. I exhaled loudly. That's good news. Yes. The DA has decided to overlook the fact you used a firearm that wasn't registered to you because it was a life-or-death situation. I was relieved to hear that. After everything, I really didn't want to end up in jail. For the record, get a license next time. I couldn't decide if that was a joke or not. I chose to ignore it. Thank you for letting me know. Peterson nodded, getting up. So, I guess this is goodbye, I said, not really sure what the protocol was here. It is. I wish you a good and peaceful life, Mrs. Costigan. It's Ms. Anderson, now, I corrected. I decided to start using my maiden name from now on. I didn't want anything tying me in any way to Bruce. That part of my life, of me, was buried with him. Daisy Anderson. That has a nice ring to it, Detective Peterson said conversationally. I merely smiled in return. I couldn't agree more. I saw him out. Daniel was just arriving, finished with his shift at the hospital, and the two men met halfway down the driveway. Detective? Daniel greeted. Do right by her, Mr. Wan, he said to Daniel in passing. That's the idea, Detective, Daniel replied without missing a beat. The detective got into his car and drove away, and Daniel came to my side and kissed me. What did he want? Daniel asked once we parted and got inside. To update me, I've been cleared of shooting Marco. That's great news. We definitely need to celebrate. I felt like we were doing that a lot lately, and if I let Daniel continue to make me pancakes, I would gain at least 20 pounds. Somehow that thought put a smile on my face. We should, I agreed. Did you pack everything? He asked, gesturing toward the boxes. Yes. Okay, let's load it up then. We started loading the boxes with Bruce's things into Daniel's new car. As I promised myself, I'd bought him a new one. He protested at first, but once I explained why it was so important to me, he accepted it and thanked me for it with multiple orgasms. I really loved my life with Daniel. In the past few days, we also contemplated what to do with the vast wealth I inherited from the two horrible, abusive men in my life. In the end, we decided to sell all the properties and houses in Graceville and move to San Diego so I could be close to my family. Daniel didn't have anyone apart from me, so we really didn't care where we were as long as we were together. and he assured me he would be able to get a new job there rather quickly. Not that he needed to work with the money I now had, but he liked his job, so I was fine with that. He also asked me to marry him, but I refused. I told him I wasn't ready for something like that. Perhaps I never would be. Still, that didn't mean I didn't want to be with him for the rest of my life. As always, Daniel understood, and he offered a compromise, to simply be engaged. To that, I agreed wholeheartedly, especially if it meant it offered him reassurance that I wanted to be only with him. I managed to forgive myself for all the secrets I was keeping from him, all the lies I'd told to get me to this place, because in the end, it was all worth it, and I'd saved Sarah's life too. I also decided to return to school and get a degree. After buying a new house in San Diego and keeping a good amount of money for rainy days, I decided to give all the rest to charity. I hoped to help other women escape the abuse I had to put up with for far too long. Marco was a monster, but he gave me purpose in life, and that was to be of service and help those who couldn't help themselves at the moment. I even managed to visit Sarah and see how she was doing. Although she was still pretty traumatized, it was like looking at a completely different woman. She too was now completely free to do whatever she wanted, start afresh, and create new, better memories. Although it was a pretty strange situation, she even thanked me for what I did, and I could understand that. After our visit, I came to realize something else. Everybody thought they knew exactly how they would react in life and death kind of situations. I'd had similar delusions. I had believed I would behave like always. In other words, do nothing. Simply endure and wait for it to happen. Wait for it to end. In fear. And die. Without fighting back. Without trying to change anything. I was glad I'd been wrong. Then again, part of me perhaps did die. The part that didn't know how to fight for what she wanted. The part that didn't know how to be happy. And I couldn't be happier about that. This concludes It's Your Turn Now by Theo Baxter. Narrated by Marnie Young. Copyright 2023 by Theo Baxter. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Incubator Books and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.